Bible, Douay-Rheims version. The Old Testament. Book 01 Genesis. The Book of Genesis. This book is so called from its treating of the generation, that is, of the creation and the beginning of the world. The Hebrews call it Bereshith, from the word with which it begins. It contains not only the history of the creation of the world, but also an account of its progress during the space of 2,369 years, that is, until the death of Joseph. Genesis chapter 1. God createth heaven and earth, and all things therein, in 6 days. In the beginning God created heaven and earth. And the earth was void and empty, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved over the waters. And God said, Be light made. And light was made. And God saw the light that it was good, and he divided the light from the darkness. And he called the light day, and the darkness night. And there was evening and morning one day. And God said, Let there be a firmament made amidst the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. A firmament. By this name is here understood the whole space between the earth and the highest stars. The lower part of which divideth the waters that are upon the earth, from those that are above in the clouds. And God made a firmament, and divided the waters that were under the firmament, from those that were above the firmament, and it was so. And God called the firmament, heaven, and the evening and morning were the second day. God also said, Let the waters that are under the heaven, be gathered together into one place, and let the dry land appear. And it was so done. And God called the dry land, earth, and the gathering together of the waters, he called seas. And God saw that it was good. And he said, Let the earth bring forth green herb, and such as may seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after its kind, which may have seed in itself upon the earth. And it was so done. And the earth brought forth the green herb, and such as yieldeth seed according to its kind, and the tree that beareth fruit, having seed each one according to its kind. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the third day. And God said, Let there be lights made in the firmament of heaven, to divide the day and the night, and let them be for signs, and for seasons, and for days and years. To shine in the firmament of heaven, and to give light upon the earth. And it was so done. And God made 2 great lights, a greater light to rule the day, and a lesser light to rule the night, and the stars. 2 great lights. God created on the first day, light, which being moved from east to west, by its rising and setting, made morning and evening. But on the 4th day he ordered and distributed this light, and made the sun, moon, and stars. The moon, though much less than the stars, is here called a great light, from its giving a far greater light to the earth than any of them. And he set them in the firmament of heaven to shine upon the earth. And to rule the day and the night, and to divide the light and the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and morning were the 4th day. God also said, Let the waters bring forth the creeping creature having life, and the fowl that may fly over the earth under the firmament of heaven. And God created the great whales, and every living and moving creature, which the waters brought forth, according to their kinds, and every winged fowl according to its kind. And God saw that it was good. And he blessed them, saying, Increase and multiply, and fill the waters of the sea, and let the birds be multiplied upon the earth. And the evening and morning were the 5th day. And God said, Let the earth bring forth the living creature in its kind, cattle and creeping things, and beasts of the earth, according to their kinds. And it was so done. And God made the beasts of the earth according to their kinds, and cattle, and everything that creepeth on the earth after its kind. And God saw that it was good. And he said, Let us make man to our image and likeness, and let him have dominion over the fishes of the sea, and the fowls of the air, and the beasts, and the whole earth, and every creeping creature that moveth upon the earth. Let us make man to our image. This image of God in man, is not in the body, but in the soul, which is a spiritual substance, endued with understanding and free will. God speaketh here in the plural number, to insinuate the plurality of persons in the deity. And God created man to his own image, to the image of God he created him, male and female he created them. And God blessed them, saying, Increase and multiply, and fill the earth, and subdue it, and rule over the fishes of the sea, and the fowls of the air, and all living creatures that move upon the earth. Increase and multiply. This is not a precept, as some Protestant controvertists would have it, but a blessing, rendering them fruitful, for God had said the same words to the fishes, and birds, ver. 22, who were incapable of receiving a precept. And God said, Behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed upon the earth, and all trees that have in themselves seed of their own kind, to be your meat. And to all beasts of the earth, and to every fowl of the air. And to all that move upon the earth, and wherein there is life, that they may have to feed upon. And it was so done. And God saw all the things that he had made, and they were very good. And the evening and morning were the sixth day. Genesis chapter 2. God resteth on the seventh day and blesseth it. The earthly paradise, in which God placeth man. He commandeth him not to eat of the tree of knowledge. And formeth a woman of his rib. So the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the furniture of them. And on the seventh day God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had done. He rested, etc. That is, he ceased to make or create any new kinds of things. Though, as our Lord tells us, John 5:17, he still worketh, viz., by conserving and governing all things, and creating souls. And he blessed the seventh day, and sanctified it, because in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made. These are the generations of the heaven and the earth, when they were created, in the day that the Lord God made the heaven and the earth. And every plant of the field before it sprung up in the earth. And every herb of the ground before it grew, for the Lord God had not rained upon the earth. And there was not a man to till the earth. But a spring rose out of the earth, watering all the surface of the earth. And the Lord God formed man of the slime of the earth, and breathed into his face the breath of life, and man became a living soul. And the Lord God had planted a paradise of pleasure from the beginning, wherein he placed man whom he had formed. And the Lord God brought forth of the ground all manner of trees, fair to behold, and pleasant to eat of, the tree of life also in the midst of paradise, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. The tree of life. So called because it had that quality, that by eating of the fruit of it, man would have been preserved in a constant state of health, vigor, and strength, and would not have died at all. The tree of knowledge. To which the deceitful serpent falsely attributed the power of imparting a superior kind of knowledge, beyond that which God was pleased to give. And a river went out of the place of pleasure to water paradise, which from thence is divided into 4 heads. The name of the one is Physon, that is it which compasseth all the land of Hevelath, where gold groweth. And the gold of that land is very good, there is found bdellium, and the onyx stone. And the name of the second river is Gihon, the same is it that compasseth all the land of Ethiopia. And the name of the third river is Tigris, the same passeth along by the Assyrians. And the fourth river is Euphrates. And the Lord God took man, and put him into the paradise of pleasure, to dress it, and to keep it. And he commanded him, saying, Of every tree of paradise thou shalt eat. But of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, thou shalt not eat. For in what day soever thou shalt eat of it, thou shalt die the death. And the Lord God said, It is not good for man to be alone, let us make him a helplike unto himself. And the Lord God having formed out of the ground all the beasts of the earth, and all the fowls of the air, brought them to Adam to see what he would call them, for whatsoever Adam called any living creature the same is its name. And Adam called all the beasts by their names, and all the fowls of the air, and all the cattle of the field, but for Adam there was not found a helper like himself. Then the Lord God cast a deep sleep upon Adam, and when he was fast asleep, he took one of his ribs, and filled up flesh for it. And the Lord God built the rib which he took from Adam into a woman, and brought her to Adam. And Adam said, This now is bone of my bones, and flesh of my flesh, she shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man. Wherefore a man shall leave father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and they shall be two in one flesh. And they were both naked, to wit, Adam and his wife, and were not ashamed. Genesis chapter 3. The serpent's craft. The fall of our first parents. Their punishment. The promise of a Redeemer. Now the serpent was more subtle than any of the beasts of the earth which the Lord God had made. And he said to the woman, Why hath God commanded you, that you should not eat of every tree of paradise? And the woman answered him, saying, Of the fruit of the trees that are in paradise we do eat. But of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of paradise, God hath commanded us that we should not eat. And that we should not touch it, lest perhaps we die. And the serpent said to the woman, No, you shall not die the death. For God doth know that in what day soever you shall eat thereof, your eyes shall be opened, and you shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. And the woman saw that the tree was good to eat, and fair to the eyes, and delightful to behold, and she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave to her husband, who did eat. And the eyes of them both were opened, and when they perceived themselves to be naked, they sewed together fig leaves, and made themselves aprons. And the eyes, etc. Not that they were blind before, for the woman saw that the tree was fair to the eyes, ver. 6, nor yet that their eyes were opened to any more perfect knowledge of good. But only to the unhappy experience of having lost the good of original grace and innocence, and incurred the dreadful evil of sin. From whence followed a shame of their being naked, which they minded not before. Because being now stripped of original grace, they quickly began to be subject to the shameful rebellions of the flesh. And when they heard the voice of the Lord God walking in paradise at the afternoon air, Adam and his wife hid themselves from the face of the Lord God, amidst the trees of paradise. And the Lord God called Adam, and said to him, Where art thou? And he said, I heard thy voice in paradise, and I was afraid, because I was naked, and I hid myself. And he said to him, And who hath told thee that thou wast naked, but that thou hast eaten of the tree whereof I commanded thee that thou shouldst not eat? And Adam said, The woman, whom thou gavest me to be my companion, gave me of the tree, and I did eat. And the Lord God said to the woman, Why hast thou done this? And she answered, The serpent deceived me, and I did eat. And the Lord God said to the serpent, Because thou hast done this thing, thou art cursed among all cattle, and beasts of the earth, upon thy breast shalt thou go, and earth shalt thou eat all the days of thy life. I will put enmities between thee and the woman, and thy seed and her seed, she shall crush thy head, and thou shalt lie in wait for her heel. She shall crush. Ipsa, the woman. So divers of the fathers read this place, conformably to the Latin, others read it ipsum, viz., the seed. The sense is the same, for it is by her seed, Jesus Christ, that the woman crushes the serpent's head. To the woman also he said, I will multiply thy sorrows, and thy conceptions, in sorrow shalt thou bring forth children, and thou shalt be under thy husband's power, and he shall have dominion over thee. And to Adam he said, Because thou hast hearkened to the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree, whereof I commanded thee, that thou shouldst not eat. Cursed is the earth in thy work, with labor and toil shalt thou eat thereof all the days of thy life. Thorns and thistles shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat the herbs of the earth. In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread till thou return to the earth out of which thou wast taken, for dust thou art, and into dust thou shalt return. And Adam called the name of his wife Eve, because she was the mother of all the living. And the Lord God made for Adam and his wife garments of skins, and clothed them. And he said, Behold, Adam is become as one of us, knowing good and evil, now therefore lest perhaps he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life, and eat, and live forever. Behold Adam, etc. This was spoken by way of reproaching him with his pride, in affecting a knowledge that might make him like to God. And the Lord God sent him out of the paradise of pleasure, to till the earth from which he was taken. And he cast out Adam, and placed before the paradise of pleasure cherubims, and a flaming sword, turning every way, to keep the way of the tree of life. Genesis chapter 4. The history of Cain and Abel. And Adam knew Eve his wife, who conceived and brought forth Cain, saying, I have gotten a man through God. And again she brought forth his brother Abel. And Abel was a shepherd, and Cain a husbandman. And it came to pass after many days, that Cain offered, of the fruits of the earth, gifts to the Lord. Abel also offered of the firstlings of his flock, and of their fat, and the Lord had respect to Abel, and to his offerings. Had respect. That is, shewed his acceptance of his sacrifice, as coming from a heart full of devotion, and that, as we may suppose, by some visible token, such as sending fire from heaven upon his offerings. But to Cain and his offerings he had no respect, and Cain was exceeding angry, and his countenance fell. And the Lord said to him, Why art thou angry? And why is thy countenance fallen? If thou do well, shalt thou not receive? But if ill, shall not sin forthwith be present at the door? But the lust thereof shall be under thee, and thou shalt have dominion over it. And Cain said to Abel his brother, Let us go forth abroad. And when they were in the field, Cain rose up against his brother Abel, and slew him. And the Lord said to Cain, Where is thy brother Abel? And he answered, I know not, am I my brother's keeper? And he said to him, What hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood crieth to me from the earth. Now, therefore, cursed shalt thou be upon the earth, which hath opened her mouth and received the blood of thy brother at thy hand. When thou shalt till it, it shall not yield to thee its fruit, a fugitive and a vagabond shalt thou be upon the earth. And Cain said to the Lord, My iniquity is greater than that I may deserve pardon. Behold, thou dost cast me out this day from the face of the earth, and from thy face I shall be hid, and I shall be a vagabond and a fugitive on the earth. Every one, therefore, that findeth me, shall kill me. Every one that findeth me shall kill me. His guilty conscience made him fear his own brothers and nephews, of whom, by this time, there might be a good number upon the earth, which had now endured near 130 years, as may be gathered from Gen 5. 3. Compared with chap 4.25, though in the compendious account given in the Scriptures, only Cain and Abel are mentioned. And the Lord said to him, No, it shall not so be, but whosoever shall kill Cain, shall be punished sevenfold. And the Lord set a mark upon Cain, that whosoever found him should not kill him. Set a mark, etc. The more common opinion of the interpreters of Holy Writ supposes this mark to have been a trembling of the body, or a horror and consternation in his countenance. And Cain went out from the face of the Lord, and dwelt as a fugitive on the earth at the east side of Eden. And Cain knew his wife, and she conceived, and brought forth Hanoch, and he built a city, and called the name thereof by the name of his son Hanoch. His wife. She was a daughter of Adam, and Cain's own sister. God dispensing with such marriages in the beginning of the world, as mankind could not otherwise be propagated. He built a city, viz. In process of time, when his race was multiplied, so as to be numerous enough to people it. For in the many hundred years he lived, his race might be multiplied even to millions. And Hanoch begot Irad, and Irad begot Maviel, and Maviel begot Methuselah, and Methuselah begot Lamech. Who took 2 wives, the name of the one was Ada, and the name of the other Selah. And Ada brought forth Jabal, who was the father of such as dwell in tents, and of herdsmen. And his brother's name was Jubal, he was the father of them that play upon the harp and the organs. Selah also brought forth Tubal-Cain, who was a hammer and artificer in every work of brass and iron. And the sister of Tubal-Cain was Noah. And Lamech said to his wives Ada and Selah, Hear my voice, ye wives of Lamech, hearken to my speech, for I have slain a man to the wounding of myself, and a stripling to my own bruising. I have slain a man, etc. It is the tradition of the Hebrews, that Lamech in hunting slew Cain, mistaking him for a wild beast, and that having discovered what he had done, he beat so unmercifully the youth, by whom he was led into that mistake, that he died of the blows. Sevenfold vengeance shall be taken for Cain, but for Lamech 70 times sevenfold. Adam also knew his wife again, and she brought forth a son, and called his name Seth, saying, God hath given me another seed for Abel, whom Cain slew. But to Seth also was born a son, whom he called Enos. This man began to call upon the name of the Lord. Began to call upon, etc. Not that Adam and Seth had not called upon God, before the birth of Enos. But that Enos used more solemnity in the worship and invocation of God. Genesis chapter 5. The genealogy, age, and death of the patriarchs, from Adam to Noah. The translation of Enoch. This is the book of the generation of Adam. In the day that God created man, he made him to the likeness of God. He created them male and female, and blessed them, and called their name Adam, in the day when they were created. And Adam lived 130 years, and begot a son to his own image and likeness, and called his name Seth. And the days of Adam, after he begot Seth, were 800 years, and he begot sons and daughters. And all the time that Adam lived, came to 930 years, and he died. Seth also lived 105 years, and begot Enos. And Seth lived after he begot Enos, 807 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Seth were 912 years, and he died. And Enos lived 90 years, and begot Cainan. After whose birth he lived 815 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Enos were 905 years, and he died. And Cainan lived 70 years, and begot Malaleel. And Cainan lived after he begot Malaleel, 840 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Cainan were 910 years, and he died. And Malaleel lived 65 years and begot Jared. And Malaleel lived after he begot Jared, 830 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Malaleel were 895 years, and he died. And Jared lived 162 years, and begot Enoch. And Jared lived after he begot Enoch, 800 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Jared were 962 years, and he died. And Enoch lived 65 years, and begot Methuselah. And Enoch walked with God, and lived after he begot Methuselah, 300 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Enoch were 365 years. And he walked with God, and was seen no more, because God took him. And Methuselah lived 187 years, and begot Lamech. And Mathlasala lived after he begot Lamech, 782 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Methuselah were 969 years, and he died. And Lamech lived 182 years, and begot a son. And he called his name Noah, saying, This same shall comfort us from the works and labors of our hands on the earth, which the Lord hath cursed. And Lamech lived after he begot Noah, 595 years, and begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Lamech came to 777 years, and he died. And Noah, when he was 500 years old, begot Sem, Cham, and Japheth. Genesis chapter 6. Man's sin is the cause of the deluge. Noah is commanded to build the ark. And after that men began to be multiplied upon the earth, and daughters were born to them. The sons of God, seeing the daughters of men, that they were fair, took to themselves wives of all which they chose. The sons of God. The descendants of Seth and Enos are here called sons of God from their religion and piety, whereas the ungodly race of Cain, who by their carnal affections lay groveling upon the earth, are called the children of men. The unhappy consequence of the former marrying with the latter, ought to be a warning to Christians to be very circumspect in their marriages. And not to suffer themselves to be determined in their choice by their carnal passion, to the prejudice of virtue or religion. And God said, My spirit shall not remain in man for ever, because he is flesh, and his days shall be 120 years. His days shall be, etc. The meaning is, that man's days, which before the flood were usually 900 years, should now be reduced to 120 years. Or rather, that God would allow men this term of 120 years, for their repentance and conversion, before he would send the deluge. Now giants were upon the earth in those days. For after the sons of God went in to the daughters of men, and they brought forth children, these are the mighty men of old, men of renown. Giants. It is likely the generality of men before the flood were of a gigantic stature in comparison with what men now are. But these here spoken of are called giants, as being not only tall in stature, but violent and savage in their dispositions, and mere monsters of cruelty and lust. And God, seeing that the wickedness of men was great on the earth, and that all the thought of their heart was bent upon evil at all times, it repented him that he had made man on the earth. And being touched inwardly with sorrow of heart, it repented him, etc. God, who is unchangeable, is not capable of repentance, grief, or any other passion. But these expressions are used to declare the enormity of the sins of men, which was so provoking as to determine their Creator to destroy these his creatures, whom before he had so much favored. He said, I will destroy man, whom I have created, from the face of the earth, from man even to beasts, from the creeping thing even to the fowls of the air, for it repenteth me that I have made them. But Noah found grace before the Lord. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just and perfect man in his generations, he walked with God. And he begot 3 sons, Sem, Cham, and Japheth. And the earth was corrupted before God, and was filled with iniquity. And when God had seen that the earth was corrupted, for all flesh had corrupted its way upon the earth, he said to Noah, the end of all flesh is come before me, the earth is filled with iniquity through them, and I will destroy them with the earth. Make thee an ark of timber planks, thou shalt make little rooms in the ark, and thou shalt pitch it within and without. And thus shalt thou make it. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, the breadth of it 50 cubits, and the height of it 30 cubits. 300 cubits, etc. The ark, according to the dimensions here set down, contained 450,000 square cubits. Which was more than enough to contain all the kinds of living creatures, with all necessary provisions, even supposing the cubits here spoken of to have been only 1.5 feet each, which was the least kind of cubits. Thou shalt make a window in the ark, and in a cubit shalt thou finish the top of it, and the door of the ark thou shalt set in the side, with lower, middle chambers, and 3rd stories shalt thou make it. Behold, I will bring the waters of a great flood upon the earth, to destroy all flesh, wherein is the breath of life under heaven. All things that are in the earth shall be consumed. And I will establish my covenant with thee, and thou shalt enter into the ark, thou and thy sons, and thy wife, and the wives of thy sons with thee. And of every living creature of all flesh, thou shalt bring 2 of a sort into the ark, that they may live with thee, of the male sex, and the female. Of fowls according to their kind, and of beasts in their kind, and of everything that creepeth on the earth according to its kind, 2 of every sort shall go in with thee, that they may live. Thou shalt take unto thee of all food that may be eaten, and thou shalt lay it up with thee, and it shall be food for thee and them. And Noah did all things which God commanded him. Genesis chapter 7. Noah with his family go into the ark. The deluge overflows the earth. And the Lord said to him, Go in, thou and all thy house, into the ark, for thee I have seen just before me in this generation. Of all clean beasts take 7 and 7, the male and the female. Of all clean. The distinction of clean and unclean beasts appears to have been made before the law of Moses, which was not promulgated till the year of the world 2514. But of the beasts that are unclean 2 and 2, the male and the female. Of the fowls also of the air 7 and 7, the male and the female, that seed may be saved upon the face of the whole earth. For yet a while, and after 7 days, I will rain upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights, and I will destroy every substance that I have made, from the face of the earth. And Noah did all things which the Lord had commanded him. And he was 600 years old, when the waters of the flood overflowed the earth. And Noah went in and his sons, his wife and the wives of his sons with him into the ark, because of the waters of the flood. And of beasts clean and unclean, and of fowls, and of everything that moveth upon the earth. 2 and 2 went into Noah into the ark, male and female, as the Lord had commanded Noah. And after the 7 days were past, the waters of the flood overflowed the earth. In the 600th year of the life of Noah, in the 2nd month, in the 17th day of the month, all the fountains of the great deep were broken up. And the floodgates of heaven were opened. And the rain fell upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. In the selfsame day Noah, and Sem, and Cham, and Japheth, his sons, his wife, and the 3 wives of his sons with them, went into the ark. They and every beast according to its kind, and all the cattle in their kind, and everything that moveth upon the earth, according to its kind, and every fowl according to its kind, all birds, and all that fly, went into Noah into the ark. 2 and 2 of all flesh, wherein was the breath of life. And they that went in male and female of all flesh, as God had commanded him, and the Lord shut him in on the outside. And the flood was 40 days upon the earth, and the waters increased, and lifted up the ark on high from the earth. For they overflowed exceedingly, and filled all on the face of the earth, and the ark was carried upon the waters. And the waters prevailed beyond measure upon the earth, and all the high mountains under the whole heaven were covered. The water was 15 cubits higher than the mountains which it covered. And all flesh was destroyed that moved upon the earth, both of fowl and of cattle, and of beasts, and of all creeping things that creep upon the earth, and all men. And all things wherein there is the breath of life on the earth, died. And he destroyed all the substance that was upon the earth, from man even to beast, and the creeping things and fowls of the air, and they were destroyed from the earth, and Noah only remained, and they that were with him in the ark. And the waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days. Genesis chapter 8. The deluge saith, Noah goeth out of the ark, and offereth a sacrifice. God's covenant to him. And God remembered Noah, and all the living creatures, and all the cattle which were with him in the ark, and brought a wind upon the earth, and the waters were abated. The fountains also of the deep, and the floodgates of heaven, were shut up. And the rain from heaven was restrained. And the waters returned from off the earth going and coming, and they began to be abated after 150 days. And the ark rested in the 7th month, the 27th day of the month, upon the mountains of Armenia. And the waters were going and decreasing until the 10th month, for in the 10th month, the 1st day of the month, the tops of the mountains appeared. And after that 40 days were past, Noah opening the window of the ark, which he had made, sent forth a raven. Which went forth and did not return, till the waters were dried up upon the earth. Did not return. The raven did not return into the ark, but, as it may be gathered from the Hebrew, went to and fro, sometimes going to the mountains, where it found carcasses to feed on, and other times returning, to rest upon the top of the ark. He sent forth also a dove after him, to see if the waters had now ceased upon the face of the earth. But she not finding where her foot might rest, returned to him into the ark, for the waters were upon the whole earth, and he put forth his hand, and caught her, and brought her into the ark. And having waited yet 7 other days, he again sent forth the dove out of the ark. And she came to him in the evening carrying a bough of an olive tree, with green leaves, in her mouth. Noah therefore understood that the waters were ceased upon the earth. And he stayed yet other 7 days, and he sent forth the dove, which returned not any more unto him. Therefore in the 601st year, the 1st month, the 1st day of the month, the waters were lessened upon the earth, and Noah opening the covering of the ark, looked, and saw that the face of the earth was dried. In the 2nd month, the 27th day of the month, the earth was dried. And God spoke to Noah, saying, Go out of the ark, thou and thy wife, thy sons and the wives of thy sons with thee. All living things that are with thee of all flesh, as well in fowls as in beasts, and all creeping things that creep upon the earth, bring out with thee, and go ye upon the earth, increase and multiply upon it. So Noah went out, he and his sons, his wife, and the wives of his sons with him. And all living things, and cattle, and creeping things that creep upon the earth, according to their kinds went out of the ark. And Noah built an altar unto the Lord, and taking of all cattle and fowls that were clean, offered holocausts upon the altar. Holocausts, or whole burnt offerings, in which the whole victim was consumed by fire upon God's altar, and no part was reserved for the use of priest or people. And the Lord smelled a sweet savour, and said, I will no more curse the earth for the sake of man, for the imagination and thought of man's heart are prone to evil from his youth, therefore I will no more destroy every living soul as I have done. Smelled, etc. A figurative expression, denoting that God was well pleased with the sacrifices which his servant offered. All the days of the earth, seedtime and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, night and day, shall not cease. Genesis chapter 9. God besaith Noah, forbiddeth blood, and promiseth never more to destroy the world by water. The blessing of Sem and Japheth. And God blessed Noah and his sons. And he said to them, Increase, and multiply, and fill the earth. And let the fear and dread of you be upon all the beasts of the earth, and upon all the fowls of the air, and all that move upon the earth, all the fishes of the sea are delivered into your hand. And everything that moveth, and liveth shall be meat for you, even as the green herbs have I delivered them all to you. Saving that flesh with blood you shall not eat. For I will require the blood of your lives at the hand of every beast, and at the hand of man, at the hand of every man, and of his brother, will I require the life of man. Whosoever shall shed man's blood, his blood shall be shed, for man was made to the image of God. But increase you and multiply, and go upon the earth and fill it. Thus also said God to Noah, and to his sons with him. Behold, I will establish my covenant with you, and with your seed after you. And with every living soul that is with you, as well in all birds, as in cattle and beasts of the earth, that are come forth out of the ark, and in all the beasts of the earth. I will establish my covenant with you, and all flesh shall be no more destroyed with the waters of a flood, neither shall there be from henceforth a flood to waste the earth. And God said, This is the sign of the covenant which I give between me and you, and to every living soul that is with you, for perpetual generations. I will set my bow in the clouds, and it shall be the sign of a covenant between me and between the earth. And when I shall cover the sky with clouds, my bow shall appear in the clouds. And I will remember my covenant with you, and with every living soul that beareth flesh, and there shall no more be waters of a flood to destroy all flesh. And the bow shall be in the clouds, and I shall see it, and shall remember the everlasting covenant, that was made between God and every living soul of all flesh which is upon the earth. And God said to Noah, This shall be the sign of the covenant, which I have established, between me and all flesh upon the earth. And the sons of Noah, who came out of the ark, were Sem, Cham, and Japheth, and Cham is the father of Shinon. These three are the sons of Noah, and from these was all mankind spread over the whole earth. And Noah husbandman began to till the ground, and planted a vineyard. And drinking of the wine was made drunk, and was uncovered in his tent. Drunk. Noah by the judgment of the fathers was not guilty of sin, in being overcome by wine, because he knew not the strength of it. Which when Cham the father of Shinon had seen, to wit, that his father's nakedness was uncovered, he told it to his two brethren without. But Sem and Japheth put a cloak upon their shoulders, and going backward, covered the nakedness of their father, and their faces were turned away, and they saw not their father's nakedness. Covered the nakedness. Thus, as St. Gregory takes notice L. 35, moral. C. 22, we ought to cover the nakedness, that is, the sins, of our spiritual parents and superiors. And Noah awaking from the wine, when he had learned what his younger son had done to him, he said, Cursed be Shinon, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren. Cursed be Shinon. The curses, as well as the blessings, of the patriarchs, were prophetical, and this in particular is here recorded by Moses, for the children of Israel, who were to possess the land of Shinon. But why should Shinon be cursed for his father's faults? The Hebrews answer, that he being then a boy, was the first that saw his grandfather's nakedness, and told his father Cham of it. And joined with him in laughing at it, which drew upon him, rather than upon the rest of the children of Cham, this prophetical curse. And he said, Blessed be the Lord God of Sem, be Shinon his servant. May God enlarge Japheth, and may he dwell in the tents of Sem, and Shinon be his servant. And Noah lived after the flood 350 years. And all his days were in the whole 950 years, and he died. Genesis chapter 10. The genealogy of the children of Noah, by whom the world was peopled after the flood. These are the generations of the sons of Noah, Sem, Cham, and Japheth, and unto them sons were born after the flood. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, and Magog, and Madai, and Javan, and Thubal, and Mozak, and Theras. And the sons of Gomer, Asenez and Riphath and Thagorma. And the sons of Javan, Elisa and Tharsis, Sethim and Dodanim. By these were divided the islands of the Gentiles in their lands, every one according to his tongue and their families in their nations. The islands. So the Hebrews called all the remote countries, to which they went by ships from Judea, to Greece, Italy, Spain, etc. And the sons of Cham, Chus, and Mesram, and Phuth, and Shinon. And the sons of Chus, Saba, and Hevelah, and Sabatha, and Regma, and Sabatacha. The sons of Regma, Saba, and Dadan. Now Chus begot Nimrod, he began to be mighty on the earth. And he was a stout hunter before the Lord. Hence came a proverb, even as Nimrod the stout hunter before the Lord. A stout hunter. Not of beasts but of men, whom by violence and tyranny he brought under his dominion. And such he was, not only in the opinion of men, but before the Lord, that is, in his sight who cannot be deceived. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babylon, and Iraq, and Akkad, and Shalan in the land of Senir. Out of that land came forth Assur, and built Nineveh, and the streets of the city, and Chail. Rezin also between Nineveh and Chail, this is the great city. And Mesraim begot Ludim, and Anamim and Laabim, Nephthuim. And Phatrusim, and Chasluim. Of whom came forth the Philistines, and the Capthorim. And Shinon begot Sidon his firstborn, the Hethite. And the Jebusite, and the Amorite, and the Jerchsite. The Hevite and Erosite, the Sinite. And the Aradian, the Samorite, and the Hamathite, and afterwards the families of the Shannonites were spread abroad. And the limits of Shinon were from Sidon as one comes to Gerara even to Gaza, until thou enter Sodom and Gomorrah, and Adama, and Seboim even to Lisa. These are the children of Cham in their kindreds and tongues, and generations, and lands, and nations. Of Sem also the father of all the children of Heber, the elder brother of Japheth, sons were born. The sons of Sem, Elam and Assur, and Arphaxad, and Lud, and Aram. The sons of Aram, Us, and Hul, and Gether, and Mes. But Arphaxad begot Sael, of whom was born Heber. And to Heber were born two sons, the name of the one was Phaleg, because in his days was the earth divided, and his brother's name Jecton. Which Jecton begot Elmodad, and Saleph, and Asarmath, Jair. And Aduram, and Uzal, and Dekla. And Ebal, and Abimael, Saba. And Ophir, and Hevelah, and Jobab. All these were the sons of Jecton. And their dwelling was from Mesa as we go on as far as Sephar, a mountain in the east. These are the children of Sem according to their kindreds and tongues, and countries in their nations. These are the families of Noah, according to their people and nations. By these were the nations divided on the earth after the flood. Genesis chapter 11. The Tower of Babel. The confusion of tongues. The genealogy of Sem down to Abram. And the earth was of one tongue, and of the same speech. And when they removed from the east, they found a plain in the land of Senir, and dwelt in it. And each one said to his neighbor, Come let us make brick, and bake them with fire. And they had brick instead of stones, and slime instead of mortar. And they said, Come, let us make a city and a tower, the top whereof may reach to heaven, and let us make our name famous before we be scattered abroad into all lands. And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower, which the children of Adam were building. And he said, Behold, it is one people, and all have one tongue, and they have begun to do this, neither will they leave off from their designs, till they accomplish them indeed. Come ye, therefore, let us go down, and there confound their tongue, that they may not understand one another's speech. And so the Lord scattered them from that place into all lands, and they ceased to build the city. And therefore the name thereof was called Babel, because there the language of the whole earth was confounded, and from thence the Lord scattered them abroad upon the face of all countries. Babel. That is, confusion. These are the generations of Sem. Sem was 100 years old when he begot Arphaxad, 2 years after the flood. And Sem lived after he begot Arphaxad, 500 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Arphaxad lived 35 years, and begot Sael. And Arphaxad lived after he begot Sael, 303 years, and begot sons and daughters. Sael also lived 30 years, and begot Heber. And Sael lived after he begot Heber, 403 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Heber lived 34 years, and begot Phaleg. And Heber lived after he begot Phaleg, 430 years, and begot sons and daughters. Phaleg also lived 30 years, and begot Ru. And Phaleg lived after he begot Ru, 209 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Ru lived 32 years, and begot Serug. And Ru lived after he begot Serug, 207 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Serug lived 30 years, and begot Nachor. And Serug lived after he begot Nachor, 200 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Nachor lived 29 years, and begot Thair. And Nachor lived after he begot Thair, 119 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Thair lived 70 years, and begot Abram, and Nachor, and Aaron. And these are the generations of Thair. Thair begot Abram, Nachor, and Aaron. And Aaron begot Lot. And Aaron died before Thair his father, in the land of his nativity in Ur of the Chaldees. And Abram and Nachor married wives. The name of Abram's wife was Sarai, and the name of Nachor's wife, Melchah, the daughter of Aaron, father of Melchah and father of Jeshka. And Sarai was barren, and had no children. And Thair took Abram his son, and Lot the son of Aaron, his son's son, and Sarai his daughter-in-law, the wife of Abram his son, and brought them out of Ur of the Chaldees, to go into the land of Shinar, and they came as far as Haran. And dwelt there. And the days of Thair were 205 years, and he died in Haran. Genesis chapter 12. The call of Abram, and the promise made to him. He sojourneth in Shinar, and then by occasion of a famine, goeth down to Egypt. And the Lord said to Abram, Go forth out of thy country, and from thy kindred, and out of thy father's house, and come into the land which I shall shew thee. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee, and magnify thy name, and thou shalt be blessed. I will bless them that bless thee, and curse them that curse thee, and in shall all the kindreds of the earth be blessed. So Abram went out as the Lord had commanded him, and Lot went with him. Abram was 75 years old when he went forth from Haran. And he took Sarai his wife, and Lot his brother's son, and all the substance which they had gathered, and the souls which they had gotten in Haran, and they went out to go into the land of Shinar. And when they were come into it, Abram passed through the country unto the place of Sichem, as far as the noble vale. Now the Shannonite was at that time in the land. And the Lord appeared to Abram, and said to him, To thy seed will I give this land. And he built there an altar to the Lord, who had appeared to him. And passing on from thence to a mountain, that was on the east side of Bethel, he there pitched his tent, having Bethel on the west, and Hai on the east. He built there also an altar to the Lord, and called upon his name. And Abram went forward, going and proceeding on to the south. And there came a famine in the country, and Abram went down into Egypt, to sojourn there, for the famine was very grievous in the land. And when he was near to enter into Egypt, he said to Sarai his wife, I know that thou art a beautiful woman. And that when the Egyptians shall see thee, they will say, She is his wife, and they will kill me, and keep thee. Say, therefore, I pray thee, that thou art my sister, that I may be well used for thee, and that my soul may live for thy sake. My sister. This was no lie. Because she was his niece, being daughter to his brother Aaron, and therefore, in the style of the Hebrews, she might truly be called his sister, as Lot is called Abram's brother, Gen 14.14. See Gen 20.12. And when Abram was come into Egypt, the Egyptians saw the woman that she was very beautiful. And the princes told Pharaoh, and praised her before him, and the woman was taken into the house of Pharaoh. And they used Abram well for her sake. And he had sheep and oxen and he asses, and men servants, and maid servants, and she asses, and camels. But the Lord scourged Pharaoh and his house with most grievous stripes for Sarai, Abram's wife. And Pharaoh called Abram, and said to him, What is this that thou hast done to me? Why didst thou not tell me that she was thy wife? For what cause didst thou say, She was thy sister, that I might take her to my wife? Now therefore there is thy wife, take her, and go thy way. And Pharaoh gave his men orders concerning Abram, and they led him away and his wife, and all that he had. Genesis chapter 13. Abram and Lot part from each other. God's promise to Abram. And Abram went up out of Egypt, he and his wife, and all that he had, and Lot with him into the south. And he was very rich in possession of gold and silver. And he returned by the way, that he came, from the south to Bethel, to the place where before he had pitched his tent between Bethel and Hai. In the place of the altar which he had made before, and there he called upon the name of the Lord. But Lot also, who was with Abram, had flocks of sheep, and herds of beasts, and tents. Neither was the land able to bear them, that they might dwell together, for their substance was great, and they could not dwell together. Whereupon also there arose a strife between the herdsmen of Abram and of Lot. And at that time the Shannonite and the Pharezite dwelled in that country. Abram therefore said to Lot, Let there be no quarrel, I beseech thee, between me and thee, and between my herdsmen and thy herdsmen, for we are brethren. Behold, the whole land is before thee, depart from me, I pray thee. If thou wilt go to the left hand, I will take the right, if thou choose the right hand, I will pass to the left. And Lot lifting up his eyes, saw all the country about the Jordan, which was watered throughout, before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, as the paradise of the Lord, and like Egypt as one comes to Seir. And Lot chose to himself the country about the Jordan, and he departed from the east, and they were separated one brother from the other. Abram dwelt in the land of Shinar, and Lot abode in the towns, that were about the Jordan, and dwelt in Sodom. And the men of Sodom were very wicked, and sinners before the face of the Lord beyond measure. And the Lord said to Abram, after Lot was separated from him, Lift up thy eyes, and look from the place wherein thou now art, to the north and to the south, to the east and to the west. All the land which thou sayest, I will give to thee, and to thy seed forever. And I will make thy seed as the dust of the earth. If any man be able to number the dust of the earth, he shall be able to number thy seed also. Arise and walk through the land in the length, and the breadth thereof, for I will give it to thee. So Abram removing his tent, came, and dwelt by the vale of Mamre, which is in Hebron, and he built there an altar to the Lord. Genesis chapter 14. The expedition of the 4 kings, the victory of Abram, he is blessed by Melchizedek. And it came to pass at that time, that Amraphel, king of Senir, and Arioch, king of Pontus, and Chedorlaomer, king of the Elamites, and the Dow, king of nations, made war against Bara, king of Sodom, and against Bursa, king of Gomorrah, and against Seneb, king of Adama, and against Semeber, king of Seboim, and against the king of Bala, which is Seir. All these came together into the woodland vale, which now is the Salt Sea. For they had served Chedorlaomer 12 years, and in the 13th year they revolted from him. And in the 14th year came Chedorlaomer, and the kings that were with him, and they smote the Raphaim in Astaroth Karnaim, and the Zuzim with them, and the Emim in Save of Kiriathaim. And the Koreans in the mountains of Seir, even to the plains of Pharan, which is in the wilderness. And they returned, and came to the fountain of Misphat, the same as Cades, and they smote all the country of the Amalekites, and the Amorrhean that dwelt in Asasanthamar. And the king of Sodom, and the king of Gomorrah, and the king of Adamah, and the king of Seboim, and the king of Bala, which is Sejer, went out, and they set themselves against them in battle array, in the woodland vale. To wit, against Chedorlaomer king of the Elamites, and the Dal king of nations, and Amraphel king of Senir, and Arioch king of Pontus, 4 kings against 5. Now the woodland vale had many pits of slime. And the king of Sodom, and the king of Gomorrah turned their backs, and were overthrown there, and they that remained, fled to the mountain of slime, Bitumenes. This was a kind of pitch, which served for mortar in the building of Babel, Gen 11.3, and was used by Noah in pitching the ark. And they took all the substance of the Sodomites, and Gomorrites, and all their victuals, and went their way. And Lot also, the son of Abram's brother, who dwelt in Sodom, and his substance. And behold, one, that had escaped, told Abram the Hebrew, who dwelt in the vale of Mamre the Amorite, the brother of Eshcol, and the brother of Aner, for these had made a league with Abram. Which when Abram had heard, to wit, that his brother Lot was taken, he numbered of the servants born in his house, 318, well appointed, and pursued them to Dan. And dividing his company, he rushed upon them in the night, and defeated them, and pursued them as far as Hobah, which is on the left hand of Damascus. And he brought back all the substance, and Lot his brother, with his substance, the women also, and the people. And the king of Sodom went out to meet him, after he returned from the slaughter of Chedorlaomer, and of the kings that were with him in the vale of Save, which is the king's vale. But Melchizedek, the king of Salem, bringing forth bread and wine, for he was the priest of the Most High God, blessed him, and said, Blessed be Abram by the Most High God, who created heaven and earth. And blessed be the Most High God, by whose protection, the enemies are in thy hands. And he gave him the tithes of all. And the king of Sodom said to Abram, Give me the persons, and the rest take to thyself. And he answered him, I lift up my hand to the Lord God the Most High, the possessor of heaven and earth, that from the very woof thread unto the shoe latchet, I will not take of any things that are thine, lest thou say, I have enriched Abram. Except such things as the young men have eaten, and the shares of the men that came with me, Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre, these shall take their shares. Genesis chapter 15. God promiseth seed to Abram. His faith, sacrifice and vision. Now when these things were done, the word of the Lord came to Abram by a vision, saying, Fear not, Abram, I am thy protector, and thy reward exceeding great. And Abram said, Lord God, what wilt thou give me? I shall go without children, and the son of the steward of my house is this Damascus Eliezer. And Abram added, But to me thou hast not given seed, and lo my servant born in my house, shall be my heir. And immediately the word of the Lord came to him, saying, He shall not be thy heir, but he that shall come out of thy bowels, him shalt thou have for thy heir. And he brought him forth abroad, and said to him, Look up to heaven and number the stars if thou canst. And he said to him, So shall thy seed be. Abram believed God, and it was reputed to him unto justice. And he said to him, I am the Lord who brought thee out from Ur of the Chaldees, to give thee this land, and that thou mightest possess it. But he said, Lord God, whereby may I know that I shall possess it? And the Lord answered, and said, Take me a cow of 3 years old, and a she-goat of 3 years and a ram of 3 years, a turtle also, and a pigeon. And he took all these, and divided them in the midst, and laid the 2 pieces of each one against the other, but the birds he divided not. And the fowls came down upon the carcasses, and Abram drove them away. And when the sun was setting, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and a great and darksome horror seized upon him. And it was said unto him, Know thou beforehand that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land not their own, and they shall bring them under bondage, and afflict them 400 years. But I will judge the nation which they shall serve, and after this they shall come out with great substance. And thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace, and be buried in a good old age. But in the 4th generation they shall return hither, for as yet the iniquities of the Amorites are not at the full until this present time. And when the sun was set, there arose a dark mist, and there appeared a smoking furnace, and a lamp of fire passing between those divisions. That day God made a covenant with Abram, saying, To thy seed will I give this land, from the river to Egypt even to the great river Euphrates. The Sinians, and Senezzites, the Sedmonites, and the Hittites, and the Pharizzites, the Raphaim also, and the Amorites, and the Shannonites, and the Girgashites, and the Jebusites. Genesis chapter 16. Abram marrieth Agar, who bringeth forth Ishmael. Now Sarai, the wife of Abram, had brought forth no children, but having a handmaid, an Egyptian, named Agar. She said to her husband, Behold, the Lord hath restrained me from bearing, go in unto my handmaid. It may be I may have children of her at least. And when he agreed to her request, she took Agar the Egyptian her handmaid, 10 years after they first dwelt in the land of Shinar, and gave her to her husband to wife. To wife. Plurality of wives, though contrary to the primitive institution of marriage, Gen 2.24, was by divine dispensation allowed to the patriarchs, which allowance seems to have continued during the time of the law of Moses. But Christ our Lord reduced marriage to its primitive institution. Matt 19. And he went in to her. But she perceiving that she was with child, despised her mistress. And Sarai said to Abram, Thou dost unjustly with me, I gave my handmaid into thy bosom, and she perceiving herself to be with child, despiseth me. The Lord judge between me and thee. And Abram made answer, and said to her, Behold thy handmaid is in thy own hand, use her as it pleaseth thee. And when Sarai afflicted her, she ran away. And the angel of the Lord having found her, by a fountain of water in the wilderness, which is in the way to Sur in the desert, he said to her, Agar, handmaid of Sarai, whence comest thou? And whither goest thou? And she answered, I flee from the face of Sarai, my mistress. And the angel of the Lord said to her, Return to thy mistress, and humble thyself under her hand. And again he said, I will multiply thy seed exceedingly, and it shall not be numbered for multitude. And again, Behold, said he, Thou art with child, and thou shalt bring forth a son, and thou shalt call his name Ishmael, because the Lord hath heard thy affliction. He shall be a wild man, his hand will be against all men, and all men's hands against him, and he shall pitch his tents over against all his brethren. And she called the name of the Lord that spoke unto her, Thou the God who hast seen me. For she said, Verily, here have I seen the hinder parts of him that seeth me. Therefore she called that well, the well of him that liveth and seeth me. The same is between Cades and Bered. And Agar brought forth a son to Abram, who called his name Ishmael. Abram was 86 years old when Agar brought him forth Ishmael. Genesis chapter 17. The covenant of circumcision. And after he began to be 99 years old, the Lord appeared to him, and said unto him, I am the Almighty God, walk before me, and be perfect. And I will make my covenant between me and thee, and I will multiply thee exceedingly. Abram fell flat on his face. And God said to him, I am, and my covenant is with thee, and thou shalt be a father of many nations. Neither shall thy name be called any more Abram, but thou shalt be called Abraham, because I have made thee a father of many nations. Abram, in the Hebrew, signifies a high father, but Abraham, the father of the multitude. Sarai signifies my lady, but Sarah absolutely lady. And I will make thee increase exceedingly, and I will make nations of thee, and kings shall come out of thee. And I will establish my covenant between me and thee, and between thy seed after thee in their generations, by a perpetual covenant, to be a God to thee, and to thy seed after thee. And I will give to thee, and to thy seed, the land of thy sojournment, all the land of Shinar, for a perpetual possession, and I will be their God. Again God said to Abraham, And thou therefore shalt keep my covenant, and thy seed after thee in their generations. This is my covenant which you shall observe between me and you, and thy seed after thee, all the male kind of you shall be circumcised. And you shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, that it may be for a sign of the covenant between me and you. An infant of 8 days old shall be circumcised among you, every man-child in your generations, he that is born in the house, as well as the bought servant, shall be circumcised. And whosoever is not of your stock. And my covenant shall be in your flesh for a perpetual covenant. The male whose flesh of his foreskin shall not be circumcised, that soul shall be destroyed out of his people, because he hath broken my covenant. God said also to Abraham, Sarai thy wife thou shalt not call Sarai, but Sarah. And I will bless her, and of her I will give thee a son, whom I will bless, and he shall become nations, and kings of people shall spring from him. Abraham fell upon his face, and laughed, saying in his heart, Shall a son, thinkest thou, be born to him that is 100 years old? And shall Sarah that is 90 years old bring forth? And he said to God, Oh that Ishmael may live before thee. And God said to Abraham, Sarah thy wife shall bear thee a son, and thou shalt call his name Isaac, and I will establish my covenant with him for a perpetual covenant, and with his seed after him. And as for Ishmael I have also heard thee. Behold, I will bless him, and increase, and multiply him exceedingly, he shall beget 12 chiefs, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant I will establish with Isaac, whom Sarah shall bring forth to thee at this time in the next year. And when he had left off speaking with him, God went up from Abraham. And Abraham took Ishmael his son, and all that were born in his house, and all whom he had bought, every male among the men of his house, and he circumcised the flesh of their foreskin forthwith the very same day, as God had commanded him. Abraham was 99 years old, when he circumcised the flesh of his foreskin. And Ishmael his son was full 13 years old at the time of his circumcision. The selfsame day was Abraham circumcised and Ishmael his son. And all the men of his house, as well they that were born in his house, as the bought servants and strangers, were circumcised with him. Genesis chapter 18. Angels are entertained by Abraham. They foretell the birth of Isaac. Abraham's prayer for the men of Sodom. And the Lord appeared to him in the vale of Mamre as he was sitting at the door of his tent, in the very heat of the day. And when he had lifted up his eyes, there appeared to him 3 men standing near to him, and as soon as he saw them, he ran to meet them from the door of his tent, and adored down to the ground. And he said, Lord, if I have found favor in thy sight, pass not away from thy servant. But I will fetch a little water, and wash ye your feet, and rest ye under the tree. And I will set a morsel of bread, and strengthen ye your heart, afterwards you shall pass on, for therefore are you come aside to your servant. And they said, Do as thou hast spoken. Abraham made haste into the tent to Sarah, and said to her, Make haste, temper together 3 measures of flour, and make cakes upon the hearth. And he himself ran to the herd, and took from thence a calf, very tender and very good, and gave it to a young man, who made haste and boiled it. He took also butter and milk, and the calf which he had boiled, and set before them, but he stood by them under the tree. And when they had eaten, they said to him, Where is Sarah thy wife? He answered, Lo, she is in the tent. And he said to him, I will return and come to thee at this time, life accompanying, and Sarah, thy wife, shall have a son. Which when Sarah heard, she laughed behind the door of the tent. Now they were both old, and far advanced in years, and it had ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women. And she laughed secretly, saying, After I am grown old, and my Lord is an old man, shall I give myself to pleasure? And the Lord said to Abraham, Why did Sarah laugh, saying, Shall I, who am an old woman, bear a child indeed? Is there anything hard to God? According to appointment I will return to thee at this same time, life accompanying, and Sarah shall have a son. Sarah denied, saying, I did not laugh, for she was afraid. But the Lord said, Nay, but thou didst laugh. And when the men rose up from thence, they turned their eyes toward Sodom, and Abraham walked with them, bringing them on the way. And the Lord said, can I hide from Abraham what I am about to do? Seeing he shall become a great and mighty nation, and in him all the nations of the earth shall be blessed. For I know that he will command his children, and his household after him, to keep the way of the Lord, and do judgment and justice, that for Abraham's sake, the Lord may bring to effect all the things he hath spoken unto him. And the Lord said, The cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is multiplied, and their sin is become exceedingly grievous. I will go down and see whether they have done according to the cry that is come to me, or whether it be not so, that I may know. I will go down, etc. The Lord here accommodates his discourse to the way of speaking and acting amongst men, for he knoweth all things, and needeth not to go anywhere for information. Note here, that 2 of the 3 angels went away immediately for Sodom, whilst the third, who represented the Lord, remained with Abraham. And they turned themselves from thence, and went their way to Sodom, but Abraham as yet stood before the Lord. And drawing nigh, he said, Wilt thou destroy the just with the wicked? If there be 50 just men in the city, shall they perish withal? And wilt thou not spare that place for the sake of the 50 just, if they be therein? Far be it from thee to do this thing, and to slay the just with the wicked, and for the just to be in like case as the wicked. This is not beseeming thee, thou who judgest all the earth, wilt not make this judgment. And the Lord said to him, If I find in Sodom 50 just within the city, I will spare the whole place for their sake. And Abraham answered, and said, Seeing I have once begun, I will speak to my Lord, whereas I am dust and ashes. What if there be 5 less than 50 just persons? Wilt thou for 45 destroy the whole city? And he said, I will not destroy it, if I find 45. And again he said to him, But if 40 be found there, what wilt thou do? He said, I will not destroy it for the sake of 40. Lord, saith he, be not angry, I beseech thee, if I speak, what if 30 shall be found there? He answered, I will not do it, if I find 30 there. Seeing, saith he, I have once begun, I will speak to my Lord, what if 20 be found there? He said, I will not destroy it for the sake of 20. I beseech thee, saith he, be not angry, Lord, if I speak yet once more, what if 10 shall be found there? And he said, I will not destroy it for the sake of 10. And the Lord departed, after he had left speaking to Abraham, and Abraham returned to his place. Genesis chapter 19. Lot, entertaining angels in his house, is delivered from Sodom, which is destroyed, his wife for looking back is turned into a statue of salt. And the 2 angels came to Sodom in the evening, and Lot was sitting in the gate of the city. And seeing them, he rose up and went to meet them, and worshipped prostrate to the ground. And said, I beseech you, my lords, turn into the house of your servant, and lodge there, wash your feet, and in the morning you shall go on your way. And they said, No, but we will abide in the street. He pressed them very much to turn in unto him, and when they were come into his house, he made them a feast, and baked unleavened bread, and they ate. But before they went to bed, the men of the city beset the house, both young and old. All the people together. And they called Lot, and said to him, Where are the men that came in to thee at night? Bring them out hither, that we may know them. Lot went out to them, and shut the door after him, and said, Do not so, I beseech you, my brethren, do not commit this evil. I have 2 daughters who, as yet, have not known man. I will bring them out to you, and abuse you them as it shall please you, so that you do no evil to these men, because they are come in under the shadow of my roof. But they said, Get thee back thither. And again, Thou camest in, said they, as a stranger, was it to be a judge? Therefore we will afflict thee more than them. And they pressed very violently upon Lot, and they were even at the point of breaking open the doors. And behold, the men put out their hand, and drew in Lot unto them, and shut the door. And them, that were without, they struck with blindness from the least to the greatest, so that they could not find the door. And they said to Lot, Hast thou here any of thine son-in-law, or sons, or daughters, all that are thine, bring them out of this city. For we will destroy this place, because their cry is grown loud before the Lord, who hath sent us to destroy them. So Lot went out, and spoke to his sons-in-law that were to have his daughters, and said, Arise, get you out of this place, because the Lord will destroy this city. And he seemed to them to speak as it were in jest. And when it was morning, the angels pressed him, saying, Arise, take thy wife, and the 2 daughters that thou hast, lest thou also perish in the wickedness of the city. And as he lingered, they took his hand, and the hand of his wife, and of his 2 daughters, because the Lord spared him. And they brought him forth, and set him without the city, and there they spoke to him, saying, Save thy life, look not back, neither stay thou in all the country about, but save thyself in the mountain, lest thou be also consumed. And Lot said to them, I beseech thee, my Lord, because thy servant hath found grace before thee, and thou hast magnified thy mercy, which thou hast shown to me, in saving my life, and I cannot escape to the mountain, lest some evil seize me, and I die. There is this city here at hand, to which I may flee, it is a little one, and I shall be saved in it, is it not a little one, and my soul shall live? And he said to him, Behold also in this, I have heard thy prayers, not to destroy the city for which thou hast spoken. Make haste, and be saved there, because I cannot do anything till thou go in thither. Therefore the name of that city was called Seger. Seger. That is, a little one. The sun was risen upon the earth, and Lot entered into Seger. And the Lord rained upon Sodom and Gomorrah brimstone and fire from the Lord out of heaven. And he destroyed these cities, and all the country about, all the inhabitants of the cities, and all things that spring from the earth. And his wife looking behind her, was turned into a statue of salt. And his wife, as a standing memorial to the servants of God to proceed in virtue, and not to look back to vice or its allurements. And Abraham got up early in the morning, and in the place where he had stood before with the Lord, he looked toward Sodom and Gomorrah, and the whole land of that country, and he saw the ashes rise up from the earth as the smoke of a furnace. Now when God destroyed the cities of that country, remembering Abraham, he delivered Lot out of the destruction of the cities wherein he had dwelt. And Lot went up out of Seger, and abode in the mountain, and his 2 daughters with him, for he was afraid to stay in Seger, and he dwelt in a cave, he and his 2 daughters with him. And the elder said to the younger, Our father is old, and there is no man left on the earth, to come in unto us after the manner of the whole earth. Come, let us make him drunk with wine, and let us lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father. And they made their father drink wine that night, and the elder went in, and lay with her father, but he perceived not, neither when his daughter lay down, nor when she rose up. And the next day the elder said to the younger, Behold, I lay last night with my father, let us make him drink wine also tonight, and thou shalt lie with him, that we may save seed of our father. They made their father drink wine that night also, and the younger daughter went in, and lay with him, and neither then did he perceive when she lay down, nor when she rose up. So the 2 daughters of Lot were with child by their father. And the elder bore a son, and she called his name Moab, he is the father of the Moabites unto this day. The younger also bore a son, and she called his name Ammon, that is, the son of my people, he is the father of the Ammonites unto this day. Genesis chapter 20. Abraham sojourned in Gerar, Sarah is taken into King Abimelech's house, but by God's commandment is restored untouched. Abraham removed from thence to the south country, and dwelt between Cades and Sur, and sojourned in Gerar. And he said of Sarah his wife, She is my sister. So Abimelech the king of Gerar sent, and took her. And God came to Abimelech in a dream by night, and he said to him, Lo, thou shalt die for the woman that thou hast taken, for she hath a husband. Now Abimelech had not touched her, and he said, Lord, wilt thou slay a nation that is ignorant and just? Did not he say to me, She is my sister, and she say, He is my brother? In the simplicity of my heart, and cleanness of my hands have I done this. And God said to him, And I know that thou didst it with a sincere heart, and therefore I withheld thee from sinning against me, and I suffered thee not to touch her. Now therefore restore the man his wife, for he is a prophet, and he shall pray for thee, and thou shalt live, but if thou wilt not restore her, know that thou shalt surely die, thou and all that are thine. And Abimelech forthwith rising up in the night, called all his servants, and spoke all these words in their hearing, and all the men were exceedingly afraid. And Abimelech called also for Abraham, and said to him, What hast thou done to us? What have we offended thee in, that thou hast brought upon me and upon my kingdom a great sin? Thou hast done to us what thou oughtest not to do. And again he expostulated with him, and said, What sawest thou, that thou hast done this? Abraham answered, I thought with myself, saying, Perhaps there is not the fear of God in this place, and they will kill me for the sake of my wife. Howbeit, otherwise also she is truly my sister, the daughter of my father. And not the daughter of my mother, and I took her to wife. And after God brought me out of my father's house, I said to her, Thou shalt do me this kindness, in every place, to which we shall come, thou shalt say that I am thy brother. And Abimelech took sheep and oxen, and servants and handmaids, and gave to Abraham, and restored to him Sarah his wife. And said, The land is before you, dwell wheresoever it shall please thee. And to Sarah he said, Behold, I have given thy brother 1,000 pieces of silver, this shall serve thee for a covering of thy eyes to all that are with thee, and whithersoever thou shalt go, and remember thou wast taken. And when Abraham prayed, God healed Abimelech and his wife, and his handmaids, and they bore children. For the Lord had closed up every womb of the house of Abimelech, on account of Sarah, Abraham's wife. Genesis chapter 21. Isaac is born. Agar and Ishmael are cast forth. And the Lord visited Sarah, as he had promised, and fulfilled what he had spoken. And she conceived and bore a son in her old age, at the time that God had foretold her. And Abraham called the name of his son, whom Sarah bore him, Isaac. Isaac. This word signifies laughter. And he circumcised him the 8th day, as God had commanded him. When he was 100 years old, for at this age of his father, was Isaac born. And Sarah said, God hath made a laughter for me, whosoever shall hear of it will laugh with me. And again she said, Who would believe that Abraham should hear that Sarah gave suck to a son, whom she bore to him in his old age? And the child grew, and was weaned, and Abraham made a great feast on the day of his weaning. And when Sarah had seen the son of Agar, the Egyptian, playing with Isaac, her son, she said to Abraham, Cast out this bondwoman and her son, for the son of the bondwoman shall not be heir with my son Isaac. Abraham took this grievously for his son. And God said to him, Let it not seem grievous to thee for the boy, and for thy bondwoman, in all that Sarah hath said to thee, hearken to her voice, for in Isaac shall thy seed be called. But I will make the son also of the bondwoman a great nation, because he is thy seed. So Abraham rose up in the morning, and taking bread and a bottle of water, put it upon her shoulder, and delivered the boy, and sent her away. And she departed, and wandered in the wilderness of Bersabee. And when the water in the bottle was spent, she cast the boy under one of the trees that were there. And she went her way, and sat over against him a great way off, as far as a bough can carry, for she said, I will not see the boy die, and sitting over against, she lifted up her voice and wept. And God heard the voice of the boy, and an angel of God called to Agar from heaven, saying, What art thou doing, Agar? Fear not, for God hath heard the voice of the boy, from the place wherein he is. Arise, take up the boy, and hold him by the hand, for I will make him a great nation. And God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water, and went and filled the bottle, and gave the boy to drink. And God was with him, and he grew, and dwelt in the wilderness, and became a young man, an archer. And he dwelt in the wilderness of Pharaoh, and his mother took a wife for him out of the land of Egypt. At the same time Abimelech, and Phicol the general of his army, said to Abraham, God is with thee in all that thou dost. Swear therefore by God, that thou wilt not hurt me, nor my posterity, nor my stock, but according to the kindness that I have done to thee, thou shalt do to me, and to the land wherein thou hast lived a stranger. And Abraham said, I will swear. And he reproved Abimelech for a well of water, which his servants had taken away by force. And Abimelech answered, I knew not who did this thing, and thou didst not tell me, and I heard not of it till today. Then Abraham took sheep and oxen, and gave them to Abimelech, and both of them made a league. And Abraham set apart 7 ewe lambs of the flock. And Abimelech said to him, What mean these 7 ewe lambs which thou hast set apart? But he said, Thou shalt take 7 ewe lambs at my hand, that they may be a testimony for me, that I dug this well. Therefore that place was called Bersabee, because there both of them did swear. Bersabee. That is, the well of oath. And they made a league for the well of oath. And Abimelech and Phicol, the general of his army, arose and returned to the land of the Palestines. But Abraham planted a grove in Bersabee, and there called upon the name of the Lord God Eternal. And he was a sojourner in the land of the Palestines many days. Genesis chapter 22. The faith and obedience of Abraham is proved in his readiness to sacrifice his son Isaac. He is stayed from the act by an angel. Former promises are renewed to him. His brother Nachor's issue. After these things, God tempted Abraham, and said to him, Abraham, Abraham. And he answered, Here I am. God tempted, etc. God tempteth no man to evil, James 1:13. But by trial and experiment maketh known to the world, and to ourselves, what we are, as here by this trial the singular faith and obedience of Abraham was made manifest. He said to him, Take thy only begotten son Isaac, whom thou lovest, and go into the land of vision, and there thou shalt offer him for an holocaust upon one of the mountains which I will shew thee. So Abraham rising up in the night, saddled his ass, and took with him 2 young men, and Isaac his son, and when he had cut wood for the holocaust, he went his way to the place which God had commanded him. And on the 3rd day, lifting up his eyes, he saw the place afar off. And he said to his young men, Stay you here with the ass. I and the boy will go with speed as far as yonder, and after we have worshipped, will return to you. And he took the wood for the holocaust, and laid it upon Isaac his son, and he himself carried in his hands fire and a sword. And as they two went on together, Isaac said to his father, My father. And he answered, What wilt thou, son? Behold, saith he, fire and wood, where is the victim for the holocaust? And Abraham said, God will provide himself a victim for an holocaust, my son. So they went on together. And they came to the place which God had shown him, where he built an altar, and laid the wood in order upon it, and when he had bound Isaac his son, he laid him on the altar upon the pile of wood. And he put forth his hand, and took the sword, to sacrifice his son. And behold, an angel of the Lord from heaven called to him, saying, Abraham, Abraham. And he answered, Here I am. And he said to him, Lay not thy hand upon the boy, neither do thou anything to him, now I know that thou fearest God, and hast not spared thy only begotten son for my sake. Abraham lifted up his eyes, and saw behind his back a ram, amongst the briars, sticking fast by the horns, which he took and offered for a holocaust instead of his son. And he called the name of that place, the Lord seeth. Whereupon, even to this day, it is said, In the mountain the Lord will see. And the angel of the Lord called to Abraham a second time from heaven, saying, By my own self have I sworn, saith the Lord, because thou hast done this thing, and hast not spared thy only begotten son for my sake. I will bless thee. And I will multiply thy seed as the stars of heaven, and as the sand that is by the sea shore. Thy seed shall possess the gates of their enemies. And in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because thou hast obeyed my voice. Abraham returned to his young men, and they went to Bersabee together, and he dwelt there. After these things, it was told Abraham, that Melchah also had borne children to Nachor his brother. Hus, the firstborn, and Buz, his brother, and Camuel the father of the Syrians. And Caste, and Azal, and Pheldaz, and Jedlaph. And Bethuel, of whom was born Rebekah, these 8 did Melchah bear to Nachor, Abraham's brother. And his concubine, named Roma, bore Tabi, and Gaham, and Tahaz, and Maachah. Genesis chapter 23. Sarah's death and burial in the field bought of Ephron. And Sarah lived 127 years. And she died in the city of Arbi, which is Hebron, in the land of Shinar, and Abraham came to mourn and weep for her. And after he rose up from the funeral obsequies, he spoke to the children of Het, saying, I am a stranger and sojourner among you, give me the right of a burying place with you, that I may bury my dead. The children of Het answered, saying, My lord, hear us, thou art a prince of God among us, bury thy dead in our principal sepulchres, and no man shall have power to hinder thee from burying thy dead in his sepulchre. Abraham rose up, and bowed down to the people of the land, to wit, the children of Het. Bowed down to the people. Adoravid, literally adored. But this word here, as well as in many other places in the Latin scriptures, is used to signify only an inferior honor and reverence paid to men, expressed by a bowing down of the body. And said to them, If it please your soul that I should bury my dead, hear me, and intercede for me to Ephron the son of Sair. That he may give me the double cave, which he hath in the end of his field, for as much money as it is worth he shall give it me before you, for a possession of a burying place. Now Ephron dwelt in the midst of the children of Het. And Ephron made answer to Abraham in the hearing of all that went in at the gate of the city, saying, Let it not be so, my lord, but do thou rather hearken to what I say, the field I deliver to thee, and the cave that is therein. In the presence of the children of my people, bury thy dead. Abraham bowed down before the people of the land. And he spoke to Ephron, in the presence of the people, I beseech thee to hear me, I will give money for the field. Take it, and so will I bury my dead in it. And Ephron answered, My lord, hear me. The ground which thou desirest, is worth 400 siklets of silver, this is the price between me and thee, but what is this? Bury thy dead. And when Abraham had heard this, he weighed out the money that Ephron had asked, in the hearing of the children of Het, 400 siklets of silver, of common current money. And the field that before was Ephron's, wherein was the double cave, looking towards Mamre, both it and the cave, and all the trees thereof, in all its limits round about, was made sure to Abraham for a possession. In the sight of the children of Het, and of all that went in at the gate of his city. And so Abraham buried Sarah, his wife, in the double cave of the field, that looked towards Mamre, this is Hebron in the land of Shinar. And the field was made sure to Abraham, and the cave that was in it, for a possession to bury in, by the children of Het. Genesis chapter 24. Abraham's servant, sent by him into Mesopotamia, bringeth from thence Rebekah, who is married to Isaac. Now Abraham was old, and advanced in age, and the Lord had blessed him in all things. And he said to the elder servant of his house, who was ruler over all he had, Put thy hand under my thigh. That I may make thee swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and earth, that thou take not a wife for my son. Of the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I dwell. But that thou go to my own country and kindred, and take a wife from thence for my son Isaac. The servant answered, If the woman will not come with me into this land, must I bring thy son back again to the place from whence thou camest out? And Abraham said, Beware thou never bring my son back again thither. The Lord God of heaven, who took me out of my father's house, and out of my native country, who spoke to me, and swore to me, saying, To thy seed will I give this land, he will send his angel before thee. And thou shalt take from thence a wife for my son. He will send his angel before thee. This shows that the Hebrews believed that God gave them guardian angels for their protection. But if the woman will not follow thee, thou shalt not be bound by the oath, only bring not my son back thither again. The servant, therefore, put his hand under the thigh of Abraham, his lord, and swore to him upon his word. And he took 10 camels of his master's herd, and departed, carrying something of all his goods with him, and he set forward and went on to Mesopotamia, to the city of Nachor. And when he had made the camels lie down without the town, near a well of water, in the evening, at the time when women are wont to come out to draw water, he said, O Lord, the God of my master, Abraham, meet me today, I beseech thee. and shew kindness to my master, Abraham. Behold, I stand nigh the spring of water, and the daughters of the inhabitants of this city will come out to draw water. Now, therefore, the maid to whom I shall say, Let down thy pitcher that I may drink, and she shall answer, Drink. And I will give thy camels drink also, let it be the same whom thou hast provided for thy servant Isaac, and by this, I shall understand that thou hast shown kindness to my master. He had not yet ended these words within himself, and behold Rebekah came out, the daughter of Bethuel, son of Melchah, wife to Nachor the brother of Abraham, having a pitcher on her shoulder. An exceeding comely maid, and a most beautiful virgin. And not known to man, and she went down to the spring, and filled her pitcher, and was coming back. And the servant ran to meet her, and said, Give me a little water to drink of thy pitcher. And she answered, Drink, my lord. And quickly she let down the pitcher upon her arm, and gave him drink. And when he had drunk, she said, I will draw water for thy camels also, till they all drink. And pouring out the pitcher into the troughs, she ran back to the well to draw water, and having drawn, she gave to all the camels. But he musing, beheld her with silence, desirous to know whether the Lord had made his journey prosperous or not. And after that the camels had drunk, the man took out golden earrings, weighing 2 siklahs. And as many bracelets, of 10 siklahs weight. And he said to her, Whose daughter art thou? Tell me, is there any place in thy father's house to lodge? And she answered, I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Melchah, whom she bore to Nachor. And she said, Moreover, to him, we have good store of both straw and hay, and a large place to lodge in. The man bowed himself down, and adored the Lord, saying, Blessed be the Lord God of my master Abraham, who hath not taken away his mercy and truth from my master, and hath brought me the straight way into the house of my master's brother. Then the maid ran, and told in her mother's house all that she had heard. And Rebekah had a brother, named Laban, who went out in haste to the man, to the well. And when he had seen the earrings and bracelets in his sister's hands, and had heard all that she related, saying, Thus and thus the man spoke to me, he came to the man who stood by the camels, and near to the spring of water. And said to him, Come in, thou blessed of the Lord. Why standest thou without? I have prepared the house, and a place for the camels. And he brought him into his lodging. And he unharnessed the camels, and gave straw and hay, and water to wash his feet, and the feet of the men that were come with him. And bread was set before him. But he said, I will not eat, till I tell my message. He answered him, Speak. And he said, I am the servant of Abraham. And the Lord hath blessed my master wonderfully, and he is become great, and he hath given him sheep and oxen, silver and gold, men servants and women servants, camels and asses. And Sarah, my master's wife, hath borne my master a son in her old age, and he hath given him all that he had. And my master made me swear, saying, Thou shalt not take a wife for my son of the Canaanites, in whose land I dwell. But thou shalt go to my father's house. And shalt take a wife of my own kindred for my son. But I answered my master, What if the woman will not come with me? The Lord, said he, in whose sight I walk, will send his angel with thee, and will direct thy way, and thou shalt take a wife for my son of my own kindred, and of my father's house. But thou shalt be clear from my curse, when thou shalt come to my kindred, if they will not give thee one. And I came today to the well of water, and said, O Lord God of my master, Abraham, if thou hast prospered my way, wherein I now walk. Behold, I stand by the well of water, and the virgin, that shall come out to draw water. Who shall hear me say, Give me a little water to drink of thy pitcher? And shall say to me, Both drink thou, and I will also draw for thy camels, let the same be the woman, whom the Lord hath prepared for my master's son. And whilst I pondered these things secretly with myself, Rebekah appeared, coming with a pitcher, which she carried on her shoulder, and she went down to the well and drew water. And I said to her, Give me a little to drink. And she speedily let down the pitcher from her shoulder, and said to me, Both drink thou, and to thy camels I will give drink. I drank, and she watered the camels. And I asked her, and said, Whose daughter art thou? And she answered, I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Nachor, whom Melchiah bore to him. So I put earrings on her to adorn her face, and I put bracelets on her hands. And falling down, I adored the Lord, blessing the Lord God of my master, Abraham, who hath brought me the straight way to take the daughter of my master's brother for his son. Wherefore, if you do according to mercy and truth with my master, tell me, but if it please you otherwise, tell me that also, that I may go to the right hand, or to the left. And Laban and Bethuel answered, The word hath proceeded from the Lord, we cannot speak any other thing to thee but his pleasure. Behold, Rebekah is before thee, take her and go thy way, and let her be the wife of thy master's son, as the Lord hath spoken. Which when Abraham's servant heard, falling down to the ground, he adored the Lord. And bringing forth vessels of silver and gold, and garments, he gave them to Rebekah, for a present. He offered gifts also to her brothers, and to her mother. And a banquet was made, and they ate and drank together, and lodged there. And in the morning, the servant arose, and said, Let me depart, that I may go to my master. And her brother and mother answered, Let the maid stay, at least, 10 days with us, and afterwards she shall depart. Stay me not, said he, because the Lord hath prospered my way, send me away, that I may go to my master. And they said, Let us call the maid, and ask her will. Let us call the maid, and ask her will. Not as to her marriage, as she had already consented, but of her quitting her parents and going to her husband. And they called her, and when she was come, they asked, Wilt thou go with this man? She said, I will go. So they sent her away, and her nurse, and Abraham's servant, and his company. Wishing prosperity to their sister, and saying, Thou art our sister, mayst thou increase to thousands of thousands, and may thy seed possess the gates of their enemies. So Rebekah and her maids, being set upon camels, followed the man, who with speed returned to his master. At the same time, Isaac was walking along the way to the well which is called of the living and the seeing, for he dwelt in the south country. And he was gone forth to meditate in the field. The day being now well spent, and when he had lifted up his eyes, he saw camels coming afar off. Rebekah also, when she saw Isaac, lighted off the camel, and said to the servant, Who is that man who cometh towards us along the field? And he said to her, That man is my master. But she quickly took her cloak, and covered herself. And the servant told Isaac all that he had done. Who brought her into the tent of Sarah his mother, and took her to wife, and he loved her so much, that it moderated the sorrow which was occasioned by his mother's death. Genesis chapter 25. Abraham's children by Keturah, his death and that of Ishmael. Isaac hath Esau and Jacob twins. Esau selleth his first birthright to Jacob. And Abraham married another wife named Keturah, who bore him Zamram, and Jekson, and Mudun, and Madian, and Jesbach, and Su. Jekson also begot Saba, and Dedan. The children of Dedan were Ashurim, and Letusim, and Lumim. But of Madian was born Ephah, and Ophir, and Hanok, and Abida, and Eldah, all these were the children of Keturah. And Abraham gave all his possessions to Isaac. And to the children of the concubines he gave gifts, and separated them from Isaac his son, while he yet lived, to the east country. Concubines. Agar and Keturah are here called concubines, though they were lawful wives, and in other places are so called, because they were of an inferior degree, and such in Scripture are usually called concubines. And the days of Abraham's life were 175 years. And decaying he died in a good old age, and having lived a long time, and being full of days, and was gathered to his people. And Isaac and Ishmael his sons buried him in the double cave, which was situated in the field of Ephron the son of Seir the Hethite, over against Mamre. Which he had bought of the children of Het, there was he buried, and Sarah his wife. And after his death, God blessed Isaac his son, who dwelt by the well named of the living in seeing. These are the generations of Ishmael the son of Abraham, whom Agar the Egyptian, Sarah's servant, bore unto him. And these are the names of his children according to their calling and generations. The firstborn of Ismael was Nabahoth, then Cedar, and Adbeel, and Mabsam. And Masma, and Duma, and Massa. Hadar, and Thema, and Jether, and Naphiz, and Sedma. These are the sons of Ismael, and these are their names by their castles and towns, 12 princes of their tribes. And the years of Ismael's life were 137, and decaying he died, and was gathered unto his people. And he dwelt from Havilah as far as Sur, which looketh towards Egypt, to them that go towards the Assyrians. He died in the presence of all his brethren. These also are the generations of Isaac the son of Abraham. Abraham begot Isaac, who when he was 40 years old, took to wife Rebekah the daughter of Bethuel the Syrian of Mesopotamia, sister to Laban. And Isaac besought the Lord for his wife, because she was barren, and he heard him, and made Rebekah to conceive. But the children struggled in her womb, and she said, If it were to be so with me, what need was there to conceive? And she went to consult the Lord. And he answering, said, 2 nations are in thy womb, and 2 peoples shall be divided out of thy womb, and 1 people shall overcome the other, and the elder shall serve the younger. And when her time was come to be delivered, behold twins were found in her womb. He that came forth first was red, and hairy like a skin, and his name was called Esau. Immediately the other coming forth, held his brother's foot in his hand, and therefore he was called Jacob. Isaac was 80 years old when the children were born unto him. And when they were grown up, Esau became a skillful hunter, and a husbandman, but Jacob, a plain man, dwelt in tents. Isaac loved Esau, because he ate of his hunting, and Rebekah loved Jacob. And Jacob boiled pottage, to whom Esau, coming faint out of the field, said, Give me of this red pottage, for I am exceeding faint. For which reason his name was called Edom. And Jacob said to him, Sell me thy first birthright. He answered, Lo, I die, what will the first birthright avail me? Jacob said, Swear therefore to me. Esau swore to him, and sold his first birthright. And so taking bread and the pottage of lentils, he ate, and drank, and went on his way, making little account of having sold his first birthright. Genesis chapter 26. Isaac sojourneth in Gerar, where God reneweth to him the promise made to Abraham. King Abimelech maketh league with him. And when a famine came in the land, after that barrenness which had happened in the days of Abraham, Isaac went to Abimelech, king of the Palestines, to Gerar. And the Lord appeared to him, and said, Go not down into Egypt, but stay in the land that I shall tell thee. And sojourn in it, and I will be with thee, and will bless thee, for to thee and to thy seed I will give all these countries, to fulfill the oath which I swore to Abraham thy father. And I will multiply thy seed like the stars of heaven, and I will give to thy posterity all these countries, and in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed. Because Abraham obeyed my voice, and kept my precepts and commandments, and observed my ceremonies and laws. So Isaac abode in Gerar. And when he was asked by the men of that place, concerning his wife, he answered, She is my sister, for he was afraid to confess that she was his wife, thinking lest perhaps they would kill him because of her beauty. And when very many days were past, and he abode there, Abimelech, king of the Palestines, looking out through a window, saw him playing with Rebekah, his wife. And calling for him, he said, It is evident she is thy wife, why didst thou feign her to be thy sister? He answered, I feared lest I should die for her sake. And Abimelech said, Why hast thou deceived us? Some man of the people might have lain with thy wife, and thou hadst brought upon us a great sin. And he commanded all the people, saying, He that shall touch this man's wife, shall surely be put to death. And Isaac sowed in that land, and he found that same year 100-fold, and the Lord blessed him. And the man was enriched, and he went on prospering and increasing, till he became exceeding great. And he had possessions of sheep and of herds, and a very great family. Wherefore the Palestines envying him, stopped up at that time all the wells, that the servants of his father, Abraham, had digged, filling them up with earth. Insomuch that Abimelech himself said to Isaac, depart from us. For thou art become much mightier than we. So he departed, and came to the torrent of Gerara, to dwell there. And he digged again other wells, which the servants of his father, Abraham, had digged, and which, after his death, the Philistines had of old stopped up, and he called them by the same names, by which his father before had called them. And they digged in the torrent, and found living water. Torrent. That is, a channel where sometimes a torrent or violent stream had run. But there also the herdsmen of Gerara strove against the herdsmen of Isaac, saying, It is our water. Wherefore he called the name of the well, on occasion of that which had happened, calumny. And they digged also another, and for that they quarrelled likewise, and he called the name of it, enmity. Going forward from thence, he digged another well, for which they contended not, therefore he called the name thereof, latitude, saying, Now hath the Lord given us room, and made us to increase upon the earth. Latitude. That is, wideness, or room. And he went up from that place to Bersabee, where the Lord appeared to him that same night, saying, I am the God of Abraham thy father, do not fear, for I am with thee, I will bless thee, and multiply thy seed for my servant Abraham's sake. And he built there an altar, and called upon the name of the Lord, and pitched his tent, and commanded his servants to dig a well. To which place when Abimelech, and Achazath his friend, and Phicol chief captain of his soldiers, came from Gerara. Isaac said to them, Why are ye come to me, a man whom you hate, and have thrust out from you? And they answered, We saw that the Lord is with thee, and therefore we said, Let there be an oath between us, and let us make a covenant. That thou do us no harm, as we on our part have touched nothing of thine, nor have done anything to hurt thee. But with peace have sent thee away, increased with the blessing of the Lord. And he made them a feast, and after they had eaten and drunk, arising in the morning, they swore one to another, and Isaac sent them away peaceably to their own home. And behold, the same day the servants of Isaac came, telling him of a well which they had digged, and saying, We have found water. Whereupon he called it Abundance, and the name of the city was called Bersabee, even to this day. And Esau being 40 years old, married wives, Judith, the daughter of Beeri, the Hethite, and Basemath, the daughter of Elon, of the same place. And they both offended the mind of Isaac and Rebekah. Genesis chapter 27. Jacob, by him mother's counsel, obtaineth his father's blessing instead of Esau. And by her is advised to fly to his uncle Laban. Now Isaac was old, and his eyes were dim, and he could not see, and he called Esau, his elder son, and said to him, My son. And he answered, Here I am. And his father said to him, Thou sayest that I am old, and know not the day of my death. Take thy arms, thy quiver, and bow, and go abroad, and when thou hast taken something by hunting, make me a savory meat thereof, as thou knowest I like, and bring it that I may eat, and my soul may bless thee, before I die. And when Rebekah had heard this, and he was gone into the field to fulfill his father's commandment, she said to her son Jacob, I heard thy father talking with Esau, thy brother, and saying to him, Bring me of thy hunting, and make me meats that I may eat, and bless thee in the sight of the Lord, before I die. Now therefore, my son, follow my counsel. And go thy way to the flock, bring me 2 kids of the best, that I may make of them meat for thy father, such as he gladly eateth. Which when thou hast brought in, and he hath eaten, he may bless thee before he die. And he answered her, Thou knowest that Esau, my brother, is a hairy man, and I am smooth. If my father should feel me, and perceive it, I fear lest he will think I would have mocked him, and I shall bring upon me a curse instead of a blessing. And his mother said to him, Upon me be this curse, my son, only hear thou my voice, and go, fetch me the things which I have said. He went, and brought, and gave them to his mother. She dressed meats, such as she knew his father liked. And she put on him very good garments of Esau, which she had at home with her. And the little skins of the kids she put about his hands, and covered the bare of his neck. And she gave him the savory meat, and delivered him bread that she had baked. Which when he had carried in, he said, My father. But he answered, I hear. Who art thou, my son? And Jacob said, I am Esau, thy firstborn. I have done as thou didst command me. Arise, sit and eat of my venison, that thy soul may bless me. I am Esau thy firstborn. Saint Augustine, L. Contramendatium, c. 10, treating at large upon this place, excuseth Jacob from a lie, because this whole passage was mysterious, as relating to the preference which was afterwards to be given to the Gentiles before the carnal Jews, which Jacob by prophetic light might understand. So far is certain, that the first birthright, both by divine election and by Esau's free cession belonged to Jacob, so that if there were any lie in the case, it could be no more than an officious and venial one. And Isaac said to his son, How couldst thou find it so quickly, my son? He answered, It was the will of God, that what I sought came quickly in my way. And Isaac said, Come hither, that I may feel thee, my son, and may prove whether thou be my son Esau, or no. He came near to his father, and when he had felt him, Isaac said, The voice indeed is the voice of Jacob, but the hands are the hands of Esau. And he knew him not, because his hairy hands made him like to the elder. Then blessing him, he said, Art thou my son Esau? He answered, I am. Then he said, Bring me the meats of thy hunting, my son, that my soul may bless thee. And when they were brought, and he had eaten, he offered him wine also, which after he had drunk, he said to him, Come near me, and give me a kiss, my son. He came near, and kissed him. And immediately as he smelled the fragrant smell of his garments, blessing him, he said, Behold, the smell of my son is as the smell of a plentiful field, which the Lord hath blessed. God give thee of the dew of heaven, and of the fatness of the earth, abundance of corn and wine. And let peoples serve thee, and tribes worship thee, be thou Lord of thy brethren, and let thy mother's children bow down before thee. Cursed be he that curseth thee, and let him that blesseth thee be filled with blessings. Isaac had scarce ended his words, when, Jacob being now gone out abroad, Esau came, and brought in to his father meats, made of what he had taken in hunting, saying, Arise, my father, and eat of thy son's venison, that thy soul may bless me. And Isaac said to him, Why? Who art thou? He answered, I am thy firstborn son, Esau. Isaac was struck with fear, and astonished exceedingly. And wondering beyond what can be believed, said, Who is he then that even now brought me venison that he had taken, and I ate of all before thou camest? And I have blessed him, and he shall be blessed. Esau having heard his father's words, roared out with a great cry, and, being in a consternation, said, Bless me also, my father. And he said, Thy brother came deceitfully and got thy blessing. But he said again, Rightly is his name called Jacob. For he hath supplanted me lo this second time, my birthright he took away before, and now this second time he hath stolen away my blessing. And again he said to his father, Hast thou not reserved me also a blessing? Jacob. That is, a supplanter. Isaac answered, I have appointed him thy lord, and have made all his brethren his servants, I have established him with corn and wine, and after this, what shall I do more for thee, my son? And Esau said to him, Hast thou only one blessing, father? I beseech thee bless me also. And when he wept with a loud cry, Isaac being moved, said to him, In the fat of the earth, and in the dew of heaven from above, shall thy blessing be. Thou shalt live by the sword, and shalt serve thy brother, and the time shall come, when thou shalt shake off and loose his yoke from thy neck. Esau therefore always hated Jacob, for the blessing wherewith his father had blessed him. And he said in his heart, The days will come of the mourning for my father, and I will kill my brother Jacob. These things were told to Rebekah, and she sent and called Jacob, her son, and said to him, Behold Esau, thy brother, threateneth to kill thee. Now therefore, my son, hear my voice, arise and flee to Laban, my brother, to Haran. And thou shalt dwell with him a few days, till the wrath of thy brother be assuaged, and his indignation cease. And he forget the things thou hast done to him, afterwards I will send, and bring thee from thence hither. Why shall I be deprived of both my sons in one day? And Rebekah said to Isaac, I am weary of my life, because of the daughters of hate. If Jacob take a wife of the stock of this land, I choose not to live. Genesis chapter 28. Jacob's journey to Mesopotamia, his vision and vow. And Isaac called Jacob, and blessed him, and charged him, saying, Take not a wife of the stock of Shinan. But go, and take a journey to Mesopotamia of Syria, to the house of Bethuel, thy mother's father. And take thee a wife thence of the daughters of Laban, thy uncle. And God Almighty bless thee, and make thee to increase and multiply thee, that thou mayst be a multitude of people. And give the blessings of Abraham to thee, and to thy seed after thee, that thou mayst possess the land of thy sojournment, which he promised to thy grandfather. And when Isaac had sent him away, he took his journey and went to Mesopotamia of Syria, to Laban, the son of Bethuel, the Syrian, brother to Rebekah, his mother. And Esau, seeing that his father had blessed Jacob, and had sent him into Mesopotamia of Syria, to marry a wife thence. And that after the blessing he had charged him, saying, Thou shalt not take a wife of the daughters of Shinan. And that Jacob, obeying his parents, was gone into Syria. Experiencing also that his father was not well pleased with the daughters of Shinan. He went to Ismael, and took to wife, besides them he had before, Mahaleth, the daughter of Ismael, Abraham's son, the sister of Nabahoth. But Jacob being departed from Bersabeh, went on to Haran. And when he was come to a certain place, and would rest in it after sunset, he took of the stones that lay there, and putting under his head, slept in the same place. And he saw in his sleep a ladder standing upon the earth, and the top thereof touching heaven, the angels also of God ascending and descending by it. And the Lord leaning upon the ladder saying to him, I am the Lord God of Abraham thy father, and the God of Isaac. The land, wherein thou sleepest, I will give to thee and to thy seed. And thy seed shall be as the dust of the earth, thou shalt spread abroad to the west, and to the east, and to the north, and to the south, and inthe and thy seed, all the tribes of the earth shall be blessed. And I will be thy keeper whithersoever thou goest, and will bring thee back into this land, neither will I leave thee, till I shall have accomplished all that I have said. And when Jacob awaked out of sleep, he said, Indeed the Lord is in this place, and I knew it not. And trembling, he said, How terrible is this place! This is no other but the house of God, and the gate of heaven. And Jacob arising in the morning, took the stone which he had laid under his head, and set it up for a tidal, pouring oil upon the top of it. And he called the name of the city Bethel, which before was called Luzah. Bethel. This name signifies the house of God. And he made a vow, saying, If God shall be with me, and shall keep me in the way, by which I walk, and shall give me bread to eat, and raiment to put on, and I shall return prosperously to my father's house, the Lord shall be my God. And this stone, which I have set up for a tidal, shall be called the house of God, and of all things that thou shalt give to me, I will offer tithes to thee. Genesis chapter 29. Jacob serveth Laban 7 years for Rachel, but is deceived with Leah, he afterwards marrieth Rachel. Leah bears him 4 sons. Then Jacob went on in his journey, and came into the east country. And he saw a well in the field, and 3 flocks of sheep lying by it, for the beasts were watered out of it, and the mouth thereof was closed with a great stone. And the custom was, when all the sheep were gathered together, to roll away the stone, and after the sheep were watered, to put it on the mouth of the well again. And he said to the shepherds, Brethren, whence are you? They answered, Of Haran. And he asked them, saying, Know you Laban, the son of Nachor? They said, We know him. He said, Is he in health? He is in health, say they, and behold, Rachel, his daughter, cometh with his flock. And Jacob said, There is yet much day remaining, neither is it time to bring the flocks into the folds again, first give the sheep drink, and so lead them back to feed. They answered, We cannot, till all the cattle be gathered together, and we remove the stone from the well's mouth, that we may water the flocks. They were yet speaking, and behold Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she fed the flock. And when Jacob saw her, and knew her to be his cousin german, and that they were the sheep of Laban, his uncle, he removed the stone wherewith the well was closed. And having watered the flock, he kissed her, and lifting up his voice wept. And he told her that he was her father's brother, and the son of Rebekah, but she went in haste and told her father. Who, when he heard that Jacob his sister's son was come, ran forth to meet him, and embracing him, and heartily kissing him, brought him into his house. And when he had heard the causes of his journey, he answered, Thou art my bone and my flesh. And after the days of 1 month were expired, he said to him, Because thou art my brother, shalt thou serve me without wages? Tell me what wages thou wilt have. Now he had 2 daughters, the name of the elder was Leah. And the younger was called Rachel. But Leah was blear-eyed, Rachel was well-favored, and of a beautiful countenance. And Jacob being in love with her, said, I will serve thee 7 years for Rachel, thy younger daughter. Laban answered, It is better that I give her to thee than to another man, stay with me. So Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed but a few days, because of the greatness of his love. And he said to Laban, Give me my wife. For now the time is fulfilled, that I may go in unto her. And he, having invited a great number of his friends to the feast, made the marriage. And at night he brought in Leah, his daughter, to him, giving his daughter a handmaid, named Zelpha. Now when Jacob had gone into her according to custom, when morning was come he saw it was Leah. And he said to his father-in-law, What is it that thou didst mean to do? Did not I serve thee for Rachel? Why hast thou deceived me? Laban answered, It is not the custom in this place, to give the younger in marriage first. Make up the week of days of this match, and I will give thee her also, for the service that thou shalt render me other 7 years. He yielded to his pleasure, and after the week was past, he married Rachel, to whom her father gave Bala, for her servant. And having at length obtained the marriage he wished for, he preferred the love of the latter before the former, and served with him other 7 years. And the Lord seeing that he despised Leah, opened her womb, but her sister remained barren. And she conceived and bore a son, and called his name Reuben, saying, The Lord saw my affliction, now my husband will love me. And again she conceived and bore a son, and said, Because the Lord heard that I was despised, he hath given this also to me, and she called his name Simeon. And she conceived the 3rd time, and bore another son, and said, Now also my husband will be joined to me, because I have borne him 3 sons, and therefore she called his name Levi. The 4th time she conceived and bore a son, and said, Now will I praise the Lord, and for this she called him Judah. And she left bearing. Genesis chapter 30. Rachel, being barren, delivereth her handmaid to Jacob, she beareth 2 sons. Leah ceasing to bear, giveth also her handmaid, and she beareth 2 more. Then Leah beareth other 2 sons and 1 daughter. Rachel beareth Joseph. Jacob, desirous to return home, is hired to stay for a certain part of the flock's increase, whereby he becometh exceeding rich. And Rachel seeing herself without children, envied her sister, and said to her husband, Give me children, otherwise I shall die. And Jacob being angry with her, answered, Am I as God, who hath deprived thee of the fruit of thy womb? But she said, I have here my servant Bala, go in unto her, that she may bear upon my knees, and I may have children by her. And she gave him Bala in marriage, who, when her husband had gone in unto her, conceived and bore a son. And Rachel said, The Lord hath judged for me, and hath heard my voice, giving me a son, and therefore she called his name Dan. And again Bala conceived, and bore another. For whom Rachel said, God hath compared me with my sister, and I have prevailed, and she called him Naphtali. Leah perceiving that she had left of bearing, gave Zelpha, her handmaid, to her husband. And when she had conceived, and brought forth a son, she said, Happily. And therefore called his name Gad. Zelpha also bore another. And Leah said, This is for my happiness, for women will call me blessed. Therefore she called him Azer. And Reuben going out in the time of the wheat harvest into the field, found mandrakes, which he brought to his mother Leah. And Rachel said, Give me part of thy son's mandrakes. She answered, Dost thou think it a small matter, that thou hast taken my husband from me, unless thou take also my son's mandrakes? Rachel said, He shall sleep with thee this night, for thy son's mandrakes. And when Jacob returned at even from the field, Leah went out to meet him, and said, Thou shalt come in unto me, because I have hired thee for my son's mandrakes. And he slept with her that night. And God heard her prayers. And she conceived, and bore a fifth son. And said, God hath given me a reward, because I gave my handmaid to my husband. And she called his name Issachar. And Leah conceived again, and bore the sixth son. And said, God hath endowed me with a good dowry, this turn also my husband will be with me, because I have borne him 6 sons, and therefore she called his name Zabulon. After whom she bore a daughter, named Dinah. The Lord also remembering Rachel, heard her, and opened her womb. And she conceived, and bore a son, saying, God hath taken away my reproach. And she called his name Joseph, saying, The Lord give me also another son. And when Joseph was born, Jacob said to his father-in-law, Send me away, that I may return into my country, and to my land. Give me my wives, and my children, for whom I have served thee, that I may depart, thou knowest the service that I have rendered thee. Laban said to him, Let me find favor in thy sight, I have learned, by experience, that God hath blessed me for thy sake. Appoint thy wages which I shall give thee. But he answered, Thou knowest how I have served thee, and how great thy possession hath been in my hands. Thou hadst but little before I came to thee, and now thou art become rich, and the Lord hath blessed thee at my coming. It is reasonable, therefore, that I should now provide also for my own house. And Laban said, What shall I give thee? But he said, I require nothing, but if thou wilt do what I demand, I will feed and keep thy sheep again. Go round through all thy flocks, and separate all the sheep of divers colors, and speckled, and all that is brown and spotted, and of divers colors, as well among the sheep as among the goats, shall be my wages. And my justice shall answer for me tomorrow before thee, when the time of the bargain shall come, and all that is not of divers colors, and spotted, and brown, as well among the sheep as among the goats, shall accuse me of theft. And Laban said, I like well what thou demandest. And he separated the same day the she-goats, and the sheep, and the he-goats, and the rams of divers colors, and spotted. And all the flock of one color, that is, of white and black fleece, he delivered into the hands of his sons. And he set the space of 3 days' journey betwixt himself and his son-in-law, who fed the rest of his flock. And Jacob took green rods of poplar, and of almond, and of plane trees, and pilled them in part, so when the bark was taken off, in the parts that were pilled, there appeared whiteness, but the parts that were whole remained green, and by this means the color was divers. And he put them in the troughs, where the water was poured out, that when the flocks should come to drink, they might have the rods before their eyes, and in the sight of them might conceive. And it came to pass, that in the very heat of coition, the sheep beheld the rods, and brought forth spotted, and of divers colors, and speckled. And Jacob separated the flock, and put the rods in the troughs before the eyes of the rams. And all the white and the black were Laban's, and the rest were Jacob's, when the flocks were separated one from the other. So when the ewes went first to ram, Jacob put the rods in the troughs of water before the eyes of the rams, and of the ewes, that they might conceive while they were looking upon them. But when the later coming was, and the last conceiving, he did not put them. And those that were late ward, became Laban's, and they of the first time, Jacob's. And the man was enriched exceedingly, and he had many flocks, maidservants and menservants, camels and asses. Genesis chapter 31. Jacob's departure, he is pursued and overtaken by Laban. They make a covenant. But after that he had heard the words of the sons of Laban, saying, Jacob hath taken away all that was our father's, and being enriched by his substance is become great. And perceiving also, that Laban's countenance was not towards him as yesterday and the other day. Especially the Lord saying to him, Return into the land of thy fathers and to thy kindred, and I will be with thee. He sent, and called Rachel and Leah into the field, where he fed the flocks. And said to them, I see your father's countenance is not towards me as yesterday and the other day, but the God of my father hath been with me. And you know that I have served your father to the uttermost of my power. Yea, your father hath also overreached me, and hath changed my wages 10 times, and yet God hath not suffered him to hurt me. If at any time, he said, The speckled shall be thy wages, all the sheep brought forth speckled, but when he said on the contrary, Thou shalt take all the white one for thy wages, all the flocks brought forth white ones. And God hath taken your father's substance, and given it to me. For after the time came of the ewes conceiving, I lifted up my eyes, and saw in my sleep, that the males which leaped upon the females were of divers colors, and spotted, and speckled. And the angel of God said to me in my sleep, Jacob. And I answered, Here I am. And he said, Lift up thy eyes, and see that all the males leaping upon the females, are of divers colors, spotted and speckled. For I have seen all that Laban hath done to thee. I am the God of Bethel, where thou didst anoint the stone, and make a vow to me. Now therefore arise, and go out of this land, and return into thy native country. And Rachel and Leah answered, Have we anything left among the goods and inheritance of our father's house? Hath he not counted us as strangers, and sold us, and eaten up the price of us? But God hath taken our father's riches, and delivered them to us, and to our children, wherefore, do all that God hath commanded thee. Then Jacob rose up, and having set his children and wives upon camels, went his way. And he took all his substance, and flocks, and whatsoever he had gotten in Mesopotamia, and went forward to Isaac, his father, to the land of Canaan. At that time Laban was gone to shear his sheep, and Rachel stole away her father's idols. Her father's idols. By this it appears that Laban was an idolater, and some of the fathers are of opinion that Rachel stole away these idols to withdraw him from idolatry, removing the occasion of his sin. And Jacob would not confess to his father-in-law that he was flying away. And when he was gone, together with all that belonged to him, and having passed the river, was going on towards Mount Galad. It was told Laban on the 3rd day, that Jacob fled. And he took his brethren with him, and pursued after him 7 days. And overtook him in the Mount of Galad. And he saw in a dream God, saying to him, Take heed thou speak not anything harshly against Jacob. Now Jacob had pitched his tent in the mountain, and when he, with his brethren, had overtaken him, he pitched his tent in the same Mount of Galad. And he said to Jacob, Why hast thou done thus, to carry away, without my knowledge, my daughters as captives taken with the sword? Why wouldst thou run away privately, and not acquaint me, that I might have brought thee on the way with joy, and with songs, and with timbrels, and with harps? Thou hast not suffered me to kiss my sons and daughters, thou hast done foolishly. And now indeed, it is in my power to return the evil, but the God of your father said to me yesterday, Take heed thou speak not anything harshly against Jacob. Suppose thou didst desire to go to thy friends, and hadst a longing after thy father's house, why hast thou stolen away my gods? Jacob answered, That I departed unknown to thee, it was for fear lest thou wouldst take away thy daughters by force. But, whereas, thou chargest me with theft, with whomsoever thou shalt find thy gods, let him be slain before our brethren. Search, and if thou find any of thy things with me, take them away. Now when he said this, he knew not that Rachel had stolen the idols. So Laban went into the tent of Jacob, and of Leah, and of both the handmaids, and found them not. And when he was entered into Rachel's tent, she, in haste, hid the idols under the camel's furniture, and sat upon them, and when he had searched all the tent, and found nothing, she said, Let not my lord be angry that I cannot rise up before thee. Because it has now happened to me according to the custom of women. So his careful search was in vain. And Jacob being angry, said in a chiding manner, For what fault of mine, and for what offense on my part hast thou so hotly pursued me? and searched all my household stuff. What hast thou found of all the substance of thy house? Lay it here before my brethren, and thy brethren, and let them judge between me and thee. Have I, therefore, been with thee 20 years? Thy ewes and goats were not barren, the rams of thy flocks I did not eat. Neither did I shew thee that which the beast had torn. I made good all the damage, whatsoever was lost by theft, thou didst exact it of me. Day and night was I parched with heat, and with frost, and sleep departed from my eyes. And in this manner have I served thee in thy house 20 years, 14 for thy daughters, and 6 for thy flocks. Thou hast changed also my wages 10 times. Unless the God of my father, Abraham, and the fear of Isaac, had stood by me, peradventure now thou hadst sent me away naked. God beheld my affliction in the labor of my hands, and rebuked thee yesterday. Laban answered him, The daughters are mine, and the children, and thy flocks, and all things that thou sayest are mine. What can I do to my children and grandchildren? Come, therefore, let us enter into a league, that it may be for a testimony between me and thee. And Jacob took a stone, and set it up for a title. And he said to his brethren, Bring hither stones. And they, gathering stones together, made a heap, and they ate upon it. And Laban called it, the witness heap, and Jacob, the hillock of testimony, each of them according to the propriety of his language. And Laban said, This heap shall be a witness between me and thee this day, and therefore the name thereof was called Galad, that is, the witness heap. The Lord behold and judge between us, when we shall be gone one from the other. If thou afflict my daughters, and if thou bring in other wives over them, none is witness of our speech but God, who is present and beholdeth. And he said again to Jacob, Behold this heap, and the stone which I have set up between me and thee shall be a witness. This heap, I say, and the stone, be they for a testimony, if either I shall pass beyond it going towards thee, or thou shalt pass beyond it thinking harm to me. The God of Abraham, and the God of Nachor, the God of their father, judge between us. And Jacob swore by the fear of his father Isaac. And after he had offered sacrifices in the mountain, he called his brethren to eat bread. And when they had eaten, they lodged there. But Laban arose in the night, and kissed his sons and daughters, and blessed them, and returned to his place. Genesis chapter 32. Jacob's vision of angels, his message and presents to Esau. His wrestling with an angel. Jacob also went on the journey he had begun, and the angels of God met him. And when he saw them, he said, These are the camps of God, and he called the name of that place Mahanaim, that is, camps. And he sent messengers before him to Esau, his brother, to the land of Seir, to the country of Edom. And he commanded them, saying, Thus shall ye speak to my lord Esau, Thus saith thy brother Jacob, I have sojourned with Laban, and have been with him until this day. I have oxen, and asses, and sheep, and menservants, and women servants, and now I send a message to my lord, that I may find favor in thy sight. And the messengers returned to Jacob, saying, We came to Esau, thy brother, and behold he cometh with speed to meet thee with 400 men. Then Jacob was greatly afraid, and in his fear divided the people that was with him, and the flocks, and the sheep, and the oxen, and the camels, into 2 companies. Saying, If Esau come to one company, and destroy it, the other company that is left, shall escape. And Jacob said, O God of my father Abraham, and God of my father Isaac, O Lord who saidst to me, Return to thy land, and to the place of thy birth, and I will do well for thee. I am not worthy of the least of all thy mercies, and of thy truth which thou hast fulfilled to thy servant. With my staff I passed over this Jordan, and now I return with 2 companies. Deliver me from the hand of my brother Esau, for I am greatly afraid of him, lest perhaps he come, and kill the mother with the children. Thou didst say, that thou wouldst do well by me, and multiply my seed like the sand of the sea, which cannot be numbered for multitude. And when he had slept there that night, he set apart, of the things which he had, presents for his brother Esau. 200 she-goats, 20 he-goats, 200 ewes, and 20 rams. 30 milch camels with their colts, 40 kine. And 20 bulls, 20 she-asses, and 10 of their foals. And he sent them by the hands of his servants, every drove by itself, and he said to his servants, Go before me, and let there be a space between drove and drove. And he commanded the first, saying, If thou meet my brother Esau, and he ask thee, Whose art thou? Or whither goest thou? Or whose are these before thee? Thou shalt answer, Thy servant Jacob's, he hath sent them as a present to my lord Esau. And he cometh after us. In like manner he commanded the second, and the third, and all that followed the droves, saying, Speak ye the same words to Esau, when ye find him. And ye shall add, Thy servant Jacob himself also followeth after us. For he said, I will appease him with the presents that go before, and afterwards I will see him, perhaps he will be gracious to me. So the presents went before him, but himself lodged that night in the camp. And rising early, he took his 2 wives and his 2 handmaids, with his 11 sons, and passed over the ford of Jabbok. And when all things were brought over that belonged to him, he remained alone, and behold, a man wrestled with him till morning. A man, etc. This was an angel in human shape, as we learn from Osee 12.4. He is called God, ver. 28 and 30, because he represented the person of the Son of God. This wrestling, in which Jacob, assisted by God, was a match for an angel, was so ordered, ver. 28, that he might learn by this experiment of the divine assistance, that neither Esau, nor any other man, should have power to hurt him. It was also spiritual, as appeareth by his earnest prayer, urging in at last obtaining the angel's blessing. And when he saw that he could not overcome him, he touched the sinew of his thigh, and forthwith it shrank. And he said to him, Let me go, for it is break of day. He answered, I will not let thee go, except thou bless me. And he said, What is thy name? He answered, Jacob. But he said, Thy name shall not be called Jacob, but Israel. For if thou hast been strong against God, how much more shalt thou prevail against men? Jacob asked him, Tell me by what name art thou called? He answered, Why dost thou ask my name? And he blessed him in the same place. And Jacob called the name of the place Phanuel, saying, I have seen God face to face, and my soul has been saved. Phanuel. This word signifies the face of God, or the sight, or seeing of God. And immediately the sun rose upon him, after he was past Phanuel, but he halted on his foot. Therefore the children of Israel, unto this day, eat not the sinew, that shrank in Jacob's thigh, because he touched the sinew of his thigh and it shrank. Genesis chapter 33. Jacob and Esau meet. Jacob goeth to Salem, where he riseth an altar. And Jacob lifting up his eyes, saw Esau coming, and with him 400 men, and he divided the children of Leah and of Rachel, and of the 2 handmaids. And he put both the handmaids and their children foremost, and Leah and her children in the second place, and Rachel and Joseph last. And he went forward and bowed down with his face to the ground 7 times, until his brother came near. Then Esau ran to meet his brother, and embraced him, and clasping him fast about the neck, and kissing him, wept. And lifting up his eyes, he saw the women and their children, and said, What mean these? And do they belong to thee? He answered, They are the children which God hath given to me, thy servant. Then the handmaids and their children came near and bowed themselves. Leah also, with her children, came near and bowed down in like manner. And last of all, Joseph and Rachel bowed down. And Esau said, What are the droves that I met? He answered, That I might find favor before my lord. But he said, I have plenty, my brother, keep what is thine for thyself. And Jacob said, Do not so I beseech thee, but if I have found favor in thy eyes, receive a little present at my hands, for I have seen thy face, as if I should have seen the countenance of God, be gracious to me. And take the blessing which I have brought thee, and which God hath given me, who giveth all things. He took it with much ado at his brother's earnest pressing him. And said, Let us go on together, and I will accompany thee in thy journey. And Jacob said, My lord, thou knowest that I have with me tender children, and sheep, and kine with young, which if I should cause to be overdriven, in one day all the flocks will die. May it please my lord to go before his servant, and I will follow softly after him, as I shall see my children to be able, until I come to my lord in Seir. Esau answered, I beseech thee, that some of the people, at least, who are with me, may stay to accompany thee in the way. And he said, There is no necessity, I want nothing else but only to find favor, my lord, in thy sight. So Esau returned that day, the way that he came, to Seir. And Jacob came to Socoth, where having built a house, and pitched tents, he called the name of the place Socoth, that is, tents. And he passed over to Salem, a city of the Sychemites, which is in the land of Shinar, after he returned from Mesopotamia of Syria, and he dwelt by the town. And he bought that part of the field, in which he pitched his tents, of the children of Hemer, the father of Sichem, for 100 lambs. And raising an altar there, he invoked upon it the most mighty God of Israel. Genesis chapter 34. Dinah is ravished, for which the Sychemites are destroyed. And Dinah the daughter of Leah went out to see the women of that country. And when Sichem the son of Hemer the Hivite, the prince of that land, saw her, he was in love with her, and took her away, and lay with her, ravishing the virgin. And his soul was fast knit unto her. And whereas she was sad, he comforted her with sweet words. And going to Hemer his father, he said, Get me this damsel to wife. But when Jacob had heard this, his sons being absent, and employed in feeding the cattle, he held his peace till they came back. And when Hemer the father of Sichem was come out to speak to Jacob, behold his sons came from the field, and hearing what had passed, they were exceeding angry, because he had done a foul thing in Israel, and committed an unlawful act in ravishing Jacob's daughter. And Hemer spoke to them, The soul of my son Sichem has a longing for your daughter, give her him to wife. And let us contract marriages one with another, give us your daughters, and take you our daughters. And dwell with us, the land is at your command, till, trade, and possess it. Sichem also said to her father and to her brethren, Let me find favor in your sight, and whatsoever you shall appoint I will give. Raise the dowry, and ask gifts, and I will gladly give what you shall demand, only give me this damsel to wife. The sons of Jacob answered Sichem and his father deceitfully, being enraged at the deflowering of their sister. Deceitfully. The sons of Jacob, on this occasion, were guilty of a grievous sin, as well by falsely pretending religion, as by excess of revenge, though otherwise their zeal against so foul a crime was commendable. We cannot do what you demand, nor give our sister to one that is uncircumcised, which with us is unlawful and abominable. But in this we may be allied with you, if you will be like us, and all the male sex among you be circumcised. Then will we mutually give and take your daughters, and ours. And we will dwell with you, and will be one people. But if you will not be circumcised, we will take our daughter and depart. Their offer pleased Hemer, and Sichem, his son. And the young man made no delay, but forthwith fulfilled what was required, for he loved the damsel exceedingly, and he was the greatest man in all his father's house. And going into the gate of the city, they spoke to the people. These men are peaceable, and are willing to dwell with us, let them trade in the land, and till it. Which being large and wide wanteth men to till it, we shall take their daughters for wives, and we will give them ours. One thing there is for which so great a good is deferred, we must circumcise every male among us, following the manner of the nation. And their substance, and cattle, and all that they possess, shall be ours. Only in this let us condescend, and by dwelling together, we shall make one people. And they all agreed, and circumcised all the males. And behold the third day, when the pain of the wound was greatest, 2 of the sons of Jacob, Simeon and Levi, the brothers of Dinah, taking their swords, entered boldly into the city and slew all the men. And they killed also Hemer and Sichem, and took away their sister Dinah out of Sichem's house. And when they were gone out, the other sons of Jacob came upon the slain, and plundered the city in revenge of the rape. And they took their sheep, and their herds, and their asses, wasting all they had in their houses and in their fields. And their children and wives they took captive. And when they had boldly perpetrated these things, Jacob said to Simeon and Levi, You have troubled me, and made me hateful to the Canaanites and Perizzites, the inhabitants of this land. We are few, they will gather themselves together and kill me, and both I, and my house shall be destroyed. They answered, Should they abuse our sister as a strumpet? Genesis chapter 35. Jacob purgeth his family from idols, goeth by God's commandment to Bethel, and there buildeth an altar. God appearing again to Jacob blesseth him, and changeth his name into Israel. Rachel dieth in childbirth. Isaac also dieth. In the meantime God said to Jacob, Arise and go up to Bethel, and dwell there, and make there an altar to God, who appeared to thee when thou didst flee from Esau, thy brother. And Jacob having called together all his household, said, Cast away the strange gods that are among you, and be cleansed, and change your garments. Arise, and let us go up to Bethel, that we may make there an altar to God, who heard me in the day of my affliction, and accompanied me in my journey. So they gave him all the strange gods they had, and the earrings which were in their ears, and he buried them under the turpentine tree, that is behind the city of Sichem. And when they were departed, the terror of God fell upon all the cities round about, and they durst not pursue after them as they went away. And Jacob came to Luzah, which is in the land of Shinar, surnamed Bethel, he and all the people that were with him. And he built there an altar, and called the name of that place, the house of God, for there God appeared to him when he fled from his brother. At the same time Deborah, the nurse of Rebekah, died, and was buried at the foot of Bethel, under an oak, and the name of that place was called, the Oak of Weeping. And God appeared again to Jacob, after he returned from Mesopotamia of Syria, and he blessed him, saying, Thou shalt not be called any more Jacob, but Israel shall be thy name. And he called him Israel. Israel. This name signifieth one that prevaileth with God. And said to him, I am God Almighty, increase thou and be multiplied. Nations and peoples of nations shall be from thee, and kings shall come out of thy loins. And the land which I gave to Abraham and Isaac, I will give to thee, and to thy seed after thee. And he departed from him. But he set up a monument of stone, in the place where God had spoken to him, pouring drink fairings upon it, and pouring oil thereon. And calling the name of that place Bethel. And going forth from thence, he came in the springtime to the land which leadeth to Ephrata, wherein when Rachel was in travail. By reason of her hard labor, she began to be in danger, and the midwife said to her, Fear not. For thou shalt have this son also. And when her soul was departing for pain, and death was now at hand, she called the name of her son Benoni, that is, the son of my pain, but his father called him Benjamin, that is, the son of the right hand. So Rachel died, and was buried in the highway that leadeth to Ephrata, this is Bethlehem. And Jacob erected a pillar over her sepulchre, this is the pillar of Rachel's monument, to this day. Departing thence, he pitched his tent beyond the flock tower. And when he dwelt in that country, Reuben went, and slept with Bala the concubine of his father, which he was not ignorant of. Now the sons of Jacob were 12. The concubine. She was his lawful wife, but, according to the style of the Hebrews, is called concubine, because of her servile extraction. The sons of Leah, Reuben the firstborn, and Simeon, and Levi, and Judah, and Issachar, and Zabulon. The sons of Rachel, Joseph and Benjamin. The sons of Bala, Rachel's handmaid, Dan and Naphtali. The sons of Zelpha, Leah's handmaid, Gad and Aser, these are the sons of Jacob, that were born to him in Mesopotamia of Syria. And he came to Isaac his father in Mamber, the city of Arbi, this is Hebron, wherein Abraham and Isaac sojourned. And the days of Isaac were 180 years. And being spent with age he died, and was gathered to his people, being old and full of days, and his sons Esau and Jacob buried him. Genesis chapter 36. Esau with his wives and children parteth from Jacob. An account of his descendants, and of the first kings of Edom. And these are the generations of Esau, the same is Edom. Esau took wives of the daughters of Shinon, Adah the daughter of Elon the Hethite, and Oholibamah the daughter of Anah, the daughter of Sebeon the Hevite. Adah. These wives of Esau are called by other names, Gen 26. But it was very common amongst the ancients for the same persons to have two names, as Esau himself was also called Edom. And Basemath, the daughter of Ismael, sister of Nabahoth. And Adah bore Eliphaz, Basemath bore Rahuel. Oholibamah bore Jeuz, and Ailon, and Kor. These are the sons of Esau, that were born to him in the land of Shinon. And Esau took his wives, and his sons and daughters, and every soul of his house, and his substance, and cattle, and all that he was able to acquire in the land of Shinon, and went into another country, and departed from his brother Jacob. For they were exceeding rich, and could not dwell together, neither was the land in which they sojourned able to bear them, for the multitude of their flocks. And Esau dwelt in Mount Seir, he is Edom. And these are the generations of Esau, the father of Edom, in Mount Seir. And these the names of his sons, Eliphaz the son of Adah, the wife of Esau, and Rahuel, the son of Basemath, his wife. And Eliphaz had sons, the man, Omar, Sepho, and Gatham and Senaz. And Thamnah was the concubine of Eliphaz, the son of Esau, and she bore him Amalek. These are the sons of Adah, the wife of Esau. And the sons of Rahuel were Nahath and Zara, Sama and Mesa. These were the sons of Basemath, the wife of Esau. And these were the sons of Oholibamah, the daughter of Anah, the daughter of Sebeon, the wife of Esau, whom she bore to him, Jeuz, and Ailon and Kor. These were dukes of the sons of Esau, the sons of Eliphaz, the firstborn of Esau, Duke the man, Duke Omar, Duke Sepho, Duke Senaz. Duke Kor, Duke Gatham, Duke Amalek, these are the sons of Eliphaz, in the land of Edom, and these the sons of Adah. And these were the sons of Rahuel, the son of Esau, Duke Nahath, Duke Zara, Duke Sama, Duke Mesa. And these are the dukes of Rahuel, in the land of Edom, these the sons of Basemath, the wife of Esau. And these the sons of Oholibamah, the wife of Esau, Duke Jeuz, Duke Ailon, Duke Kor. These are the dukes of Oholibamah, the daughter of Anah, and wife of Esau. These are the sons of Esau, and these the dukes of them, the same is Edom. These are the sons of Seir, the Horite, the inhabitants of the land, Latin, and Sobal, and Sebeon, and Anah. And Dison, and Esair, and Disan. These are dukes of the Horites, the sons of Seir, in the land of Edom. And Latin had sons, Hori and Heman. And the sister of Latin was Thamnah. And these the sons of Sobal, Alvan, and Manahat, and Ebal, and Sepho, and Onam. And these the sons of Sebeon, Aia and Anah. This is Anah that found the hot waters in the wilderness, when he fed the asses of Sebeon, his father. And he had a son Dison, and a daughter Oholibamah. And these were the sons of Dison, Hamdan, and Esabon, and Jethram, and Charan. These also were the sons of Esair, Balan, and Zavan, and Achan. And Dison had sons, Hus and Aram. These were dukes of the Horites, Duke Latin, Duke Sobal, Duke Sebeon, Duke Anah. Duke Dison, Duke Esair, Duke Disan, these were dukes of the Horites that ruled in the land of Seir. And the kings that ruled in the land of Edom, before the children of Israel had a king, were these. Bela the son of Beer, and the name of his city Dinhabah. And Bela died, and Jobab, the son of Zara, of Bosra, reigned in his stead. And when Jobab was dead, Husam, of the land of the Themanites, reigned in his stead. And after his death, Adad, the son of Badad, reigned in his stead, who defeated the Madianites in the country of Bob, and the name of his city was Avith. And when Adad was dead, there reigned in his stead, Semlah, of Misreka. And he being dead, Saul, of the river Rehoboth, reigned in his stead. And when he also was dead, Balanan, the son of Achobor, succeeded to the kingdom. This man also being dead, Adar reigned in his place, and the name of his city was Phau, and his wife was called Medabel, the daughter of Matred, daughter of Mezup. And these are the names of the dukes of Esau in their kindreds, and places, and callings, Duke Thamna, Duke Alva, Duke Jetheth, Duke Oalabama, Duke Ella, Duke Phinon, Duke Senez, Duke the Man, Duke Mabsar, Duke Magdiel, Duke Hiram. These are the dukes of Edom dwelling in the land of their government. The same is Esau, the father of the Edomites. Genesis chapter 37. Joseph's dreams. He is sold by his brethren and carried into Egypt. And Jacob dwelt in the land of Shinar, wherein his father sojourned. And these are his generations. Joseph, when he was 16 years old, was feeding the flock with his brethren. Being but a boy, and he was with the sons of Bala and of Zelpha his father's wives, and he accused his brethren to his father of a most wicked crime. Now Israel loved Joseph above all his sons, because he had him in his old age, and he made him a coat of divers colors. And his brethren, seeing that he was loved by his father, more than all his sons, hated him, and could not speak peaceably to him. Now it fell out also that he told his brethren a dream, that he had dreamed, which occasioned them to hate him the more. A dream. These dreams of Joseph were prophetical, and sent from God, as were also those which he interpreted, Gen 40. And 41, otherwise generally speaking, the observing of dreams is condemned in the Scripture, as superstitious and sinful. See Deuteronomy 18.10, Eccle. 34.2-3. And he said to them, Hear my dream which I dreamed. I thought we were binding sheaves in the field, and my sheaf arose as it were, and stood, and your sheaves standing about bowed down before my sheaf. His brethren answered, Shalt thou be our king? Or shall we be subject to thy dominion? Therefore this matter of his dreams and words ministered nourishment to their envy and hatred. He dreamed also another dream, which he told his brethren, saying, I saw in a dream, as it were the sun, and the moon, and 11 stars worshipping me. And when he had told this to his father, and brethren, his father rebuked him and said, What meaneth this dream that thou hast dreamed? Shall I and thy mother, and thy brethren worship thee upon the earth? Worship. This word is not used here to signify divine worship, but an inferior veneration, expressed by the bowing of the body, and that, according to the manner of the eastern nations, down to the ground. His brethren therefore envied him, but his father considered the thing with himself. And when his brethren abode in Shechem, feeding their father's flocks, Israel said to him, Thy brethren feed the sheep in Sichem, come, I will send thee to them. And when he answered, I am ready, he said to him, Go, and see if all things be well with thy brethren, and the cattle, and bring me word again what is doing. So being sent from the vale of Hebron, he came to Sichem. And a man found him there wandering in the field, and asked what he sought. But he answered, I seek my brethren, tell me where they feed the flocks. And the man said to him, They are departed from this place, for I heard them say, Let us go to Dothain. And Joseph went forward after his brethren, and found them in Dothain. And when they saw him afar off, before he came nigh them, they thought to kill him. And said one to another, Behold, the dreamer cometh. Come, let us kill him, and cast him into some old pit, and we will say, Some evil beast hath devoured him, and then it shall appear what his dreams avail him. And Reuben hearing this, endeavored to deliver him out of their hands. And said, Do not take away his life, nor shed his blood, but cast him into this pit, that is in the wilderness, and keep your hands harmless. Now he said this, being desirous to deliver him out of their hands and to restore him to his father. And as soon as he came to his brethren, they forthwith stripped him of his outside coat, that was of divers colors, and cast him into an old pit where there was not water. And sitting down to eat bread, they saw some Ishmaelites on their way coming from Galilee, with their camels, carrying spices, and balm, and myrrh to Egypt. And Judah said to his brethren, What will it profit us to kill our brother, and conceal his blood? It is better that he be sold to the Ishmaelites, and that our hands be not defiled, for he is our brother and our flesh. His brethren agreed to his words. And when the Midianite merchants passed by, they drew him out of the pit, and sold him to the Ishmaelites, for 20 pieces of silver, and they led him into Egypt. And Reuben returning to the pit, found not the boy. And rending his garments he went to his brethren, and said, The boy doth not appear, and whither shall I go? And they took his coat, and dipped it in the blood of a kid, which they had killed. Sending some to carry it to their father, and to say, This we have found, see whether it be thy son's coat, or not. And the father acknowledging it, said, It is my son's coat, an evil wild beast hath eaten him, a beast hath devoured Joseph. And tearing his garments, he put on sackcloth, mourning for his son a long time. And all his children being gathered together to comfort their father in his sorrow, he would not receive comfort, but said, I will go down to my son into hell, mourning. And whilst he continued weeping, into hell, that is, into limbo, the place where the souls of the just were received before the death of our Redeemer. For allowing that the word hell sometimes is taken for the grave, it cannot be so taken in this place. Since Jacob did not believe his son to be in the grave, whom he supposed to be devoured by a wild beast, and therefore could not mean to go down to him thither, but certainly meant the place of rest where he believed his soul to be. The Midianites sold Joseph in Egypt to Potiphar, an eunuch of Pharaoh, captain of the soldiers. An eunuch. This word sometimes signifies a chamberlain, courtier, or officer of the king, and so it is taken in this place. Genesis chapter 38. The sons of Judah, the death of Hur and Onan, the birth of Phares and Zara. At that time Judah went down from his brethren, and turned in to a certain Odolamite, named Heres. And he saw there the daughter of a man of Shinan, called Su, and taking her to wife, he went in unto her. And she conceived, and bore a son, and called his name Hur. And conceiving again, she bore a son, and called him Onan. She bore also a third, whom she called Selah. After whose birth, she ceased to bear any more. And Judah took a wife for her, his firstborn, whose name was Thamar. And Hur, the firstborn of Judah, was wicked in the sight of the Lord, and was slain by him. Judah, therefore, said to Onan his son, Go into thy brother's wife and marry her, that thou mayst raise seed to thy brother. He knowing that the children should not be his, when he went in to his brother's wife, he spilled his seed upon the ground, lest children should be born in his brother's name. And therefore the Lord slew him, because he did a detestable thing. Wherefore Judah said to Thamar his daughter-in-law, Remain a widow in thy father's house, till Selah my son grow up, for he was afraid lest he also might die, as his brethren did. She went her way, and dwelt in her father's house. And after many days were past, the daughter of Su the wife of Judah died, and when he had taken comfort after his mourning, he went up to Thamnes, to the shearers of his sheep, he and Heres the Odolamite, the shepherd of his flock. And it was told Thamar that her father-in-law was come up to Thamnes to shear his sheep. And she put off the garments of her widowhood, and took a veil, and changing her dress, sat in the crossway, that leadeth to Thamnes, because Selah was grown up, and she had not been married to him. When Judah saw her, he thought she was a harlot, for she had covered her face, lest she should be known. And going to her, he said, Suffer me to lie with thee, for he knew her not to be his daughter-in-law. And she answered, What wilt thou give me to enjoy my company? He said, I will send thee a kid out of the flock. And when she said again, I will suffer what thou wilt, if thou give me a pledge, till thou send what thou promisest. Judah said, What wilt thou have for a pledge? She answered, Thy ring and bracelet, and the staff which thou holdest in thy hand. The woman therefore at one copulation conceived. And she arose and went her way, and putting off the apparel which she had taken, put on the garments of her widowhood. And Judah sent a kid by his shepherd, the Odolamite, that he might receive the pledge again, which he had given to the woman, but he, not finding her, asked the men of that place, Where is the woman that sat in the crossway? And when they all made answer, There was no harlot in this place. He returned to Judah, and said to him, I have not found her. Moreover, the men of that place said to me, that there never sat a harlot there. Judah said, Let her take it to herself, surely she cannot charge us with a lie, I sent the kid which I promised, and thou didst not find her. And behold, after 3 months, they told Judah, saying, Tamar, thy daughter-in-law, hath played the harlot, and she appeareth to have a big belly. And Judah said, Bring her out that she may be burnt. But when she was led to execution, she sent to her father-in-law, saying, By the man, to whom these things belong, I am with child. See whose ring, and bracelet, and staff this is. But he, acknowledging the gifts, said, She is juster than I, because I did not give her to Selah, my son. However, he knew her no more. And when she was ready to be brought to bed, there appeared twins in her womb, and in the very delivery of the infants, one put forth a hand, whereon the midwife tied a scarlet thread, saying, This shall come forth the first. But he, drawing back his hand, the other came forth, and the woman said, Why is the partition divided for thee? And therefore called his name Phares. Phares. That is, a breach or division. Afterwards his brother came out, on whose hand was the scarlet thread, and she called his name Zara. Genesis chapter 39. Joseph hath charge of his master's house, rejecteth his mistress's solicitations, is falsely accused by her, and cast into prison, where he hath the charge of all the prisoners. And Joseph was brought into Egypt, and Potiphar, an eunuch of Pharaoh, chief captain of the army, an Egyptian, bought him of the Ishmaelites, by whom he was brought. And the Lord was with him, and he was a prosperous man in all things, and he dwelt in his master's house. Who knew very well that the Lord was with him, and made all that he did to prosper in his hand. And Joseph found favor in the sight of his master, and ministered to him, and being set over all by him, he governed the house committed to him. And all things that were delivered to him. And the Lord blessed the house of the Egyptian for Joseph's sake, and multiplied all his substance, both at home and in the fields. Neither knew he any other thing, but the bread which he ate. And Joseph was of a beautiful countenance, and comely to behold. And after many days, his mistress cast her eyes on Joseph, and said, Lie with me. But he, in no wise consenting to that wicked act, said to her, Behold, my master hath delivered all things to me, and knoweth not what he hath in his own house. Neither is there any thing which is not in my power, or that he hath not delivered to me. But thee, who art his wife? How then can I do this wicked thing, and sin against my God? With such words as these day by day, both the woman was importunate with the young man, and he refused the adultery. Now it happened on a certain day, that Joseph went into the house, and was doing some business, without any man with him. And she, catching the skirt of his garment, said, Lie with me. But he, leaving the garment in her hand, fled, and went out. And when the woman saw the garment in her hands, and herself disregarded, she called to her the men of her house, and said to them, See, he hath brought in a Hebrew, to abuse us, he came in to me, to lie with me. And when I cried out, and he heard my voice, he left the garment that I held, and got him out. For a proof therefore of her fidelity, she kept the garment, and shewed it to her husband when he returned home. A proof of her fidelity. Or an argument to gain credit, argumentum fidei. And said, The Hebrew servant, whom thou hast brought, came to me to abuse me. And when he heard me cry, he left the garment which I held, and fled out. His master, hearing these things, and giving too much credit to his wife's words, was very angry. And cast Joseph into the prison, where the king's prisoners were kept, and he was there shut up. But the Lord was with Joseph, and having mercy upon him gave him favor in the sight of the chief keeper of the prison. Who delivered into his hand all the prisoners that were kept in custody, and whatsoever was done, was under him. Neither did he himself know anything, having committed all things to him, for the Lord was with him, and made all that he did to prosper. Genesis chapter 40. Joseph interpreteth the dreams of 2 of Pharaoh's servants in prison, the event declareth the interpretations to be true, but Joseph is forgotten. After this, it came to pass, that 2 eunuchs, the butler and the baker of the king of Egypt, offended their lord. And Pharaoh being angry with them, now the one was chief butler, the other chief baker. He sent them to the prison of the commander of the soldiers, in which Joseph also was prisoner. But the keeper of the prison delivered them to Joseph, and he served them. Some little time passed, and they were kept in custody. And they both dreamed a dream the same night, according to the interpretation agreeing to themselves. And when Joseph was come into them in the morning, and saw them sad, he asked them, saying, Why is your countenance sadder today than usual? They answered, We have dreamed a dream, and there is nobody to interpret it to us. And Joseph said to them, Doth not interpretation belong to God? Tell me what you have dreamed. Doth not interpretation belong to God? When dreams are from God, as these were, the interpretation of them is a gift of God. But the generality of dreams are not of this sort. But either proceed from the natural complexions and dispositions of persons, or the roving of their imaginations in the day on such objects as they are much affected with, or from their mind being disturbed with cares and troubles, and oppressed with bodily infirmities, or they are suggested by evil spirits, to flatter, or to terrify weak minds, in order to gain belief, and so draw them into error or superstition. Or at least to trouble them in their sleep, whom they cannot move when they are awake, so that the general rule, with regard to dreams, is not to observe them, nor to give any credit to them. The chief butler first told his dream, I saw before me a vine, on which were 3 branches, which by little and little sent out buds, and after the blossoms brought forth ripe grapes. And the cup of Pharaoh was in my hand, and I took the grapes, and pressed them into the cup which I held, and I gave the cup to Pharaoh. Joseph answered, This is the interpretation of the dream, the 3 branches, are yet 3 days. After which Pharaoh will remember thy service, and will restore thee to thy former place, and thou shalt present him the cup according to thy office, as before thou was wont to do. Only remember me when it shall be well with thee, and do me this kindness, to put Pharaoh in mind to take me out of this prison. For I was stolen away out of the land of the Hebrews, and here without any fault was cast into the dungeon. The chief baker, seeing that he had wisely interpreted the dream, said, I also dreamed a dream, that I had 3 baskets of meal upon my head. And that in one basket which was uppermost, I carried all meats that are made by the art of baking. And that the birds ate out of it. Joseph answered, This is the interpretation of the dream, the 3 baskets, are yet 3 days. After which Pharaoh will take thy head from thee, and hang thee on a cross, and the birds shall tear thy flesh. The 3rd day after this was the birthday of Pharaoh, and he made a great feast for his servants, and at the banquet remembered the chief butler, and the chief baker. And he restored the one to his place, to present him the cup. The other he hanged on a gibbet, that the truth of the interpreter might be shown. But the chief butler, when things prospered with him, forgot his interpreter. Genesis chapter 41. Joseph interpreteth the 2 dreams of Pharaoh, he is made ruler over all Egypt. After 2 years Pharaoh had a dream. He thought he stood by the river, out of which came up 7 kine, very beautiful and fat, and they fed in marshy places. Other 7 also came up out of the river, ill-favored, and lean-fleshed, and they fed on the very bank of the river, in green places. And they devoured them, whose bodies were very beautiful and well-conditioned. So Pharaoh awoke. He slept again, and dreamed another dream. 7 ears of corn came up upon one stalk full and fair. Then 7 other ears sprung up thin and blasted, and devoured all the beauty of the former. Pharaoh awaked after his rest. And when morning was come, being struck with fear, he sent to all the interpreters of Egypt, and to all the wise men, and they being called for, he told them his dream, and there was not any one that could interpret it. Then at length the chief butler remembering, said, I confess my sin. The king being angry with his servants, commanded me and the chief baker to be cast into the prison of the captain of the soldiers. Wherein one night both of us dreamed a dream foreboding things to come. There was there a young man, a Hebrew, servant to the same captain of the soldiers, to whom we told our dreams. And we heard what afterwards the event of the thing proved to be so. For I was restored to my office, and he was hanged upon a gibbet. Forthwith at the king's command Joseph was brought out of the prison, and they shaved him, and changing his apparel brought him in to him. And he said to him, I have dreamed dreams, and there is no one that can expound them, now I have heard that thou art very wise at interpreting them. Joseph answered, Without me, God shall give Pharaoh a prosperous answer. So Pharaoh told what he had dreamed, Methought I stood upon the bank of the river. And 7 kine came up out of the river, exceeding beautiful and full of flesh, and they grazed on green places in a marshy pasture. And behold, there followed these, other 7 kine, so very ill-favored and lean, that I never saw the like in the land of Egypt. And they devoured and consumed the former. And yet gave no mark of their being full, but were as lean and ill-favored as before. I awoke, and then fell asleep again. And dreamed a dream, 7 ears of corn grew up upon one stalk, full and very fair. Other 7 also thin and blasted, sprung of the stalk. And they devoured the beauty of the former. I told this dream to the conjecturers, and there is no man that can expound it. Joseph answered, The king's dream is one, God hath shown to Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 beautiful kine, and the 7 full ears, are 7 years of plenty, and both contain the same meaning of the dream. And the 7 lean and thin kine that came up after them, and the 7 thin ears that were blasted with the burning wind, are 7 years of famine to come. Which shall be fulfilled in this order. Behold, there shall come 7 years of great plenty in the whole land of Egypt. After which shall follow other 7 years of so great scarcity, that all the abundance before shall be forgotten, for the famine shall consume all the land. And the greatness of the scarcity shall destroy the greatness of the plenty. And for that thou didst see the second time a dream pertaining to the same thing, it is a token of the certainty, and that the word of God cometh to pass, and is fulfilled speedily. Now therefore let the king provide a wise and industrious man, and make him ruler over the land of Egypt. That he may appoint overseers over all the countries, and gather into barns the 5th part of the fruits, during the 7 fruitful years. That shall now presently ensue, and let all the corn be laid up, under Pharaoh's hands, and be reserved in the cities. And let it be in readiness, against the famine of 7 years to come, which shall oppress Egypt, and the land shall not be consumed with scarcity. The counsel pleased Pharaoh, and all his servants. And he said to them, Can we find such another man, that is full of the Spirit of God? He said therefore to Joseph, Seeing God hath shown thee all that thou hast said, can I find one wiser and one like unto thee? Thou shalt be over my house, and at the commandment of thy mouth all the people shall obey, only in the kingly throne will I be above thee. And again Pharaoh said to Joseph, Behold, I have appointed thee over the whole land of Egypt. And he took his ring from his own hand, and gave it into his hand, and he put upon him a robe of silk, and put a chain of gold about his neck. And he made him go up into his 2nd chariot, the crier proclaiming that all should bow their knee before him, and that they should know he was made governor over the whole land of Egypt. And the king said to Joseph, I am Pharaoh, without thy commandment no man shall move hand or foot in all the land of Egypt. And he turned his name, and called him in the Egyptian tongue the Saviour of the world. And he gave him to wife Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar, priest of Heliopolis. Then Joseph went out to the land of Egypt. The Saviour of the world. Zaphnath-Paneah. Now he was 30 years old when he stood before King Pharaoh, and he went round all the countries of Egypt. And the fruitfulness of the 7 years came, and the corn being bound up into sheaves, was gathered together into the barns of Egypt. And all the abundance of grain was laid up in every city. And there was so great abundance of wheat, that it was equal to the sand of the sea, and the plenty exceeded measure. And before the famine came, Joseph had 2 sons born, whom Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar, priest of Heliopolis, bore unto him. And he called the name of the firstborn Manasseh, saying, God hath made me to forget all my labors, and my father's house. Manasseh. That is, oblivion, or forgetting. And he named the second Ephraim, saying, God hath made me to grow in the land of my poverty. Ephraim. That is, fruitful, or growing. Now when the 7 years of plenty that had been in Egypt were past, the 7 years of scarcity, which Joseph had foretold, began to come, and the famine prevailed in the whole world, but there was bread in all the land of Egypt. And when there also they began to be famished, the people cried to Pharaoh for food. And he said to them, Go to Joseph, and do all that he shall say to you. And the famine increased daily in all the land, and Joseph opened all the barns, and sold to the Egyptians, for the famine had oppressed them also. And all provinces came into Egypt, to buy food, and to seek some relief of their want. Genesis chapter 42. Jacob sendeth his 10 sons to buy corn in Egypt. Their treatment by Joseph. And Jacob, hearing that food was sold in Egypt, said to his sons, Why are ye careless? I have heard that wheat is sold in Egypt. Go ye down, and buy us necessaries, that we may live, and not be consumed with want. So the 10 brethren of Joseph went down, to buy corn in Egypt. Whilst Benjamin was kept at home by Jacob, who said to his brethren, Lest perhaps he take any harm in the journey. And they entered into the land of Egypt with others that went to buy. For the famine was in the land of Shinar. And Joseph was governor in the land of Egypt, and corn was sold by his direction to the people. And when his brethren had bowed down to him, and he knew them, he spoke as it were to strangers, somewhat roughly, asking them, Whence came you? They answered, From the land of Shinar, to buy necessaries of life. And though he knew his brethren, he was not known by them. And remembering the dreams which formerly he had dreamed, he said to them, You are spies. You are come to view the weaker parts of the land. You are spies. This he said by way of examining them, to see what they would answer. But they said, It is not so, my lord, but thy servants are come to buy food. We are all the sons of one man, we are come as peaceable men, neither do thy servants go about any evil. And he answered them, It is otherwise, you are come to consider the unfenced parts of this land. But they said, We thy servants are 12 brethren, the sons of one man in the land of Shinar, the youngest is with our father, the other is not living. He saith, This is it that I said, You are spies. I shall now presently try what you are, by the health of Pharaoh, you shall not depart hence, until your youngest brother come. Send one of you to fetch him, and you shall be in prison, till what you have said be proved, whether it be true or false, or else by the health of Pharaoh you are spies. Or else by the health of Pharaoh you are spies. That is, if these things you say be proved false, you are to be held for spies for your lying, and shall be treated as such. Joseph dealt in this manner with his brethren, to bring them by the means of affliction to a sense of their former sin, and a sincere repentance for it. So he put them in prison 3 days. And the 3rd day he brought them out of prison, and said, Do as I have said, and you shall live, for I fear God. If you be peaceable men, let one of your brethren be bound in prison, and go ye your ways, and carry the corn that you have bought, unto your houses. And bring your youngest brother to me, that I may find your words to be true, and you may not die. They did as he had said. And they talked one to another, We deserve to suffer these things, because we have sinned against our brother, seeing the anguish of his soul, when he besought us, and we would not hear, therefore is this affliction come upon us. And Reuben, one of them, said, Did not I say to you, Do not sin against the boy, and you would not hear me? Behold, his blood is required. And they knew not that Joseph understood, because he spoke to them by an interpreter. And he turned himself away a little while, and wept, and returning, he spoke to them. And taking Simeon, and binding him in their presence, he commanded his servants to fill their sacks with wheat, and to put every man's money again in their sacks, and to give them besides provisions for the way, and they did so. But they having loaded their asses with the corn went their way. And one of them opening his sack, to give his beast provender in the inn, saw the money in the sack's mouth. And said to his brethren, My money is given me again. Behold, it is in the sack. And they were astonished, and troubled, and said to one another, What is this that God hath done unto us? And they came to Jacob their father in the land of Shinar, and they told him all things that had befallen them, saying, The Lord of the land spoke roughly to us, and took us to be spies of the country. And we answered him, We are peaceable men, and we mean no plot. We are 12 brethren born of one father, one is not living, the youngest is with our father in the land of Shinar. And he said to us, Hereby shall I know that you are peaceable men, leave one of your brethren with me, and take ye necessary provision for your houses, and go your ways. And bring your youngest brother to me. That I may know you are not spies, and you may receive this man again, that is kept in prison, and afterwards may have leave to buy what you will. When they had told this, they poured out their corn, and every man found his money tied in the mouth of his sack, and all being astonished together. Their father Jacob said, You have made me to be without children, Joseph is not living. Simeon is kept in bonds, and Benjamin you will take away, all these evils are fallen upon me. And Reuben answered him, Kill my 2 sons, if I bring him not again to thee, deliver him into my hand, and I will restore him to thee. But he said, My son shall not go down with you, his brother is dead, and he is left alone. If any mischief befall him in the land to which you go, you will bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to hell. To hell. That is, to that place, where the souls then remained, as above, chapter 37. Ver. 35. Genesis chapter 43. The sons of Jacob go again into Egypt with Benjamin. They are entertained by Joseph. In the meantime the famine was heavy upon all the land. And when they had eaten up all the corn, which they had brought out of Egypt, Jacob said to his sons, Go again, and buy us a little food. Judah answered, The man declared unto us with the attestation of an oath, saying, You shall not see my face, unless you bring your youngest brother with you. If therefore thou wilt send him with us, we will set out together, and will buy necessaries for thee. But if thou wilt not, we will not go, for the man, as we have often said, declared unto us, saying, You shall not see my face without your youngest brother. Israel said to them, You have done this for my misery, in that you told him you had also another brother. But they answered, The man asked us in order concerning our kindred, if our father lived, if we had a brother, and we answered him regularly, according to what he demanded, could we know that he would say, Bring hither your brother with you? And Judah said to his father, Send the boy with me, that we may set forward, and may live, lest both we and our children perish. I take the boy upon me, require him at my hand, unless I bring him again, and restore him to thee, I will be guilty of sin against thee forever. If delay had not been made, we had been here again the second time. Then Israel said to them, If it must needs be so, do what you will, take of the best fruits of the land in your vessels, and carry down presents to the man, a little balm, and honey, and storax, myrrh, turpentine, and almonds. Balm. Literally rosin, resiny, but here by that name is meant balm. And take with you double money, and carry back what you found in your sacks, lest perhaps it was done by mistake. And take also your brother, and go to the man. And may my Almighty God make him favorable to you, and send back with you your brother, whom he keepeth, and this Benjamin, and as for me I shall be desolate without children. So the men took the presents, and double money, and Benjamin, and went down into Egypt, and stood before Joseph. And when he had seen them, and Benjamin with them, he commanded the steward of his house, saying, Bring in the men into the house, and kill victims, and prepare a feast, because they shall eat with me at noon. He did as he was commanded, and brought the men into the house. And they being much afraid, said their one to another, Because of the money, which we carried back the first time in our sacks, we are brought in, that he may bring upon us a false accusation, and by violence make slaves of us and our asses. Wherefore, going up to the steward of the house, at the door, they said, Sir, we desire thee to hear us. We came down once before to buy food. And when we had bought, and were come to the inn, we opened our sacks, and found our money in the mouths of the sacks, which we have now brought again in the same weight. And we have brought other money besides, to buy what we want, we cannot tell who put it in our bags. But he answered, Peace be with you, fear not, your God, and the God of your father, hath given you treasure in your sacks. For the money, which you gave me, I have for good. And he brought Simeon out to them. And having brought them into the house, he fetched water, and they washed their feet, and he gave provender to their asses. But they made ready the presents against Joseph came at noon, for they had heard that they should eat bread there. Then Joseph came in to his house, and they offered him the presents, holding them in their hands. And they bowed down with their face to the ground. But he courteously saluting them again, asked them, saying, Is the old man your father in health, of whom you told me? Is he yet living? And they answered, Thy servant our father, is in health. He is yet living. And bowing themselves, they made obeisance to him. And Joseph lifting up his eyes, saw Benjamin, his brother by the same mother, and said, Is this your young brother, of whom you told me? And he said, God be gracious to thee, my son. And he made haste, because his heart was moved upon his brother, and tears gushed out, and going into his chamber, he wept. And when he had washed his face, coming out again, he refrained himself, and said, Set bread on the table. And when it was set on, for Joseph apart, and for his brethren apart, for the Egyptians also that ate with him apart, for it is unlawful for the Egyptians to eat with the Hebrews, and they think such a feast profane. They sat before him. The firstborn according to his birthright, and the youngest according to his age. And they wondered very much. Taking the messes which they received of him, and the greater mess came to Benjamin, so that it exceeded by 5 parts. And they drank, and were merry with him. Genesis chapter 44. Joseph's contrivance to stop his brethren. The humble supplication of Judah. And Joseph commanded the steward of his house, saying, Fill their sacks with corn, as much as they can hold, and put the money of every one in the top of his sack. And in the mouth of the younger's sack put my silver cup, and the price which he gave for the wheat. And it was so done. And when the morning arose, they were sent away with their asses. And when they were now departed out of the city, and had gone forward a little way, Joseph sending for the steward of his house, said, Arise, and pursue after the men, and when thou hast overtaken them, say to them, Why have you returned evil for good? The cup which you have stolen, is that in which my Lord drinketh, and in which he is wont to divine. You have done a very evil thing. He did as he had commanded him. And having overtaken them, he spoke to them the same words. And they answered, Why doth our Lord speak so, as though thy servants had committed so heinous a fact? The money, that we found in the top of our sacks, we brought back to thee from the land of Shinar. How then should it be that we should steal out of thy Lord's house, gold or silver? With whomsoever of thy servants shall be found that which thou seekest, let him die, and we will be the bondmen of my Lord. And he said to them, Let it be according to your sentence, with whomsoever it shall be found, let him be my servant, and you shall be blameless. Then they speedily took down their sacks to the ground, and every man opened his sack. Which when he had searched, beginning at the eldest, and ending at the youngest, he found the cup in Benjamin's sack. Then they rent their garments, and loading their asses again, returned into the town. And Judah at the head of his brethren went in to Joseph, for he was not yet gone out of the place, and they all together fell down before him on the ground. And he said to them, Why would you do so? Know you not that there is no one like me in the science of divining? The science of divining. He speaks of himself according to what he was esteemed in that kingdom. And indeed, he being truly a prophet, knew more without comparison than any of the Egyptian sorcerers. And Judah said to him, What shall we answer my lord? Or what shall we say, or be able justly to allege? God hath found out the iniquity of thy servants. Behold, we are all bondmen to my lord, both we, and he with whom the cup was found. Joseph answered, God forbid that I should do so. He that stole the cup, he shall be my bondman, and go you away free to your father. Then Judah coming nearer, said boldly, I beseech thee, my lord, let thy servant speak a word in thy ears, and be not angry with thy servant, for after Pharaoh thou art. My lord, thou didst ask thy servants the first time, Have you a father or a brother? And we answered thee, My lord, we have a father an old man, and a young boy, that was born in his old age, whose brother by the mother is dead. And he alone is left of his mother, and his father loveth him tenderly. And thou saidst to thy servants, Bring him hither to me, and I will set my eyes on him. We suggested to my lord, The boy cannot leave his father, for if he leave him, he will die. And thou saidst to thy servants, Except your youngest brother come with you, ye shall see my face no more. Therefore when we were gone up to thy servant our father, we told him all that my lord had said. And our father said, Go again, and buy us a little wheat. And we said to him, We cannot go, if our youngest brother go down with us, we will set out together, otherwise, without him we dare not see the man's face. Whereunto he answered, You know that my wife bore me two. One went out, and you said, A beast devoured him, and hitherto he appeareth not. If you take this also, and anything befall him in the way, you will bring down my grey hairs with sorrow unto hell. Therefore, if I shall go to thy servant, our father, and the boy be wanting, whereas his life dependeth upon the life of him. And he shall see that he is not with us, he will die. And thy servants shall bring down his grey hairs with sorrow unto hell. His grey hairs. That is, his person, now far advanced in years, with sorrow unto hell. The Hebrew word for hell is here Sheol, the Greek Hades, it is not taken for the hell of the damned. But for that place of souls below where the servants of God were kept before the coming of Christ. Which place, both in the Scripture and in the Creed, is named hell. Let me be thy proper servant, who took him into my trust, and promised, saying, If I bring him not again, I will be guilty of sin against my father forever. Therefore I, thy servant, will stay instead of the boy in the service of my Lord, and let the boy go up with his brethren. For I cannot return to my father without the boy, lest I be a witness of the calamity that will oppress my father. Genesis chapter 45. Joseph maketh himself known to his brethren, and sendeth for his father. Joseph could no longer refrain himself before many that stood by, whereupon he commanded that all should go out, and no stranger be present at their knowing one another. And he lifted up his voice with weeping, which the Egyptians, and all the house of Pharaoh heard. And he said to his brethren, I am Joseph, is my father yet living? His brethren could not answer him, being struck with exceeding great fear. And he said mildly to them, Come nearer to me. And when they were come near him, he said, I am Joseph, your brother, whom you sold into Egypt. Be not afraid, and let it not seem to you a hard case that you sold me into these countries, for God sent me before you into Egypt for your preservation. For it is 2 years since the famine began to be upon the land, and 5 years more remain, wherein there can be neither plowing nor reaping. And God sent me before, that you may be preserved upon the earth, and may have food to live. Not by your counsel was I sent hither, but by the will of God, who hath made me as it were a father to Pharaoh, and lord of his whole house, and governor in all the land of Egypt. Make haste, and go ye up to my father, and say to him, Thus saith thy son Joseph, God hath made me lord of the whole land of Egypt, come down to me, linger not. And thou shalt dwell in the land of Goshen, and thou shalt be near me, thou, and thy sons, and thy sons' sons, thy sheep, and thy herds, and all things that thou hast. And there I will feed thee, for there are yet 5 years of famine remaining, lest both thou perish, and thy house, and all things that thou hast. Behold, your eyes, and the eyes of my brother Benjamin, see that it is my mouth that speaketh to you. You shall tell my father of all my glory, and all things that you have seen in Egypt, make haste and bring him to me. And falling upon the neck of his brother Benjamin, he embraced him and wept, and Benjamin in like manner wept also on his neck. And Joseph kissed all his brethren, and wept upon every one of them, after which they were emboldened to speak to him. And it was heard, and the fame was spread abroad in the king's court, the brethren of Joseph are come. And Pharaoh with all his family was glad. And he spoke to Joseph that he should give orders to his brethren, saying, Load your beasts, and go into the land of Canaan. And bring away from thence your father and kindred, and come to me. And I will give you all the good things of Egypt, that you may eat the marrow of the land. Give orders also that they take wagons out of the land of Egypt, for the carriage of their children and their wives. And say, Take up your father, and make haste to come with all speed. And leave nothing of your household stuff, for all the riches of Egypt shall be yours. And the sons of Israel did as they were bid. And Joseph gave them wagons according to Pharaoh's commandment, and provisions for the way. He ordered also to be brought out for every one of them 2 robes, but to Benjamin he gave 300 pieces of silver, with 5 robes of the best. Sending to his father as much money and raiment. Adding besides, 10 he-asses, to carry off all the riches of Egypt, and as many she-asses, carrying wheat and bread for the journey. So he sent away his brethren, and at their departing said to them, Be not angry in the way. And they went up out of Egypt, and came into the land of Canaan, to their father Jacob. And they told him, saying, Joseph, thy son, is living, and he is ruler in all the land of Egypt. Which when Jacob heard, he awaked as it were out of a deep sleep, yet did not believe them. They, on the other side, told the whole order of the thing. And when he saw the wagons, and all that he had sent, his spirit revived. And he said, It is enough for me if Joseph, my son, be yet living, I will go and see him before I die. Genesis chapter 46. Israel, warranted by a vision from God, goeth down into Egypt with all his family. And Israel taking his journey, with all that he had, came to the well of the oath, and killing victims there to the God of his father Isaac. The well of the oath. Bersabee. He heard him, by a vision in the night, calling him, and saying to him, Jacob, Jacob. And he answered him, Lo, here I am. God said to him, I am the most mighty God of thy father. Fear not, go down into Egypt, for I will make a great nation of thee there. I will go down with thee thither, and will bring thee back again from thence. Joseph also shall put his hands upon thy eyes. And Jacob rose up from the well of the oath, and his sons took him up, with their children and wives in the wagons, which Pharaoh had sent to carry the old man. And all that he had in the land of Canaan, and he came into Egypt with all his seed. His sons, and grandsons, daughters, and all his offspring together. And these are the names of the children of Israel, that entered into Egypt, he and his children. His firstborn Reuben. The sons of Reuben, Hanok and Phallu, and Hesron and Charmi. The sons of Simeon, Jamuel and Jamin and Ahad, and Jachin and Sohar, and Saul, the son of a woman of Canaan. The sons of Levi, Jerson and Kath, and Merari. The sons of Judah, Hur and Onan, and Selah, and Phares and Zara. And Hur and Onan died in the land of Canaan. And sons were born to Phares, Hesron and Hamul. The sons of Issachar, Thola and Phua, and Job and Semron. The sons of Zabulon, Serd, and Elon, and Jehalel. These are the sons of Leah, whom she bore in Mesopotamia of Syria, with Dinah, his daughter. All the souls of her sons and daughters, 33. The sons of Gad, Sephian and Haggi, and Suni and Esabon, and Heri and Arodi, and Areli. The sons of Azar, Jam and Jeshua, and Jesuri, and Beriah, and Sarah their sister. The sons of Beriah, Heber and Melchiel. These are the sons of Zelpha, whom Laban gave to Leah, his daughter. And these she bore to Jacob, 16 souls. The sons of Rachel, Jacob's wife, Joseph and Benjamin. And sons were born to Joseph, in the land of Egypt, whom Asenath, the daughter of Putiphar, priest of Heliopolis, bore him, Manasses and Ephraim. The sons of Benjamin, Bela and Besher, and Aspel and Gera, and Naaman and Eki, and Ross and Mophim, and Ophim and Ard. These are the sons of Rachel, whom she bore to Jacob, all the souls, 14. The sons of Dan, Huzim. The sons of Naphtali, Jaziel and Guni, and Jesser and Salem. These are the sons of Bala, whom Laban gave to Rachel, his daughter, and these she bore to Jacob, all the souls, 7. All the souls that went with Jacob into Egypt, and that came out of his thigh, besides his sons' wives, 66. And the sons of Joseph, that were born to him in the land of Egypt, 2 souls. All the souls of the house of Jacob, that entered into Egypt, were 70. And he sent Judah before him to Joseph, to tell him, and that he should meet him in Geshon. And when he was come thither, Joseph made ready his chariot, and went up to meet his father in the same place, and seeing him, he fell upon his neck, and embracing him, wept. And the father said to Joseph, Now shall I die with joy, because I have seen thy face, and leave thee alive. And Joseph said to his brethren, and to all his father's house, I will go up, and will tell Pharaoh, and will say to him, My brethren, and my father's house, that were in the land of Shinar, are come to me. And the men are shepherds. And their occupation is to feed cattle. Their flocks, and herds, and all they have brought with them. And when he shall call you, and shall say, What is your occupation? You shall answer, We, thy servants, are shepherds, from our infancy until now, both we and our fathers. And this you shall say, that you may dwell in the land of Geshon, because the Egyptians have all shepherds in abomination. Genesis chapter 47. Jacob and his sons are presented before Pharaoh, he giveth them the land of Geshon. The famine forceth the Egyptians to sell all their possessions to the king. Then Joseph went in and told Pharaoh, saying, My father and brethren, their sheep and their herds, and all that they possess, are come out of the land of Shinar, and behold they stay in the land of Geshon. 5 men also, the last of his brethren, he presented before the king. The last, extremos. Some interpret this word of the chiefest, and most rightly, but Joseph seems rather to have chosen out such as had the meanest appearance, that Pharaoh might not think of employing them at court, with danger of their morals and religion. And he asked them, What is your occupation? They answered, We, thy servants, are shepherds, both we and our fathers. We are come to sojourn in thy land, because there is no grass for the flocks of thy servants, the famine being very grievous in the land of Shinar, and we pray thee to give orders that we thy servants may be in the land of Geshon. The king therefore said to Joseph, Thy father and thy brethren are come to thee. The land of Egypt is before thee, and make them dwell in the best place, and give them the land of Geshon. And if thou knowest that there are industrious men among them, make them rulers over my cattle. After this Joseph brought in his father to the king, and presented him before him, and he blessed him. And being asked by him, How many are the days of the years of thy life? He answered, The days of my pilgrimage are 130 years, few, and evil, and they are not come up to the days of the pilgrimage of my fathers. And blessing the king, he went out. But Joseph gave a possession to his father and his brethren in Egypt, in the best place of the land, in Ramesses, as Pharaoh had commanded. And he nourished them, and all his father's house, allowing food to every one. For in the whole world there was want of bread, and a famine had oppressed the land, more especially of Egypt and Shinar. Out of which he gathered up all the money for the corn which they bought, and brought it in to the king's treasure. And when the buyers wanted money, all Egypt came to Joseph, saying, Give us bread, why should we die in thy presence, having now no money? And he answered them, Bring me your cattle, and for them I will give you food, if you have no money. And when they had brought them, he gave them food in exchange for their horses, and sheep, and oxen, and asses, and he maintained them that year for the exchange of their cattle. And they came the second year, and said to him, We will not hide from our lord, how that our money is spent, and our cattle also are gone, neither art thou ignorant that we have nothing now left but our bodies and our lands. Why therefore shall we die before thy eyes? We will be thine, both we and our lands, by us to be the king's servants, and give us seed, lest for want of tillers the land be turned into a wilderness. So Joseph bought all the land of Egypt, every man selling his possessions, because of the greatness of the famine. And he brought it into Pharaoh's hands. And all its people from one end of the borders of Egypt, even to the other end thereof. Except the land of the priests, which had been given them by the king, to whom also a certain allowance of food was given out of the public stores, and therefore they were not forced to sell their possessions. Then Joseph said to the people, Behold, as you see, both you and your lands belong to Pharaoh, take seed and sow the fields, that you may have corn. The 5th part you shall give to the king. The other 4 you shall have for seed, and for food for your families and children. And they answered, Our life is in thy hand, only let my lord look favorably upon us, and we will gladly serve the king. From that time unto this day, in the whole land of Egypt, the 5th part is paid to the kings, and it is become as a law, except the land of the priests, which was free from this covenant. So Israel dwelt in Egypt, that is, in the land of Geshon, and possessed it, and grew, and was multiplied exceedingly. And he lived in it 17 years, and all the days of his life came to 147 years. And when he saw that the day of his death drew nigh, he called his son Joseph, and said to him, If I have found favor in thy sight, put thy hand under my thigh, and thou shalt shew me this kindness and truth, not to bury me in Egypt. But I will sleep with my fathers, and thou shalt take me away out of this land, and bury me in the burying place of my ancestors. And Joseph answered him, I will do what thou hast commanded. And he said, Swear then to me. And as he was swearing, Israel adored God, turning to the bed's head. To the bed's head. St. Paul, Heb 11.21, following the Greek translation of the Septuagint, reads adored the top of his rod. Where note, that the same word in the Hebrew, according to the different pointing of it, signifies both a bed and a rod. And to verify both these sentences, we must understand that Jacob leaning on Joseph's rod adored, turning towards the head of his bed, which adoration, inasmuch as it was referred to God, was an absolute and sovereign worship, but inasmuch as it was referred to the rod of Joseph, as a figure of the scepter, that is, of the royal dignity of Christ, was only an inferior and relative honor. Genesis chapter 48. Joseph visiteth his father in his sickness, who adopteth his 2 sons Manasseh and Ephraim, and blesseth them, preferring the younger before the elder. After these things, it was told Joseph that his father was sick. And he set out to go to him, taking his 2 sons Manasseh and Ephraim. And it was told the old man, Behold thy son Joseph cometh to thee. And being strengthened, he sat on his bed. And when Joseph was come in to him, he said, God Almighty appeared to me at Luzah, which is in the land of Canaan, and he blessed me. And said, I will cause thee to increase and multiply. And I will make of thee a multitude of people, and I will give this land to thee, and to thy seed after thee for an everlasting possession. So thy 2 sons, who were born to thee in the land of Egypt before I came hither to thee, shall be mine, Ephraim and Manasseh shall be reputed to me as Reuben and Simeon. But the rest whom thou shalt have after them, shall be thine, and shall be called by the name of their brethren in their possessions. For, when I came out of Mesopotamia, Rachel died for me in the land of Canaan in the very journey, and it was springtime, and I was going to Ephrata, and I buried her near the way of Ephrata, which by another name is called Bethlehem. Then seeing his sons, he said to him, Who are these? He answered, They are my sons, whom God hath given me in this place. And he said, Bring them to me, that I may bless them. For Israel's eyes were dim by reason of his great age, and he could not see clearly. And when they were brought to him, he kissed and embraced them. And said to his son, I am not deprived of seeing thee, moreover God hath shown me thy seed. And when Joseph had taken them from his father's lap, he bowed down with his face to the ground. And he set Ephraim on his right hand, that is, towards the left hand of Israel. But Manasseh on his left hand, to wit, towards his father's right hand, and brought them near to him. But he, stretching forth his right hand, put it upon the head of Ephraim, the younger brother. And the left upon the head of Manasseh, who was the elder, changing his hands. And Jacob blessed the sons of Joseph, and said, God, in whose sight my fathers Abraham and Isaac walked, God that feedeth me from my youth until this day. The angel that delivereth me from all evils. Bless these boys, and let my name be called upon them, and the names of my fathers Abraham and Isaac. And may they grow into a multitude upon the earth. And Joseph, seeing that his father had put his right hand upon the head of Ephraim, was much displeased, and taking his father's hand, he tried to lift it from Ephraim's head, and to remove it to the head of Manasseh. And he said to his father, It should not be so, my father, for this is the firstborn, put thy right hand upon his head. But he refusing, said, I know, my son, I know, and this also shall become a people, and shall be multiplied. But his younger brother shall be greater than he, and his seed shall grow into nations. And he blessed them at that time, saying, In thee shall Israel be blessed, and it shall be said, God do to thee as to Ephraim, and as to Manasses. And he set Ephraim before Manasses. And he said to Joseph, his son, Behold I die, and God will be with you, and will bring you back into the land of your fathers. I give thee a portion above thy brethren, which I took out of the hand of the Amorite with my sword and bow. Genesis chapter 49. Jacob's prophetical blessings of his 12 sons, his death. And Jacob called his sons, and said to them, Gather yourselves together, that I may tell you the things that shall befall you in the last days. Gather yourselves together, and hear, O ye sons of Jacob, hearken to Israel, your father. Reuben, my firstborn, thou art my strength, and the beginning of my sorrow, excelling in gifts, greater in command. My strength, etc. He calls him his strength, as being born whilst his father was in his full strength and vigor. He calls him the beginning of his sorrow, because cares and sorrows usually come on with the birth of children. Excelling in gifts, etc. Because the firstborn had a title to a double portion, and to have the command over his brethren, which Reuben forfeited by his sin, being poured out as water, that is, spilt and lost. Thou art poured out as water, grow thou not. Because thou wentest up to thy father's bed, and didst defile his couch. Grow thou not. This was not meant by way of a curse or imprecation, but by way of a prophecy foretelling that the tribe of Reuben should not inherit the preeminences usually annexed to the first birthright, viz. the double portion, the being prince or lord over the other brethren, and the priesthood, of which the double portion was given to Joseph, the princely office to Judah, and the priesthood to Levi. Simeon and Levi brethren, vessels of iniquity waging war. Let not my soul go into their council, nor my glory be in their assembly, because in their fury they slew a man, and in their self-will they undermined a wall. Slew a man, viz. Sichem the son of Hemer, with all his people, Gen 34, mystically and prophetically it alludes to Christ, whom their posterity, viz., the priests and the scribes, put to death. Cursed be their fury, because it was stubborn, and their wrath, because it was cruel. I will divide them in Jacob, and will scatter them in Israel. Judah, thee shall thy brethren praise, thy hand shall be on the necks of thy enemies. The sons of thy father shall bow down to thee. Judah is a lion's whelp, to the prey, my son, thou art gone up, resting thou hast couched as a lion, and as a lioness, who shall rouse him? A lion's whelp, etc. This blessing of Judah foretelleth the strength of his tribe, the fertility of his inheritance. And principally that the scepter and legislative power should not be utterly taken away from his race till about the time of the coming of Christ, as in effect it never was, which is a demonstration against the modern Jews. That the Messiah is long since come. For the scepter has long since been utterly taken away from Judah. The scepter shall not be taken away from Judah, nor a ruler from his thigh, till he come that is to be sent, and he shall be the expectation of nations. Tying his foal to the vineyard, and his ass, O my son, to the vine. He shall wash his robe in wine, and his garment in the blood of the grape. His eyes are more beautiful than wine, and his teeth whiter than milk. Zabulon shall dwell on the seashore, and in the road of ships, reaching as far as Sidon. Issachar shall be a strong ass, lying down between the borders. He saw a rest that it was good, and the land that it was excellent, and he bowed his shoulder to carry, and became a servant under tribute. Dan shall judge his people like another tribe in Israel. Dan shall judge, etc. This was verified in Samson, who was of the tribe of Dan, and began to deliver Israel. Judges 13.5. But as this deliverance was but temporal and very imperfect, the holy patriarch, ver. 18, aspires after another kind of deliverer, saying, I will look for thy salvation, O Lord. Let Dan be a snake in the way, a serpent in the path, that biteth the horse's heels, that his rider may fall backward. I will look for thy salvation, O Lord. Gad, being girded, shall fight before him, and he himself shall be girded backward. Gad being girded, etc. It seems to allude to the tribe of Gad. When after they had received for their lot the land of Galaad, they marched in arms before the rest of the Israelites, to the conquest of the land of Shinar, from whence they afterwards returned loaded with spoils. See Jos 4. And 12. Azer, his bread shall be fat, and he shall yield dainties to kings. Naphtali, a heart let loose, and giving words of beauty. Joseph is a growing son and comely to behold, the daughters run to and fro upon the wall. Run to and fro, etc. To behold his beauty, whilst his envious brethren turn their darts against him, etc. But they that held darts, provoked him, and quarrelled with him, and envied him. His bow rested upon the strong, and the bands of his arms and his hands were loosed, by the hands of the mighty one of Jacob, thence he came forth a pastor, the stone of Israel. His bow rested upon the strong, etc. That is, upon God, who was his strength, who also loosed his bands, and brought him out of prison to be the pastor, that is, the feeder and ruler of Egypt, and the stone, that is, the rock and support of Israel. The God of thy father shall be thy helper, and the Almighty shall bless thee with the blessings of heaven above, with the blessings of the deep that lieth beneath, with the blessings of the breasts and of the womb. The blessings of thy father are strengthened with the blessings of his fathers, until the desire of the everlasting hills should come, may they be upon the head of Joseph, and upon the crown of the Nazarite among his brethren. The blessings of thy father, etc. That is, thy father's blessings are made more prevalent and effectual in thy regard, by the additional strength they receive from his inheriting the blessings of his progenitors Abraham and Isaac. The desire of the everlasting hills, etc. These blessings all looked forward towards Christ, called the desire of the everlasting hills, as being longed for, as it were, by the whole creation. Mystically, the patriarchs and prophets are called the everlasting hills, by reason of the eminence of their wisdom and holiness. The Nazarite. This word signifies one separated. And agrees to Joseph, as being separated from, and more eminent than, his brethren. As the ancient Nazarites were so called from their being set aside for God, and vowed to him. Benjamin a ravenous wolf, in the morning shall eat the prey, and in the evening shall divide the spoil. All these are the 12 tribes of Israel, these things their father spoke to them, and he blessed every one with their proper blessings. And he charged them, saying, I am now going to be gathered to my people, bury me with my fathers in the double cave, which is in the field of Ephron the Hethite. To be gathered to my people. That is, I am going to die, and so to follow my ancestors that are gone before me, and to join their company in another world. Over against Mamber, in the land of Shinar, which Abraham bought together with the field of Ephron the Hethite, for a possession to bury in. There they buried him, and Sarah his wife, there was Isaac buried with Rebekah, his wife, there also Leah doth lie buried. And when he had ended the commandments, wherewith he instructed his sons, he drew up his feet upon the bed, and died, and he was gathered to his people. Genesis chapter 50. The mourning for Jacob, and his interment. Joseph's kindness towards his brethren. His death. And when Joseph saw this, he fell upon his father's face, weeping and kissing him. And he commanded his servants, the physicians, to embalm his father. And while they were fulfilling his commands, there passed 40 days, for this was the manner with bodies that were embalmed, and Egypt mourned for him 70 days. And the time of the mourning being expired, Joseph spoke to the family of Pharaoh, If I have found favor in your sight, speak in the ears of Pharaoh. For my father made me swear to him, saying, Behold I die. Thou shalt bury me in my sepulchre which I have digged for myself in the land of Shinar. So I will go up and bury my father, and return. And Pharaoh said to him, Go up and bury thy father according as he made thee swear. So he went up, and there went with him all the ancients of Pharaoh's house, and all the elders of the land of Egypt. And the house of Joseph with his brethren, except their children, and their flocks and herds, which they left in the land of Geshon. He had also in his train chariots and horsemen, and it was a great company. And they came to the threshing floor of Atad, which is situated beyond the Jordan, where celebrating the exequies with a great and vehement lamentation, they spent full 7 days. And when the inhabitants of Shanaan saw this, they said, This is a great mourning to the Egyptians. And therefore the name of that place was called, the mourning of Egypt. So the sons of Jacob did as he had commanded them. And carrying him into the land of Shanaan, they buried him in the double cave, which Abraham had bought together with the field for a possession of a burying place, of Apron, the Hethite, over against Mamre. And Joseph returned into Egypt with his brethren, and all that were in his company, after he had buried his father. Now he being dead, his brethren were afraid, and talked one with another, lest perhaps he should remember the wrong he suffered, and requite us all the evil that we did to him. And they sent a message to him, saying, Thy father commanded us before he died, that we should say thus much to thee from him, I beseech thee to forget the wickedness of thy brethren. And the sin and malice they practiced against thee, we also pray thee, to forgive the servants of the God of thy father this wickedness. And when Joseph heard this, he wept. And his brethren came to him, and worshipping prostrate on the ground, they said, We are thy servants. And he answered them, Fear not, can we resist the will of God? You thought evil against me, but God turned it into good, that he might exalt me, as at present you see, and might save many people. Fear not, I will feed you and your children. And he comforted them, and spoke gently and mildly. And he dwelt in Egypt with all his father's house, and lived 110 years. And he saw the children of Ephraim to the 3rd generation. The children also of Machir, the sons of Manasseh, were born on Joseph's knees. After which he told his brethren, God will visit you after my death, and will make you go up out of this land, to the land which he swore to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And he made them swear to him, saying, God will visit you, carry my bones with you out of this place. And he died, being 110 years old. And being embalmed, he was laid in a coffin in Egypt. Book 02 Exodus. The Book of Exodus. The second book of Moses is called Exodus, from the Greek word exodos, which signifies going out, because it contains the history of the going out of the children of Israel out of Egypt. The Hebrews, from the words with which it begins, call it Ve'el Semeth, these are the names. It contains transactions for 145 years, that is, from the death of Joseph to the erecting of the tabernacle. Exodus chapter 1. The Israelites are multiplied in Egypt. They are oppressed by a new king, who commandeth all their male children to be killed. These are the names of the children of Israel, that went into Egypt with Jacob, they went in every man with his household. Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Zabulon, and Benjamin, Dan, and Naphtali, Gad and Aser. And all the souls that came out of Jacob's thigh, were 70, but Joseph was in Egypt. After he was dead, and all his brethren, and all that generation. The children of Israel increased, and sprung up into multitudes, and growing exceedingly strong they filled the land. In the meantime there arose a new king over Egypt, that knew not Joseph. And he said to his people, Behold, the people of the children of Israel are numerous and stronger than we. Come, let us wisely oppress them, lest they multiply, and if any war shall rise against us, join with our enemies, and having overcome us, depart out of the land. Therefore he set over them masters of the works, to afflict them with burdens, and they built for Pharaoh cities of tabernacles, Phytom, and Ramesses. Of tabernacles, or, of storehouses. But the more they oppressed them, the more they were multiplied and increased. And the Egyptians hated the children of Israel, and afflicted them and mocked them. And they made their life bitter with hard works in clay and brick, and with all manner of service, wherewith they were overcharged in the works of the earth. And the king of Egypt spoke to the midwives of the Hebrews, of whom one was called Sephora, the other Phua, commanding them, When you shall do the office of midwives to the Hebrew women, and the time of delivery is come, if it be a man-child, kill it, if a woman, keep it alive. But the midwives feared God, and did not do as the king of Egypt had commanded, but saved the men children. And the king called for them and said, What is it that you meant to do, that you would save the men children? They answered, The Hebrew women are not as the Egyptian women, for they themselves are skillful in the office of a midwife, and they are delivered before we come to them. Therefore God dealt well with the midwives, and the people multiplied and grew exceedingly strong. And because the midwives feared God, he built them houses. Because the midwives feared God, etc. The midwives were rewarded, not for their lie, which was a venial sin, but for their fear of God, and their humanity, but this reward was only temporal, in building them houses, that is, in establishing and enriching their families. Pharaoh therefore charged all his people, saying, Whatsoever shall be born of the male sex, ye shall cast into the river, whatsoever of the female, ye shall save alive. Exodus chapter 2. Moses is born and exposed on the bank of the river, where he is taken up by the daughter of Pharaoh, and adopted for her son. He killeth an Egyptian, and fleeth into Madian, where he marrieth a wife. After this there went a man of the house of Levi, and took a wife of his own kindred. And she conceived, and bore a son, and seeing him a goodly child, hid him 3 months. And when she could hide him no longer, she took a basket made of bulrushes, and daubed it with slime and pitch, and put the little babe therein, and laid him in the sedges by the river's brink. His sister standing afar off, and taking notice what would be done. And behold, the daughter of Pharaoh came down to wash herself in the river, and her maids walked by the river's brink. And when she saw the basket in the sedges, she sent one of her maids for it, and when it was brought, she opened it, and seeing within it an infant crying, having compassion on it, she said, This is one of the babes of the Hebrews. And the child's sister said to her, Shall I go, and call to thee a Hebrew woman, to nurse the babe? She answered, Go. The maid went and called her mother. And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, Take this child, and nurse him for me, I will give thee thy wages. The woman took and nursed the child, and when he was grown up, she delivered him to Pharaoh's daughter. And she adopted him for a son, and called him Moses, saying, Because I took him out of the water. Moses, or Moises, in the Egyptian tongue, signifies one taken or saved out of the water. In those days, after Moses was grown up, he went out to his brethren, and saw their affliction, and an Egyptian striking one of the Hebrews, his brethren. And when he had looked about this way and that way, and saw no one there, he slew the Egyptian and hid him in the sand. He slew the Egyptian. This he did by a particular inspiration of God, as a prelude to his delivering the people from their oppression and bondage. He thought, says St. Stephen, Acts 7.25, that his brethren understood that God by his hand would save them. But such particular and extraordinary examples are not to be imitated. And going out the next day, he saw 2 Hebrews quarreling, and he said to him that did the wrong, Why strikest thou thy neighbor? But he answered, Who hath appointed thee prince and judge over us? Wilt thou kill me, as thou didst yesterday kill the Egyptian? Moses feared, and said, How is this come to be known? And Pharaoh heard of this word, and sought to kill Moses, but he fled from his sight, and abode in the land of Madian, and he sat down by a well. Madian, a city in country of Arabia, which took its name from Madian the son of Abraham, by Keturah, and was peopled by his posterity. And the priest of Madian had 7 daughters, who came to draw water, and when the troughs were filled, desired to water their father's flocks. And the shepherds came and drove them away, and Moses arose, and defending the maids, watered their sheep. And when they returned to Ragel their father, he said to them, Why are ye come sooner than usual? Ragel. He had 2 names, being also called Jethro, as appears from the first verse of the following chapter. They answered, A man of Egypt delivered us from the hands of the shepherds, and he drew water also with us, and gave the sheep to drink. But he said, Where is he? Why have you let the man go? Call him that he may eat bread. And Moses swore that he would dwell with him. And he took Sephora his daughter to wife. And she bore him a son, whom he called Gersam, saying, I have been a stranger in a foreign country. And she bore another, whom he called Eleazar, saying, For the God of my father, my helper, hath delivered me out of the hand of Pharaoh. Gersam. Or Gershom. This name signifies a stranger there, as Eleazar signifies the help of God. Now after a long time the king of Egypt died, and the children of Israel groaning, cried out because of the works, and their cry went up unto God from the works. And he heard their groaning, and remembered the covenant which he made with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And the Lord looked upon the children of Israel, and he knew them. Knew them. That is, he had respect to them, he cast a merciful light upon them. Exodus chapter 3. God appeareth to Moses in a bush, and sendeth him to deliver Israel. Now Moses fed the sheep of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Madian, and he drove the flock to the inner parts of the desert, and came to the mountain of God, Horeb. And the Lord appeared to him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush, and he saw that the bush was on fire, and was not burnt. The Lord appeared. That is, an angel representing God, and speaking in his name. And Moses said, I will go, and see this great sight, why the bush is not burnt. And when the Lord saw that he went forward to see, he called to him out of the midst of the bush and said, Moses, Moses. And he answered, Here I am. And he said, Come not nigh hither, put off the shoes from thy feet, for the place, whereon thou standest, is holy ground. And he said, I am the God of thy father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Moses hid his face, for he durst not look at God. And the Lord said to him, I have seen the affliction of my people in Egypt, and I have heard their cry because of the rigor of them that are over the works. And knowing their sorrow, I am come down to deliver them out of the hands of the Egyptians, and to bring them out of that land into a good and spacious land, into a land that floweth with milk and honey, to the places of the Canaanite, and Hethite, and Amorite, and Pharisite, and Hevite, and Jebusite. For the cry of the children of Israel is come unto me, and I have seen their affliction, wherewith they are oppressed by the Egyptians. But come, and I will send thee to Pharaoh, that thou mayst bring forth my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt. And Moses said to God, Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh, and should bring forth the children of Israel out of Egypt? And he said to him, I will be with thee, and this thou shalt have for a sign that I have sent thee, when thou shalt have brought my people out of Egypt, thou shalt offer sacrifice to God upon this mountain. Moses said to God, Lo, I shall go to the children of Israel, and say to them, The God of your fathers hath sent me to you. If they shall say to me, What is his name? What shall I say to them? God said to Moses, I am who I am. He said, Thus shalt thou say to the children of Israel, He who is, hath sent me to you. I am who I am. That is, I am being itself, eternal, self-existent, independent, infinite, without beginning, end, or change, and the source of all other beings. And God said again to Moses, Thus shalt thou say to the children of Israel, The Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob hath sent me to you. This is my name forever, and this is my memorial unto all generations. Go and gather together the ancients of Israel, and thou shalt say to them, The Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, hath appeared to me, saying, Visiting I have visited you. And I have seen all that hath befallen you in Egypt. And I have said the word to bring you forth out of the affliction of Egypt, into the land of the Canaanite, and Hethite, and Amorite, and Pharisite, and Hevite, and Jebusite, to a land that floweth with milk and honey. And they shall hear thy voice, and thou shalt go in, thou and the ancients of Israel, to the king of Egypt, and thou shalt say to him, The Lord God of the Hebrews hath called us. We will go 3 days' journey into the wilderness, to sacrifice unto the Lord our God. But I know that the king of Egypt will not let you go, but by a mighty hand. For I will stretch forth my hand, and will strike Egypt with all my wonders which I will do in the midst of them, after these he will let you go. And I will give favor to this people, in the sight of the Egyptians, and when you go forth, you shall not depart empty. But every woman shall ask of her neighbor, and of her that is in her house, vessels of silver and of gold, and raiment, and you shall put them on your sons and daughters, and shall spoil Egypt. Shall spoil, etc. That is, you shall strip, and take away the goods of the Egyptians. This was not authorizing theft or injustice, but was a just disposal made by him, who is the great Lord and Master of all things, in order to pay the children of Israel some part of what was due to them from the Egyptians for their labors. Exodus chapter 4. Moses is empowered to confirm his mission with miracles, his brother Aaron is appointed to assist him. Moses answered, and said, They will not believe me, nor hear my voice, but they will say, The Lord hath not appeared to thee. Then he said to him, What is that thou holdest in thy hand? He answered, A rod. And the Lord said, Cast it down upon the ground. He cast it down, and it was turned into a serpent, so that Moses fled from it. And the Lord said, Put out thy hand, and take it by the tail. He put forth his hand, and took hold of it, and it was turned into a rod. That they may believe, saith he, that the Lord God of their fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, hath appeared to thee. And the Lord said again, Put thy hand into thy bosom. And when he had put it into his bosom, he brought it forth leprous as snow. And he said, Put back thy hand into thy bosom. He put it back, and brought it out again, and it was like the other flesh. If they will not believe thee, saith he, nor hear the voice of the former sign, they will believe the word of the latter sign. But if they will not even believe these two signs, nor hear thy voice, take of the river water, and pour it out upon the dry land, and whatsoever thou drawest out of the river, shall be turned into blood. Moses said, I beseech thee, Lord, I am not eloquent from yesterday and the day before, and since thou hast spoken to thy servant, I have more impediment in slowness of tongue. The Lord said to him, Who made man's mouth? Or who made the dumb and the deaf, the seeing and the blind? Did not I? Go therefore, and I will be in thy mouth, and I will teach thee what thou shalt speak. But he said, I beseech thee, Lord, send whom thou wilt send. The Lord being angry at Moses, said, Aaron the Levite is thy brother, I know that he is eloquent, behold he cometh forth to meet thee, and seeing thee, shall be glad at heart. Speak to him, and put my words in his mouth, and I will be in thy mouth, and in his month, and will shew you what you must do. He shall speak in thy stead to the people, and shall be thy mouth, but thou shalt be to him in those things that pertain to God. And take this rod in thy hand wherewith thou shalt do the signs. Moses went his way, and returned to Jethro his father-in-law, and said to him, I will go and return to my brethren into Egypt, that I may see if they be yet alive. And Jethro said to him, Go in peace. And the Lord said to Moses, In Madian, Go, and return into Egypt, for they are all dead that sought thy life. Moses therefore took his wife, and his sons, and set them upon an ass, and returned into Egypt, carrying the rod of God in his hand. And the Lord said to him as he was returning into Egypt, See that thou do all the wonders before Pharaoh, which I have put in thy hand, I shall harden his heart, and he will not let the people go. I shall harden, etc. Not by being the efficient cause of his sin, but by withdrawing from him, for his just punishment, the dew of grace that might have softened his heart, and so suffering him to grow harder and harder. And thou shalt say to him, Thus saith the Lord, Israel is my son, my firstborn. I have said to thee, Let my son go, that he may serve me, and thou wouldst not let him go, behold I will kill thy son, thy firstborn. And when he was in his journey, in the inn, the Lord met him, and would have killed him. The Lord met him, and would have killed him. This was an angel representing the Lord, who treated Moses in this manner, for having neglected the circumcision of his younger son, which his wife understanding, circumcised her child upon the spot, upon which the angel let Moses go. Immediately Sephora took a very sharp stone, and circumcised the foreskin of her son, and touched his feet, and said, A bloody spouse art thou to me. And he let him go after she had said, a bloody spouse art thou to me, because of the circumcision. And the Lord said to Aaron, Go into the desert to meet Moses. And he went forth to meet him in the mountain of God, and kissed him. And Moses told Aaron all the words of the Lord, by which he had sent him, and the signs that he had commanded. And they came together, and they assembled all the ancients of the children of Israel. And Aaron spoke all the words which the Lord had said to Moses, and he wrought the signs before the people. And the people believed. And they heard that the Lord had visited the children of Israel, and that he had looked upon their affliction, and falling down they adored. Exodus chapter 5. Pharaoh refuseth to let the people go. They are more oppressed. After these things, Moses and Aaron went in, and said to Pharaoh, Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, Let my people go, that they may sacrifice to me in the desert. But he answered, Who is the Lord, that I should hear his voice, and let Israel go? I know not the Lord, neither will I let Israel go. And they said, The God of the Hebrews hath called us, to go 3 days' journey into the wilderness, and to sacrifice to the Lord our God, lest a pestilence or the sword fall upon us. The king of Egypt said to them, Why do you Moses and Aaron draw off the people from their works? Get you gone to your burdens. And Pharaoh said, The people of the land are numerous, you see that the multitude is increased. How much more if you give them rest from their works? Therefore he commanded the same day the overseers of the works, and the taskmasters of the people, saying, You shall give straw no more to the people to make brick, as before. But let them go and gather straw. And you shall lay upon them the task of bricks, which they did before, neither shall you diminish anything thereof, for they are idle, and therefore they cry, saying, Let us go and sacrifice to our God. Let them be oppressed with works, and let them fulfill them, that they may not regard lying words. And the overseers of the works, and the taskmasters, went out and said to the people, Thus saith Pharaoh, I allow you no straw. Go, and gather it where you can find it, neither shall anything of your work be diminished. And the people was scattered through all the land of Egypt to gather straw. And the overseers of the works pressed them, saying, Fulfill your work every day, as before ye were wont to do, when straw was given you. And they that were over the works of the children of Israel, were scourged by Pharaoh's taskmasters, saying, Why have you not made up the task of bricks, both yesterday and today, as before? And the officers of the children of Israel came, and cried out to Pharaoh, saying, Why dealest thou so with thy servants? Straw is not given us, and bricks are required of us as before. Behold, we, thy servants, are beaten with whips, and thy people is unjustly dealt withal. And he said, You are idle, and therefore you say, Let us go and sacrifice to the Lord. Go therefore and work, straw shall not be given you, and you shall deliver the accustomed number of bricks. And the officers of the children of Israel saw that they were in evil case, because it was said to them, There shall not a whit be diminished of the bricks for every day. And they met Moses and Aaron, who stood over against them as they came out from Pharaoh. And they said to them, The Lord see and judge, because you have made our savor to stink before Pharaoh and his servants, and you have given him a sword to kill us. And Moses returned to the Lord, and said, Lord, why hast thou afflicted this people? Wherefore hast thou sent me? For since the time that I went into Pharaoh to speak in thy name, he hath afflicted thy people, and thou hast not delivered them. Exodus chapter 6. God reneweth his promise. The genealogies of Reuben, Simon and Levi, down to Moses and Aaron. 6:1. And the Lord said to Moses, Now thou shalt see what I will do to Pharaoh, for by a mighty hand shall he let them go, and with a strong hand shall he cast them out of his land. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, I am the Lord. That appeared to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, by the name of God Almighty, and my name Adonai I did not shew them. My name Adonai. The name, which is in the Hebrew text, is that most proper name of God, which signifieth his eternal, self-existent being, X 3.14, which the Jews out of reverence never pronounce. But, instead of it, whenever it occurs in the Bible, they read Adonai, which signifies the Lord, and, therefore, they put the points or vowels, which belong to the name Adonai, to the 4 letters of that other ineffable name Jod, He, Vav, He. Hence some moderns have framed the name Jehovah, unknown to all the ancients, whether Jews or Christians, for the true pronunciation of the name, which is in the Hebrew text, by long disuse, is now quite lost. And I made a covenant with them, to give them the land of Shinar, the land of their pilgrimage wherein they were strangers. I have heard the groaning of the children of Israel, wherewith the Egyptians have oppressed them, and I have remembered my covenant. Therefore say to the children of Israel, I am the Lord who will bring you out from the work prison of the Egyptians, and will deliver you from bondage, and redeem you with a high arm and great judgments. And I will take you to myself for my people, I will be your God, and you shall know that I am the Lord your God, who brought you out from the work prison of the Egyptians, and brought you into the land, concerning which I lifted up my hand to give it to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and I will give it you to possess, I am the Lord. And Moses told all this to the children of Israel, but they did not hearken to him, for anguish of spirit, and most painful work. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Go in, and speak to Pharaoh king of Egypt, that he let the children of Israel go out of his land. Moses answered before the Lord, Behold, the children of Israel do not hearken to me, and how will Pharaoh hear me, especially as I am of uncircumcised lips? Uncircumcised lips. So he calls the defect he had in his words, or utterance. And the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, and he gave them a charge unto the children of Israel, and unto Pharaoh the king of Egypt, that they should bring forth the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. These are the heads of their houses by their families. The sons of Reuben the firstborn of Israel, Hanok and Phallu, Hezron and Charmi. These are the kindreds of Reuben. The sons of Simeon, Jamuel and Jamin, and Ahad, and Jachin, and Sor, and Saul the son of Ashannanitis, these are the families of Simeon. And these are the names of the sons of Levi by their kindreds, Jerson, and Kath, and Merari. And the years of the life of Levi were 137. The sons of Jerson, Lobni and Simei, by their kindreds. The sons of Kath, Amram, and Izar, and Hebron and Oziel. And the years of Kath's life were 133. The sons of Merari, Mahali and Musi. These are the kindreds of Levi by their families. And Amram took to wife Jochebed his aunt by the father's side, and she bore him Aaron and Moses. And the years of Amram's life were 137. The sons also of Izar, Kor, and Nepheg, and Zechri. The sons also of Oziel, Mizael, and Elizaphan, and Sethri. And Aaron took to wife Elizabeth the daughter of Amminadab, sister of Nahasson, who bore him Nadab, and Abihu, and Eleazar, and Ithamar. The sons also of Kor, Azar, and Elkanah, and Abiasaph. These are the kindreds of the Korahites. But Eleazar the son of Aaron took a wife of the daughters of Phudiel, and she bore him Phinehas. These are the heads of the Levitical families by their kindreds. These are Aaron and Moses, whom the Lord commanded to bring forth the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt by their companies. These are they that speak to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, in order to bring out the children of Israel from Egypt, these are that Moses and Aaron. In the day when the Lord spoke to Moses in the land of Egypt. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, I am the Lord, speak thou to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, all that I say to thee. And Moses said before the Lord, Lo, I am of uncircumcised lips, how will Pharaoh hear me? Exodus chapter 7. Moses and Aaron go into Pharaoh, they turn the rod into a serpent, and the waters of Egypt into blood, which was the first plague. The magicians do the like, and Pharaoh's heart is hardened. And the Lord said to Moses, Behold, I have appointed thee the God of Pharaoh, and Aaron, thy brother, shall be thy prophet. The God of Pharaoh, viz., to be his judge, and to exercise a divine power, as God's instrument, over him and his people. Thou shalt speak to him all that I command thee, and he shall speak to Pharaoh, that he let the children of Israel go out of his land. But I shall harden his heart, and shall multiply my signs and wonders in the land of Egypt. I shall harden, etc. Not by being the efficient cause of his hardness of heart, but by permitting it, and by withdrawing grace from him, in punishment of his malice, which alone was the proper cause of his being hardened. And he will not hear you, and I will lay my hand upon Egypt, and will bring forth my army in my people, the children of Israel, out of the land of Egypt, by very great judgments. And the Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord, who have stretched forth my hand upon Egypt, and have brought forth the children of Israel out of the midst of them. And Moses and Aaron did as the Lord had commanded, so did they. And Moses was 80 years old, and Aaron 83, when they spoke to Pharaoh. And the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, When Pharaoh shall say to you, Shew signs. Thou shalt say to Aaron, Take thy rod, and cast it down before Pharaoh, and it shall be turned into a serpent. So Moses and Aaron went in unto Pharaoh, and did as the Lord had commanded. And Aaron took the rod before Pharaoh and his servants, and it was turned into a serpent. And Pharaoh called the wise men and the magicians, and they also by Egyptian enchantments and certain secrets, did in like manner. Magicians. Jans, and Mambers, or Jambers, 2 Tim, 3.8. And they every one cast down their rods, and they were turned into serpents, but Aaron's rod devoured their rods. And Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he did not hearken to them, as the Lord had commanded. And the Lord said to Moses, Pharaoh's heart is hardened, he will not let the people go. Go to him in the morning, behold he will go out to the waters, and thou shalt stand to meet him on the bank of the river, and thou shalt take in thy hand the rod that was turned into a serpent. And thou shalt say to him, The Lord God of the Hebrews sent me to thee, saying, Let my people go to sacrifice to me in the desert, and hitherto thou wouldst not hear. Thus therefore saith the Lord, In this thou shalt know that I am the Lord, behold I will strike with the rod, that is in my hand, the water of the river, and it shall be turned into blood. And the fishes that are in the river, shall die, and the waters shall be corrupted, and the Egyptians shall be afflicted when they drink the water of the river. The Lord also said to Moses, Say to Aaron, Take thy rod. And stretch forth thy hand upon the waters of Egypt, and upon their rivers, and streams and pools, and all the ponds of waters, that they may be turned into blood, and let blood be in all the land of Egypt, both in vessels of wood and of stone. And Moses and Aaron did as the Lord had commanded, and lifting up the rod, he struck the water of the river before Pharaoh and his servants, and it was turned into blood. And the fishes that were in the river died. And the river corrupted, and the Egyptians could not drink the water of the river, and there was blood in all the land of Egypt. And the magicians of the Egyptians with their enchantments did in like manner. And Pharaoh's heart was hardened, neither did he hear them, as the Lord had commanded. 7:23, And he turned himself away, and went into his house, neither did he set his heart to it this time also. And all the Egyptians dug round about the river for water to drink, for they could not drink of the water of the river. And 7 days were fully ended, after that the Lord struck the river. Exodus chapter 8. The second plague is of frogs. Pharaoh promiseth to let the Israelites go, but breaketh his promise. The third plague is of sinnafs. The fourth is of flies. Pharaoh again promiseth to dismiss the people, but doth it not. And the Lord said to Moses, Go into Pharaoh, and thou shalt say to him, Thus saith the Lord, Let my people go to sacrifice to me. But if thou wilt not let them go, behold I will strike all thy coasts with frogs. And the river shall bring forth an abundance of frogs, which shall come up and enter into thy house, and thy bedchamber, and upon thy bed, and into the houses of thy servants, and to thy people, and into thy ovens, and into the remains of thy meats. And the frogs shall come into thee, and to thy people, and to all thy servants. And the Lord said to Moses, Say to Aaron, Stretch forth thy hand upon the streams, and upon the rivers and the pools, and bring forth frogs upon the land of Egypt. And Aaron stretched forth his hand upon the waters of Egypt, and the frogs came up, and covered the land of Egypt. And the magicians also, by their enchantments, did in like manner, and they brought forth frogs upon the land of Egypt. But Pharaoh called Moses and Aaron, and said to them, Pray ye to the Lord to take away the frogs from me and from my people, and I will let the people go to sacrifice to the Lord. Pray ye to the Lord, etc. By this it appears, that though the magicians, by the help of the devil, could bring frogs, yet they could not take them away, God being pleased to abridge in this the power of Satan. So we see they could not afterwards produce the lesser insects. And in this restraint of the power of the devil, were forced to acknowledge the finger of God. And Moses said to Pharaoh, Set me a time when I shall pray for thee, and for thy servants, and for thy people, that the frogs may be driven away from thee and from thy house, and from thy servants, and from thy people, and may remain only in the river. And he answered, Tomorrow. But he said, I will do according to thy word, that thou mayest know that there is none like to the Lord our God. And the frogs shall depart from thee, and from thy house, and from thy servants, and from thy people, and shall remain only in the river. And Moses and Aaron went forth from Pharaoh, and Moses cried to the Lord for the promise, which he had made to Pharaoh concerning the frogs. And the Lord did according to the word of Moses, and the frogs died out of the houses, and out of the villages, and out of the fields. And they gathered them together into immense heaps, and the land was corrupted. And Pharaoh, seeing that rest was given, hardened his own heart, and did not hear them, as the Lord had commanded. Pharaoh hardened his own heart. By this we see that Pharaoh was himself the efficient cause of his heart being hardened, and not God. See the same repeated in ver. 32, Pharaoh hardened his heart at this time also, likewise chap 9.7, 35, and chap 13.15. And the Lord said to Moses, Say to Aaron, Stretch forth thy rod, and strike the dust of the earth. And may there be sinifs in all the land of Egypt. Sinifs. Or sinifs, Hebrew chinim, small flying insects, very troublesome both to men and beast. And they did so. And Aaron stretched forth his hand, holding the rod. And he struck the dust of the earth, and there came sinifs on men and on beasts, all the dust of the earth was turned into sinifs through all the land of Egypt. And the magicians with their enchantments practiced in like manner, to bring forth sinifs, and they could not, and there were sinifs as well on men as on beasts. And the magician said to Pharaoh, This is the finger of God. And Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he hearkened not unto them, as the Lord had commanded. The Lord also said to Moses, Arise early, and stand before Pharaoh. For he will go forth to the waters, and thou shalt say to him, Thus saith the Lord, Let my people go to sacrifice to me. But if thou wilt not let them go, behold I will send in upon thee, and upon thy servants, and upon thy houses, all kind of flies, and the houses of the Egyptians shall be filled with flies of divers kinds, and the whole land wherein they shall be. And I will make the land of Geshur wonderful in that day, so that flies shall not be there, and thou shalt know that I am the Lord in the midst of the earth. And I will put a division between my people and thy people, tomorrow shall this sign be. And the Lord did so. And there came a very grievous swarm of flies into the houses of Pharaoh and of his servants, and into all the land of Egypt, and the land was corrupted by this kind of flies. And Pharaoh called Moses and Aaron, and said to them, Go and sacrifice to your God in this land. And Moses said, It cannot be so, for we shall sacrifice the abominations of the Egyptians to the Lord our God. Now if we kill those things which the Egyptians worship, in their presence, they will stone us. The abominations, etc. That is, the things they worship for gods, oxen, rams, etc. It is the usual style of the Scriptures to call all idols and false gods, abominations, to signify how much the people of God ought to detest and abhor them. We will go 3 days' journey into the wilderness, and we will sacrifice to the Lord our God, as he hath commanded us. And Pharaoh said, I will let you go to sacrifice to the Lord your God in the wilderness, but go no farther, pray for me. And Moses said, I will go out from thee, and will pray to the Lord, and the flies shall depart from Pharaoh, and from his servants, and from his people tomorrow, but do not deceive any more, in not letting the people go to sacrifice to the Lord. So Moses went out from Pharaoh, and prayed to the Lord. And he did according to his word, and he took away the flies from Pharaoh, and from his servants, and from his people, there was not left so much as one. And Pharaoh's heart was hardened, so that neither this time would he let the people go. Exodus chapter 9. The fifth plague is a murrain among the cattle. The sixth, of boils in men and beasts. The seventh, of hail. Pharaoh promiseth again to let the people go, and breaketh his word. And the Lord said to Moses, Go into Pharaoh, and speak to him, Thus saith the Lord God of the Hebrews, Let my people go to sacrifice to me. But if thou refuse, and withhold them still, behold my hand shall be upon thy fields, and a very grievous murrain upon thy horses, and asses, and camels, and oxen, and sheep. And the Lord will make a wonderful difference between the possessions of Israel and the possessions of the Egyptians, that nothing at all shall die of those things that belong to the children of Israel. And the Lord appointed a time, saying, Tomorrow will the Lord do this thing in the land. The Lord therefore did this thing the next day, and all the beasts of the Egyptians died, but of the beasts of the children of Israel there died not one. All the beasts. That is, many of all kinds. And Pharaoh sent to see, and there was not anything dead of that which Israel possessed. And Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he did not let the people go. And the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, Take to you handfuls of ashes out of the chimney, and let Moses sprinkle it in the air in the presence of Pharaoh. And be there dust upon all the land of Egypt, for there shall be boils and swelling blains both in men and beasts, in the whole land of Egypt. And they took ashes out of the chimney, and stood before Pharaoh, and Moses sprinkled it in the air. And there came boils with swelling blains in men and beasts. Neither could the magicians stand before Moses, for the boils that were upon them, and in all the land of Egypt. And the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he hearkened not unto them, as the Lord had spoken to Moses. Hardened, etc. See the annotations above, chap 4.21, chap 7.3, and chap 8.15. And the Lord said to Moses, Arise in the morning, and stand before Pharaoh, and thou shalt say to him, Thus saith the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, Let my people go to sacrifice to me. For I will at this time send all my plagues upon thy heart, and upon thy servants, and upon thy people, that thou mayst know that there is none like me in all the earth. For now I will stretch out my hand to strike thee, and thy people, with pestilence, and thou shalt perish from the earth. And therefore have I raised thee, that I may shew my power in thee, and my name may be spoken of throughout all the earth. Dost thou yet hold back my people, and wilt thou not let them go? Behold, I will cause it to rain tomorrow at this same hour, an exceeding great hail, such as hath not been in Egypt from the day that it was founded, until this present time. Send therefore now presently, and gather together thy cattle, and all that thou hast in the field, for men and beasts, and all things that shall be found abroad, and not gathered together out of the fields which the hail shall fall upon, shall die. He that feared the word of the Lord among Pharaoh's servants, made his servants and his cattle flee into houses. But he that regarded not the word of the Lord, left his servants and his cattle in the fields. And the Lord said to Moses, Stretch forth thy hand towards heaven, that there may be hail in the whole land of Egypt upon men, and upon beasts, and upon every herb of the field in the land of Egypt. And Moses stretched forth his rod towards heaven, and the Lord sent thunder and hail, and lightnings running along the ground, and the Lord rained hail upon the land of Egypt. And the hail and fire mixed with it drove on together, and it was of so great bigness, as never before was seen in the whole land of Egypt since that nation was founded. And the hail destroyed through all the land of Egypt all things that were in the fields, both man and beast, and the hail smote every herb of the field, and it broke every tree of the country. Only in the land of Geshon, where the children of Israel were, the hail fell not. And Pharaoh sent and called Moses and Aaron, saying to them, I have sinned this time also, the Lord is just, I and my people are wicked. Pray ye to the Lord that the thunderings of God and the hail may cease, that I may let you go, and that ye may stay here no longer. Moses said, As soon as I am gone out of the city, I will stretch forth my hands to the Lord, and the thunders shall cease, and the hail shall be no more, that thou mayst know that the earth is the Lord's. But I know that neither thou, nor thy servants do yet fear the Lord God. The flax therefore, and the barley were hurt, because the barley was green, and the flax was now bald. But the wheat, and other winter corn were not hurt, because they were late ward. And when Moses was gone from Pharaoh out of the city, he stretched forth his hands to the Lord, and the thunders and the hail ceased, neither did there drop any more rain upon the earth. And Pharaoh, seeing that the rain, and the hail, and the thunders were ceased, increased his sin. And his heart was hardened, and the heart of his servants, and it was made exceeding hard, neither did he let the children of Israel go, as the Lord had commanded by the hand of Moses. Exodus chapter 10. The 8th plague of the locusts. The 9th, of darkness, Pharaoh is still hardened. And the Lord said to Moses, Go into Pharaoh. For I have hardened his heart, and the heart of his servants, that I may work these my signs in him. And thou mayst tell in the ears of thy sons, and of thy grandsons, how often I have plagued the Egyptians, and wrought my signs amongst them, and you may know that I am the Lord. Therefore Moses and Aaron went into Pharaoh, and said to him, Thus saith the Lord God of the Hebrews, How long refusest thou to submit to me? Let my people go, to sacrifice to me. But if thou resist, and wilt not let them go, behold, I will bring in tomorrow the locusts into thy coasts, to cover the face of the earth, that nothing thereof may appear, but that which the hail hath left may be eaten, for they shall feed upon all the trees that spring in the fields. And they shall fill thy houses, and the houses of thy servants, and of all the Egyptians, such a number as thy fathers have not seen, nor thy grandfathers, from the time they were first upon the earth, until this present day. And he turned himself away, and went forth from Pharaoh. And Pharaoh's servants said to him, How long shall we endure this scandal? Yet the men go to sacrifice to the Lord their God. Dost thou not see that Egypt is undone? And they called back Moses, and Aaron, to Pharaoh, and he said to them, Go, sacrifice to the Lord your God. Who are they that shall go? Moses said, We will go with our young and old, with our sons and daughters, with our sheep and herds, for it is the solemnity of the Lord our God. And Pharaoh answered, So be the Lord with you, as I shall let you and your children go, who can doubt but that you intend some great evil? It shall not be so, but go ye men only, and sacrifice to the Lord, for this yourselves also desired. And immediately they were cast out from Pharaoh's presence. And the Lord said to Moses, Stretch forth thy hand upon the land of Egypt unto the locust, that it come upon it, and devour every herb that is left after the hail. And Moses stretched forth his rod upon the land of Egypt, and the Lord brought a burning wind all that day and night, and when it was morning, the burning wind raised the locusts. And they came up over the whole land of Egypt, and rested in all the coasts of the Egyptians, innumerable, the like as had not been before that time, nor shall be hereafter. And they covered the whole face of the earth, wasting all things. And the grass of the earth was devoured, and what fruits soever were on the trees, which the hail had left, and there remained not anything that was green on the trees, or in the herbs of the earth, in all Egypt. Wherefore Pharaoh in haste called Moses and Aaron, and said to them, I have sinned against the Lord your God, and against you. But now forgive me my sin this time also, and pray to the Lord your God, that he take away from me this death. And Moses going forth from the presence of Pharaoh, prayed to the Lord. And he made a very strong wind to blow from the west, and it took the locusts and cast them into the Red Sea, there remained not so much as one in all the coasts of Egypt. And the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, neither did he let the children of Israel go. And the Lord said to Moses, Stretch out thy hand towards heaven, and may there be darkness upon the land of Egypt so thick that it may be felt. Darkness upon the land of Egypt, so thick that it may be felt. By means of the gross exhalations, which were to cause and accompany the darkness. And Moses stretched forth his hand towards heaven, and there came horrible darkness in all the land of Egypt for 3 days. No man saw his brother, nor moved himself out of the place where he was, but wheresoever the children of Israel dwelt, there was light. And Pharaoh called Moses and Aaron, and said to them, Go, sacrifice to the Lord, let your sheep only, and herds remain, let your children go with you. Moses said, Thou shalt give us also sacrifices and burnt offerings, to the Lord our God. All the flocks shall go with us, there shall not a hoof remain of them, for they are necessary for the service of the Lord our God, especially as we know not what must be offered, till we come to the very place. And the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not let them go. And Pharaoh said to Moses, Get thee from me, and beware thou see not my face any more, in what day soever thou shalt come in my sight, thou shalt die. Moses answered, So shall it be as thou hast spoken, I will not see thy face any more. Exodus chapter 11. Pharaoh and his people are threatened with the death of their firstborn. And the Lord said to Moses, Yet one plague more will I bring upon Pharaoh in Egypt, and after that he shall let you go, and thrust you out. Therefore thou shalt tell all the people, that every man ask of his friend, and every woman of her neighbor, vessels of silver and of gold. And the Lord will give favor to his people in the sight of the Egyptians. And Moses was a very great man in the land of Egypt, in the sight of Pharaoh's servants, and of all the people. And he said, Thus saith the Lord, At midnight I will enter into Egypt. And every firstborn in the land of the Egyptians shall die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh who sitteth on his throne, even to the firstborn of the handmaid that is at the mill. And all the firstborn of beasts. And there shall be a great cry in all the land of Egypt, such as neither hath been before, nor shall be hereafter. But with all the children of Israel there shall not a dog make the least noise, from man even to beast. That you may know how wonderful a difference the Lord maketh between the Egyptians and Israel. And all these thy servants shall come down to me, and shall worship me, saying, Go forth thou, and all the people that is under thee, after that we will go out. And he went out from Pharaoh exceeding angry. But the Lord said to Moses, Pharaoh will not hear you, that many signs may be done in the land of Egypt. And Moses and Aaron did all the wonders that are written, before Pharaoh. And the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, neither did he let the children of Israel go out of his land. The Lord hardened, etc. See the annotations above, chap 4.21, and chap 7.3. Exodus chapter 12. The manner of preparing, and eating the paschal lamb, the firstborn of Egypt are all slain, the Israelites depart. And the Lord said to Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, This month shall be to you the beginning of months. It shall be the first in the months of the year. Speak ye to the whole assembly of the children of Israel, and say to them, On the 10th day of this month let every man take a lamb by their families and houses. But if the number be less than may suffice to eat the lamb, he shall take unto him his neighbor that joineth to his house, according to the number of souls which may be enough to eat the lamb. And it shall be a lamb without blemish, a male, of 1 year, according to which rite also you shall take a kid. A kid. The phase might be performed, either with a lamb or with a kid, and all the same rites and ceremonies were to be used with the one as with the other. And you shall keep it until the 14th day of this month. And the whole multitude of the children of Israel shall sacrifice it in the evening. And they shall take of the blood thereof, and put it upon both the side posts, and on the upper door posts of the houses, wherein they shall eat it. And they shall eat the flesh that night roasted at the fire, and unleavened bread with wild lettuce. You shall not eat thereof anything raw, nor boiled in water, but only roasted at the fire. You shall eat the head with the feet and entrails thereof. Neither shall there remain anything of it until morning. If there be anything left, you shall burn it with fire. And thus you shall eat it, you shall gird your reins, and you shall have shoes on your feet, holding staves in your hands, and you shall eat in haste, for it is the phase, that is the passage, of the Lord. And I will pass through the land of Egypt that night, and will kill every firstborn in the land of Egypt, both man and beast, and against all the gods of Egypt I will execute judgments, I am the Lord. And the blood shall be unto you for a sign in the houses where you shall be, and I shall see the blood, and shall pass over you, and the plague shall not be upon you to destroy you, when I shall strike the land of Egypt. And this day shall be for a memorial to you, and you shall keep it a feast to the Lord in your generations, with an everlasting observance. 7 days shall you eat unleavened bread, in the first day there shall be no leaven in your houses. Whosoever shall eat anything leavened, from the first day until the 7th day, that soul shall perish out of Israel. The first day shall be holy and solemn, and the 7th day shall be kept with the like solemnity. You shall do no work in them, except those things that belong to eating. And you shall observe the feast of the unleavened bread, for in this same day I will bring forth your army out of the land of Egypt, and you shall keep this day in your generations by a perpetual observance. The first month, the 14th day of the month, in the evening, you shall eat unleavened bread, until the 21st day of the same month, in the evening. Unleavened bread. By this it appears, that our Saviour made use of unleavened bread, in the institution of the Blessed Sacrament, which was on the evening of the Paschal solemnity, at which time there was no leavened bread to be found in Israel. 7 days there shall not be found any leaven in your houses. He that shall eat leavened bread, his soul shall perish out of the assembly of Israel, whether he be a stranger or born in the land. You shall not eat anything leavened, in all your habitations you shall eat unleavened bread. And Moses called all the ancients of the children of Israel, and said to them, Go take a lamb by your families, and sacrifice the fays. And dip a bunch of hyssop in the blood that is at the door, and sprinkle the transom of the door therewith, and both the door cheeks. Let none of you go out of the door of his house till morning. Sprinkle, etc. This sprinkling the doors of the Israelites with the blood of the Paschal lamb, in order to their being delivered from the sword of the destroying angel, was a lively figure of our redemption by the blood of Christ. For the Lord will pass through striking the Egyptians, and when he shall see the blood on the transom, and on both the posts, he will pass over the door of the house, and not suffer the destroyer to come into your houses and to hurt you. Thou shalt keep this thing as a law for thee and thy children forever. And when you have entered into the land which the Lord will give you, as he hath promised, ye shall observe these ceremonies. And when your children shall say to you, What is the meaning of this service? You shall say to them, It is the victim of the passage of the Lord, when he passed over the houses of the children of Israel in Egypt, striking the Egyptians, and saving our houses. And the people bowing themselves, adored. And the children of Israel going forth, did as the Lord had commanded Moses and Aaron. And it came to pass at midnight, the Lord slew every firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh, who sat on his throne, unto the firstborn of the captive woman that was in the prison, and all the firstborn of cattle. And Pharaoh arose in the night, and all his servants, and all Egypt, and there arose a great cry in Egypt, for there was not a house wherein there lay not one dead. And Pharaoh calling Moses and Aaron, in the night, said, Arise and go forth from among my people, you and the children of Israel, go, sacrifice to the Lord as you say. Your sheep and herds take along with you, as you demanded, and departing bless me. And the Egyptians pressed the people to go forth out of the land speedily, saying, We shall all die. The people therefore took dough before it was leavened, and tying it in their cloaks, put it on their shoulders. And the children of Israel did as Moses had commanded, and they asked of the Egyptians vessels of silver and gold, and very much raiment. And the Lord gave favor to the people in the sight of the Egyptians, so that they lent unto them, and they stripped the Egyptians. And the children of Israel set forward from Rameses to Succoth, being about 600,000 men on foot, beside children. And a mixed multitude, without number, went up also with them, sheep and herds, and beasts of divers kinds, exceeding many. And they baked the meal, which a little before they had brought out of Egypt in dough, and they made hearth cakes unleavened, for it could not be leavened, the Egyptians pressing them to depart, and not suffering them to make any stay. Neither did they think of preparing any meat. And the abode of the children of Israel that they made in Egypt, was 430 years. Which being expired, the same day all the army of the Lord went forth out of the land of Egypt. This is the observable night of the Lord, when he brought them forth out of the land of Egypt. This night all the children of Israel must observe in their generations. And the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, This is the service of the fays. No foreigner shall eat of it. But every bought servant shall be circumcised, and so shall eat. The stranger and the hireling shall not eat thereof. In one house shall it be eaten, neither shall you carry forth of the flesh thereof out of the house, neither shall you break a bone thereof. All the assembly of the children of Israel shall keep it. And if any stranger be willing to dwell among you, and to keep the phase of the Lord, all his males shall first be circumcised. And then shall he celebrate it according to the manner, and he shall be as he that is born in the land, but if any man be uncircumcised, he shall not eat thereof. The same law shall be to him that is born in the land, and to the proselyte that sojourneth with you. And all the children of Israel did as the Lord had commanded Moses and Aaron. And the same day the Lord brought forth the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt by their companies. Exodus chapter 13. The Paschal solemnity is to be observed, and the firstborn are to be consecrated to God. The people are conducted through the desert by a pillar of fire in the night, and a cloud in the day. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Sanctify unto me every firstborn that openeth the womb among the children of Israel, as well of men as of beasts, for they are all mine. Sanctify unto me every firstborn. Sanctification in this place means that the firstborn males of the Hebrews should be deputed to the ministry in the divine worship, and the firstborn of beasts to be given for a sacrifice. And Moses said to the people, Remember this day in which you came forth out of Egypt, and out of the house of bondage, for with a strong hand hath the Lord brought you forth out of this place, that you eat no leavened bread. This day you go forth in the month of new corn. And when the Lord shall have brought thee into the land of the Canaanite, and the Hethite, and the Amorite, and the Hivite, and the Jebusite, which he swore to thy fathers that he would give thee, a land that floweth with milk and honey. Thou shalt celebrate this manner of sacred rites in this month. 7 days shalt thou eat unleavened bread, and on the 7th day shall be the solemnity of the Lord. Unleavened bread shall you eat 7 days, there shall not be seen anything leavened with thee, nor in all thy coasts. And thou shalt tell thy son in that day, saying, This is what the Lord did to me when I came forth out of Egypt. And it shall be as a sign in thy hand, and as a memorial before thy eyes. And that the law of the Lord be always in thy mouth, for with a strong hand the Lord hath brought thee out of the land of Egypt. Thou shalt keep this observance at the set time from days to days. And when the Lord shall have brought thee into the land of the Canaanite, as he swore to thee and thy fathers, and shall give it thee. Thou shalt set apart all that openeth the womb for the Lord. And all that is first brought forth of thy cattle, whatsoever thou shalt have of the male sex, thou shalt consecrate to the Lord. The firstborn of an ass thou shalt change for a sheep, and if thou do not redeem it, thou shalt kill it. And every firstborn of men thou shalt redeem with a price. And when thy son shall ask thee tomorrow, saying, What is this? Thou shalt answer him, With a strong hand did the Lord bring us forth out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. For when Pharaoh was hardened, and would not let us go, the Lord slew every firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of man to the firstborn of beasts, therefore I sacrifice to the Lord all that openeth the womb of the male sex. And all the firstborn of my sons I redeem. And it shall be as a sign in thy hand, and as a thing hung between thy eyes, for a remembrance, because the Lord hath brought us forth out of Egypt by a strong hand. And when Pharaoh had sent out the people, the Lord led them not by the way of the land of the Philistines, which is near, thinking lest perhaps they would repent, if they should see wars arise against them, and would return into Egypt. But he led them about by the way of the desert, which is by the Red Sea, and the children of Israel went up armed out of the land of Egypt. And Moses took Joseph's bones with him, because he had adjured the children of Israel, saying, God shall visit you, carry out my bones from hence with you. And marching from Sokoth, they encamped in Etham, in the utmost coasts of the wilderness. And the Lord went before them to shew the way, by day in a pillar of a cloud, and by night in a pillar of fire, that he might be the guide of their journey at both times. There never failed the pillar of the cloud by day, nor the pillar of fire by night, before the people. Exodus chapter 14. Pharaoh pursueth the children of Israel. They murmur against Moses, but are encouraged by him, and pass through the Red Sea. Pharaoh and his army following them are drowned. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, let them turn and encamp over against Phihahireth, which is between Magdal and the sea over against Beelzephon, you shall encamp before it upon the sea. And Pharaoh will say of the children of Israel, They are straitened in the land, the desert hath shut them in. And I shall harden his heart and he will pursue you, and I shall be glorified in Pharaoh, and in all his army, and the Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord. And they did so. And it was told the king of the Egyptians that the people was fled, and the heart of Pharaoh and of his servants was changed with regard to the people, and they said, What meant we to do, that we let Israel go from serving us? So he made ready his chariot, and took all his people with him. And he took 600 chosen chariots, and all the chariots that were in Egypt, and the captains of the whole army. And the Lord hardened the heart of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and he pursued the children of Israel, but they were gone forth in a mighty hand. And when the Egyptians followed the steps of them who were gone before, they found them encamped at the sea side, all Pharaoh's horse and chariots and the whole army were in Phihahireth, before Beelzephon. And when Pharaoh drew near, the children of Israel lifting up their eyes, saw the Egyptians behind them, and they feared exceedingly, and cried to the Lord. And they said to Moses, Perhaps there were no graves in Egypt, therefore thou hast brought us to die in the wilderness. Why wouldst thou do this, to lead us out of Egypt? Is not this the word that we spoke to thee in Egypt, saying, Depart from us, that we may serve the Egyptians? For it was much better to serve them, than to die in the wilderness. And Moses said to the people, Fear not, stand, and see the great wonders of the Lord, which he will do this day, for the Egyptians, whom you see now, you shall see no more forever. The Lord will fight for you, and you shall hold your peace. And the Lord said to Moses, Why criest thou to me? Speak to the children of Israel to go forward. But lift thou up thy rod, and stretch forth thy hand over the sea, and divide it, that the children of Israel may go through the midst of the sea on dry ground. And I will harden the heart of the Egyptians to pursue you, and I will be glorified in Pharaoh, and in all his host, and in his chariots and in his horsemen. And the Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord, when I shall be glorified in Pharaoh, and in his chariots, and in his horsemen. And the angel of God, who went before the camp of Israel, removing, went behind them, and together with him the pillar of the cloud, leaving the forepart, stood behind, between the Egyptians' camp and the camp of Israel, and it was a dark cloud. And enlightening the night, so that they could not come at one another all the night. A dark cloud, and enlightening the night. It was a dark cloud to the Egyptians, but enlightened the night to the Israelites by giving them a great light. And when Moses had stretched forth his hand over the sea, the Lord took it away by a strong and burning wind blowing all the night, and turned it into dry ground, and the water was divided. And the children of Israel went in through the midst of the sea dried up, for the water was as a wall on their right hand and on their left. And the Egyptians pursuing went in after them, and all Pharaoh's horses, his chariots and horsemen, through the midst of the sea. And now the morning watch was come, and behold the Lord looking upon the Egyptian army through the pillar of fire and of the cloud, slew their host. And overthrew the wheels of the chariots, and they were carried into the deep. And the Egyptians said, Let us flee from Israel, for the Lord fighteth for them against us. And the Lord said to Moses, Stretch forth thy hand over the sea, that the waters may come again upon the Egyptians, upon their chariots and horsemen. And when Moses had stretched forth his hand towards the sea, it returned at the first break of day to the former place, and as the Egyptians were fleeing away, the waters came upon them, and the Lord shut them up in the middle of the waves. And the waters returned, and covered the chariots and the horsemen of all the army of Pharaoh, who had come into the sea after them, neither did there so much as one of them remain. But the children of Israel marched through the midst of the sea upon dry land, and the waters were to them as a wall on the right hand and on the left. And the Lord delivered Israel in that day out of the hands of the Egyptians. And they saw the Egyptians dead upon the sea shore, and the mighty hand that the Lord had used against them, and the people feared the Lord, and they believed the Lord, and Moses his servant. Exodus chapter 15. The Canticle of Moses. The bitter waters of Marah are made sweet. Then Moses and the children of Israel sung this canticle to the Lord, and said, Let us sing to the Lord, for he is gloriously magnified, the horse and the rider he hath thrown into the sea. The Lord is my strength and my praise, and he is become salvation to me. He is my God, and I will glorify him, the God of my father, and I will exalt him. The Lord is as a man of war, almighty is his name. Pharaoh's chariots and his army he hath cast into the sea, his chosen captains are drowned in the Red Sea. The depths have covered them, they are sunk to the bottom like a stone. Thy right hand, O Lord, is magnified in strength, thy right hand, O Lord, hath slain the enemy. And in the multitude of thy glory thou hast put down thy adversaries, thou hast sent thy wrath, which hath devoured them like stubble. And with the blast of thy anger the waters were gathered together, the flowing water stood, the depths were gathered together in the midst of the sea. The enemy said, I will pursue and overtake, I will divide the spoils, my soul shall have its fill, I will draw my sword, my hand shall slay them. Thy wind blew and the sea covered them, they sunk as lead in the mighty waters. Who is like to thee, among the strong, O Lord? Who is like to thee, glorious in holiness, terrible and praiseworthy, doing wonders? Thou stretchedst forth thy hand, and the earth swallowed them. In thy mercy thou hast been a leader to the people which thou hast redeemed, and in thy strength thou hast carried them to thy holy habitation. Nations rose up, and were angry, sorrows took hold on the inhabitants of Philistia. Then were the princes of Edom troubled, trembling seized on the stout men of Moab, all the inhabitants of Shinar became stiff. Let fear and dread fall upon them, in the greatness of thy arm, let them become immovable as a stone, until thy people, O Lord, pass by, until this thy people pass by, which thou hast possessed. Thou shalt bring them in, and plant them in the mountain of thy inheritance, in thy most firm habitation, which thou hast made, O Lord, thy sanctuary, O Lord, which thy hands have established. The Lord shall reign for ever and ever. For Pharaoh went in on horseback with his chariots and horsemen into the sea, and the Lord brought back upon them the waters of the sea, but the children of Israel walked on dry ground in the midst thereof. So Mary the prophetess, the sister of Aaron, took a timbrel in her hand, and all the women went forth after her with timbrels and with dances. And she began the song to them, saying, Let us sing to the Lord, for he is gloriously magnified, the horse and his rider he hath thrown into the sea. And Moses brought Israel from the Red Sea, and they went forth into the wilderness of Sur, and they marched 3 days through the wilderness, and found no water. And they came into Marah, and they could not drink the waters of Marah because they were bitter, whereupon he gave a name also agreeable to the place, calling it Marah, that is, bitterness. And the people murmured against Moses, saying, What shall we drink? But he cried to the Lord, and he shewed him a tree, which when he had cast into the waters, they were turned into sweetness. There he appointed him ordinances, and judgments, and there he proved him. Saying, If thou wilt hear the voice of the Lord thy God, and do what is right before him, and obey his commandments, and keep all his precepts. None of the evils that I laid upon Egypt, will I bring upon thee, for I am the Lord thy healer. And the children of Israel came into Elim, where there were 12 fountains of water, and 70 palm trees, and they encamped by the waters. Exodus chapter 16. The people murmur for want of meat, God giveth them quails and manna. And they set forward from Elim, and all the multitude of the children of Israel came into the desert of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai, the 15th day of the 2nd month, after they came out of the land of Egypt. And all the congregation of the children of Israel murmured against Moses and Aaron in the wilderness. And the children of Israel said to them, Would to God we had died by the hand of the Lord in the land of Egypt, when we sat over the fleshpots, and ate bread to the full. Why have you brought us into this desert? That you might destroy all the multitude with famine? And the Lord said to Moses, Behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you, let the people go forth, and gather what is sufficient for every day, that I may prove them whether they will walk in my law or not. But the 6th day let them provide for to bring in, and let it be double to that they were wont to gather every day. And Moses and Aaron said to the children of Israel, In the evening you shall know that the Lord hath brought you forth out of the land of Egypt. And in the morning you shall see the glory of the Lord, for he hath heard your murmuring against the Lord. But as for us, what are we, that you mutter against us? And Moses said, In the evening the Lord will give you flesh to eat, and in the morning bread to the full, for he hath heard your murmurings, with which you have murmured against him. For what are we? Your murmuring is not against us, but against the Lord. Moses also said to Aaron, Say to the whole congregation of the children of Israel, Come before the Lord, for he hath heard your murmuring. And when Aaron spoke to all the assembly of the children of Israel, they looked towards the wilderness, and behold the glory of the Lord appeared in a cloud. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, I have heard the murmuring of the children of Israel. Say to them, In the evening you shall eat flesh, and in the morning you shall have your fill of bread, and you shall know that I am the Lord your God. So it came to pass in the evening, that quails coming up, covered the camp, and in the morning a dew lay round about the camp. And when it had covered the face of the earth, it appeared in the wilderness small, and as it were beaten with a pestle, like unto the hoarfrost on the ground. And when the children of Israel saw it, they said one to another, Manhu. Which signifieth, What is this? For they knew not what it was. And Moses said to them, This is the bread which the Lord hath given you to eat. This is the word that the Lord hath commanded, Let every one gather of it as much as is enough to eat. A gomer for every man, according to the number of your souls that dwell in a tent, so shall you take of it. And the children of Israel did so, and they gathered, one more, another less. And they measured by the measure of a gomer, neither had he more that had gathered more, nor did he find less that had provided less, but every one had gathered, according to what they were able to eat. And Moses said to them, Let no man leave thereof till the morning. And they hearkened not to him, but some of them left until the morning, and it began to be full of worms, and it putrefied, and Moses was angry with them. Now every one of them gathered in the morning, as much as might suffice to eat, and after the sun grew hot, it melted. But on the 6th day they gathered twice as much, that is, 2 gomers every man, and all the rulers of the multitude came, and told Moses. And he said to them, This is what the Lord hath spoken, Tomorrow is the rest of the Sabbath sanctified to the Lord. Whatsoever work is to be done, do it, and the meats that are to be dressed, dress them. And whatsoever shall remain, lay it up until the morning. And they did so as Moses had commanded, and it did not putrefy, neither was there worm found in it. And Moses said, Eat it today, because it is the Sabbath of the Lord, today it shall not be found in the field. Gather it 6 days, but on the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord, therefore it shall not be found. And the 7th day came. And some of the people going forth to gather, found none. And the Lord said to Moses, How long will you refuse to keep my commandments, and my law? See that the Lord hath given you the Sabbath, and for this reason on the 6th day he giveth you a double provision, let each man stay at home, and let none go forth out of his place the 7th day. And the people kept the Sabbath on the 7th day. And the house of Israel called the name thereof manna, and it was like coriander seed, white, and the taste thereof like to flour with honey. And Moses said, This is the word which the Lord hath commanded, fill a gomer of it, and let it be kept unto generations to come hereafter. That they may know the bread, wherewith I fed you in the wilderness when you were brought forth out of the land of Egypt. And Moses said to Aaron, Take a vessel, and put manna into it, as much as a gomer can hold. And lay it up before the Lord, to keep unto your generations. As the Lord commanded Moses. And Aaron put it in the tabernacle to be kept. And the children of Israel ate manna 40 years, till they came to a habitable land, with this meat were they fed, until they reached the borders of the land of Shinar. Now a gomer is the 10th part of an ephah. Exodus chapter 17. The people murmur again for want of drink, the Lord giveth them water out of a rock. Moses lifting up his hand in prayer, Amalek is overcome. Then all the multitude of the children of Israel setting forward from the desert of Sin, by their mansions, according to the word of the Lord, encamped in Rephidim, where there was no water for the people to drink. And they chode with Moses, and said, Give us water, that we may drink. And Moses answered them, Why chide you with me? Wherefore do you tempt the Lord? So the people were thirsty there for want of water, and murmured against Moses, saying, Why didst thou make us go forth out of Egypt, to kill us and our children, and our beasts with thirst? And Moses cried to the Lord, saying, What shall I do to this people? Yet a little more and they will stone me. And the Lord said to Moses, Go before the people, and take with thee of the ancients of Israel, and take in thy hand the rod wherewith thou didst strike the river, and go. Behold, I will stand there before thee, upon the rock Horeb, and thou shalt strike the rock, and water shall come out of it that the people may drink. Moses did so before the ancients of Israel. And he called the name of that place Temptation, because of the chiding of the children of Israel, and for that they tempted the Lord, saying, Is the Lord amongst us or not? And Amalek came, and fought against Israel in Rephidim. And Moses said to Josue, Choose out men, and go out and fight against Amalek. Tomorrow I will stand on the top of the hill, having the rod of God in my hand. Josue did as Moses had spoken, and he fought against Amalek, but Moses, and Aaron, and Hur, went up upon the top of the hill. And when Moses lifted up his hands, Israel overcame, but if he let them down a little, Amalek overcame. And Moses' hands were heavy, so they took a stone, and put under him, and he sat on it, and Aaron and Hur stayed up his hands on both sides. And it came to pass, that his hands were not weary until sunset. And Josue put Amalek and his people to flight, by the edge of the sword. And the Lord said to Moses, Write this for a memorial in a book, and deliver it to the ears of Josue, for I will destroy the memory of Amalek from under heaven. And Moses built an altar, and called the name thereof, The Lord, my exaltation, saying, Because the hand of the throne of the Lord, and the war of the Lord shall be against Amalek, from generation to generation. Exodus chapter 18. Jethro bringeth to Moses his wife and children. His counsel. And when Jethro the priest of Madian, the kinsman of Moses, had heard all the things that God had done to Moses, and to Israel his people, and that the Lord had brought forth Israel out of Egypt, he took Sephora, the wife of Moses, whom he had sent back, and her 2 sons, of whom one was called Gershom, his father saying, I have been a stranger in a foreign country. And the other Eleazar, for the God of my father, said he, is my helper, and hath delivered me from the sword of Pharaoh. And Jethro, the kinsman of Moses, came with his sons, and his wife to Moses into the desert, where he was camped by the mountain of God. And he sent word to Moses, saying, I Jethro, thy kinsman, come to thee, and thy wife, and thy 2 sons with her. And he went out to meet his kinsman, and worshipped and kissed him, and they saluted one another with words of peace. And when he was come into the tent, Moses told his kinsman all that the Lord had done to Pharaoh, and the Egyptians in favor of Israel, and all the labor which had befallen them in the journey, and that the Lord had delivered them. And Jethro rejoiced for all the good things that the Lord had done to Israel, because he had delivered them out of the hands of the Egyptians. And he said, Blessed is the Lord, who hath delivered his people out of the hand of Egypt. Now I know, that the Lord is great above all gods, because they dealt proudly against them. So Jethro, the kinsman of Moses, offered holocausts and sacrifices to God, and Aaron and all the ancients of Israel came, to eat bread with him before God. And the next day Moses sat to judge the people, who stood by Moses from morning until night. And when his kinsman had seen all things that he did among the people, he said, What is it that thou dost among the people? Why sittest thou alone, and all the people wait from morning till night? And Moses answered him, The people come to me to seek the judgment of God. And when any controversy falleth out among them, they come to me to judge between them, and to shew the precepts of God, and his laws. But he said, The thing thou dost is not good. Thou art spent with foolish labor, both thou, and this people that is with thee, the business is above thy strength, thou alone canst not bear it. But hear my words and counsels, and God shall be with thee. Be thou to the people in those things that pertain to God, to bring their words to him. And to shew the people the ceremonies, and the manner of worshipping, and the way wherein they ought to walk, and the work that they ought to do. And provide out of all the people able men, such as fear God, in whom there is truth, and that hate avarice, and appoint of them rulers of thousands, and of hundreds, and of fifties, and of tens. Who may judge the people at all times, and when any great matter soever shall fall out, let them refer it to thee, and let them judge the lesser matters only, that so it may be lighter for thee, the burden being shared out unto others. If thou dost this, thou shalt fulfill the commandment of God, and shalt be able to bear his precepts, and all this people shall return to their places with peace. And when Moses heard this, he did all things that he had suggested unto him. And choosing able men out of all Israel, he appointed them rulers of the people, rulers over thousands, and over hundreds, and over fifties, and over tens. And they judged the people at all times, and whatsoever was of greater difficulty they referred to him, and they judged the easier cases only. And he let his kinsmen depart, and he returned and went into his own country. Exodus chapter 19. They come to Sinai, the people are commanded to be sanctified. The Lord, coming in thunder and lightning, speaketh with Moses. In the 3rd month of the departure of Israel out of the land of Egypt, on this day they came into the wilderness of Sinai. For departing out of Rephidim, and coming to the desert of Sinai, they camped in the same place. And there Israel pitched their tents over against the mountain. And Moses went up to God, and the Lord called unto him from the mountain, and said, Thus shalt thou say to the house of Jacob, and tell the children of Israel. And Moses went up to God. Moses went up to Mount Sinai, where God spoke to him. You have seen what I have done to the Egyptians, how I have carried you upon the wings of eagles, and have taken you to myself. If therefore you will hear my voice, and keep my covenant, ye shall be my peculiar possession above all people, for all the earth is mine. And you shall be to me a priestly kingdom, and a holy nation. These are the words thou shalt speak to the children of Israel. Moses came, and calling together the elders of the people, he declared all the words which the Lord had commanded. And all the people answered together, All that the Lord hath spoken, we will do. And when Moses had related the people's words to the Lord said to him, Lo, now will I come to thee in the darkness of a cloud, that the people may hear me speaking to thee, and may believe thee forever. And Moses told the words of the people to the Lord. And he said to him, Go to the people, and sanctify them today, and tomorrow, and let them wash their garments. And let them be ready against the 3rd day. For on the 3rd day the Lord will come down in the sight of all the people, upon Mount Sinai. And thou shalt appoint certain limits to the people round about, and thou shalt say to them, Take heed ye go not up into the mount, and that ye touch not the borders thereof, every one that toucheth the mount, dying he shall die. No hands shall touch him, but he shall be stoned to death, or he shall be shot through with arrows, whether it be beast, or man, he shall not live. When the trumpet shall begin to sound, then let them go up into the mount. And Moses came down from the mount to the people, and sanctified them. And when they had washed their garments, he said to them, Be ready against the 3rd day, and come not near your wives. And now the 3rd day was come, and the morning appeared, and behold thunders began to be heard, and lightning to flash, and a very thick cloud to cover the mount, and the noise of the trumpet sounded exceeding loud. And the people that was in the camp feared. And when Moses had brought them forth to meet God, from the place of the camp, they stood at the bottom of the mount. And all Mount Sinai was on a smoke, because the Lord was come down upon it in fire, and the smoke arose from it as out of a furnace, and all the mount was terrible. And the sound of the trumpet grew by degrees louder and louder, and was drawn out to a greater length. Moses spoke, and God answered him. And the Lord came down upon Mount Sinai, in the very top of the mount, and he called Moses unto the top thereof. And when he was gone up thither, he said unto him, Go down, and charge the people, lest they should have a mind to pass the limits to see the Lord, and a very great multitude of them should perish. The priests also that come to the Lord, let them be sanctified, lest he strike them. And Moses said to the Lord, the people cannot come up to Mount Sinai, for thou didst charge and command, saying, set limits about the mount, and sanctify it. And the Lord said to him, go, get thee down. And thou shalt come up, thou and Aaron with thee, but let not the priests and the people pass the limits, nor come up to the Lord, lest he kill them. And Moses went down to the people and told them all. Exodus chapter 20. The 10 Commandments. And the Lord spoke all these words. I am the Lord thy God, who brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt not have strange gods before me. Thou shalt not make to thyself a graven thing, nor the likeness of any thing that is in heaven above, or in the earth beneath, nor of those things that are in the waters under the earth. A graven thing, nor the likeness of any thing, etc. All such images, or likenesses, are forbidden by this commandment, as are made to be adored and served, according to that which immediately follows, thou shalt not adore them, nor serve them. That is, all such as are designed for idols or image gods, or are worshipped with divine honor. But otherwise images, pictures, or representations, even in the house of God, and in the very sanctuary so far from being forbidden, are expressly authorized by the word of God. See X 25.15, and etc., chap 38.7, number 21.8, 9, 1 Chron or Paralip. 28.18, 19, 2 Chron or Paralip. 3.10. Thou shalt not adore them, nor serve them, I am the Lord thy God, mighty, jealous, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children. Unto the 3rd and 4th generation of them that hate me. And shewing mercy unto thousands to them that love me, and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that shall take the name of the Lord his God in vain. Remember that thou keep holy the Sabbath day. 6 days shalt thou labor, and shalt do all thy works. But on the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God, thou shalt do no work on it, thou nor thy son, nor thy daughter, nor thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy beast, nor the stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, and the sea, and all things that are in them, and rested on the 7th day, therefore the Lord blessed the 7th day, and sanctified it. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thou mayst be long-lived upon the land which the Lord thy God will give thee. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house, neither shalt thou desire his wife, nor his servant, nor his handmaid, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is his. And all the people saw the voices and the flames, and the sound of the trumpet, and the mount smoking. And being terrified and struck with fear, they stood afar off. Saying to Moses, Speak thou to us, and we will hear, let not the Lord speak to us, lest we die. And Moses said to the people, Fear not. For God is come to prove you, and that the dread of him might be in you, and you should not sin. And the people stood afar off. But Moses went to the dark cloud wherein God was. And the Lord said to Moses, Thus shalt thou say to the children of Israel, You have seen that I have spoken to you from heaven. You shall not make gods of silver, nor shall you make to yourselves gods of gold. You shall make an altar of earth unto me, and you shall offer upon it your holocausts and peace offerings, your sheep and oxen, in every place where the memory of my name shall be, I will come to thee, and will bless thee. And if thou make an altar of stone unto me, thou shalt not build it of hewn stones, for if thou lift up a tool upon it, it shall be defiled. Thou shalt not go up by steps unto my altar, lest thy nakedness be discovered. Exodus chapter 21. Laws relating to justice. These are the judgments which thou shalt set before them. If thou buy a Hebrew servant, 6 years shall he serve thee, in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing. With what raiment he came in, with the like let him go out, if having a wife, his wife also shall go out with him. But if his master gave him a wife, and she hath borne sons and daughters, the woman and her children shall be her master's, but he himself shall go out with his raiment. And if the servant shall say, I love my master and my wife and children, I will not go out free. His master shall bring him to the gods, and he shall be set to the door and the posts. And he shall bore his ear through with an awl, and he shall be his servant forever. To the gods. Elohim. That is, to the judges, or magistrates, authorized by God. If any man sell his daughter to be a servant, she shall not go out as bondwomen are wont to go out. If she displease the eyes of her master to whom she was delivered, he shall let her go, but he shall have no power to sell her to a foreign nation, if he despise her. But if he have betrothed her to his son, he shall deal with her after the manner of daughters. And if he take another wife for him, he shall provide her a marriage, and raiment, neither shall he refuse the price of her chastity. If he do not these three things, she shall go out free without money. He that strike the man with a will to kill him, shall be put to death. But he that did not lie in wait for him, but God delivered him into his hands, I will appoint thee a place to which he must flee. If a man kill his neighbor on set purpose, and by lying in wait for him, thou shalt take him away from my altar that he may die. He that strike his father or mother, shall be put to death. He that shall steal a man, and sell him, being convicted of the guilt, shall be put to death. He that curseth his father or mother, shall die the death. If men quarrel, and the one strike his neighbor with a stone, or with his fist, and he die not, but keepeth his bed. If he rise again and walk abroad upon his staff, he that struck him shall be quit, yet so that he make restitution for his work, and for his expenses upon the physicians. He that strike his bondman, or bondwoman, with a rod, and they die under his hands, shall be guilty of the crime. But if the party remain alive a day or two, he shall not be subject to the punishment, because it is his money. If men quarrel, and one strike a woman with child and she miscarry indeed, but live herself, he shall be answerable for so much damage as the woman's husband shall require, and as arbiters shall award. But if her death ensue thereupon, he shall render life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burning for burning, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. If any man strike the eye of his manservant or maidservant, and leave them but one eye, he shall let them go free for the eye which he put out. Also if he strike out a tooth of his manservant or maidservant, he shall in like manner make them free. If an ox gore a man or a woman, and they die, he shall be stoned, and his flesh shall not be eaten, but the owner of the ox shall be quit. But if the ox was wont to push with his horn yesterday, and the day before, and they warned his master, and he did not shut him up, and he shall kill a man or a woman, then the ox shall be stoned, and his owner also shall be put to death. And if they set a price upon him, he shall give for his life whatsoever is laid upon him. If he have gored a son, or a daughter, he shall fall under the like sentence. If he assault a bondman or bondwoman, he shall give 30 siclets of silver to their master, and the ox shall be stoned. If a man open a pit, and dig one, and cover it not, and an ox or an ass fall into it, the owner of the pit shall pay the price of the beasts, and that which is dead shall be his own. If one man's ox gore another man's ox, and he die, they shall sell the live ox, and shall divide the price, and the carcass of that which died they shall part between them. But if he knew that his ox was wont to push yesterday, and the day before, and his master did not keep him in, he shall pay ox for ox, and shall take the whole carcass. Exodus chapter 22. The punishment of theft, and other trespasses. The law of lending without usury, of taking pledges of reverences to superiors, and of paying tithes. If any man steal an ox or a sheep, and kill or sell it, he shall restore 5 oxen for 1 ox, and 4 sheep for 1 sheep. If a thief be found breaking open a house or undermining it, and be wounded so as to die, he that slew him shall not be guilty of blood. But if he did this when the sun is risen, he hath committed murder, and he shall die. If he have not wherewith to make restitution for the theft, he shall be sold. If that which he stole be found with him, alive, either ox, or ass, or sheep, he shall restore double. If any man hurt a field or a vineyard, and put in his beast to feed upon that which is other men's, he shall restore the best of whatsoever he hath in his own field, or in his vineyard, according to the estimation of the damage. If a fire breaking out light upon thorns, and catch stacks of corn, or corn standing in the fields, he that kindled the fire shall make good the loss. If a man deliver money, or any vessel unto his friend to keep, and they be stolen away from him that received them, if the thief be found, he shall restore double. If the thief be not known, the master of the house shall be brought to the gods, and shall swear that he did not lay his hand upon his neighbor's goods. To do any fraud, either in ox, or in ass, or sheep, or raiment, or anything that may bring damage, the cause of both parties shall come to the gods, and if they give judgment, he shall restore double to his neighbor. If a man deliver ass, ox, sheep, or any beast, to his neighbor's custody, and it die, or be hurt, or be taken by enemies, and no man saw it, there shall be an oath between them, that he did not put forth his hand to his neighbor's goods, and the owner shall accept of the oath, and he shall not be compelled to make restitution. But if it were taken away by stealth, he shall make the loss good to the owner. If it were eaten by a beast, let him bring to him that which was slain, and he shall not make restitution. If a man borrow of his neighbor any of these things, and it be hurt or die, the owner not being present, he shall be obliged to make restitution. But if the owner be present, he shall not make restitution, especially if it were hired, and came for the hire of his work. If a man seduce a virgin not yet espoused, and lie with her, he shall endow her, and have her to wife. If the maid's father will not give her to him, he shall give money according to the dowry, which virgins are wont to receive. Wizards thou shalt not suffer to live. Whosoever copulateth with a beast, shall be put to death. He that sacrificeth to gods, shall be put to death, save only to the Lord. Thou shalt not molest a stranger, nor afflict him, for yourselves also were strangers in the land of Egypt. You shall not hurt a widow or an orphan. If you hurt them, they will cry out to me, and I will hear their cry. And my rage shall be enkindled, and I will strike you with the sword, and your wives shall be widows, and your children fatherless. If thou lend money to any of my people that is poor, that dwelleth with thee, thou shalt not be hard upon them as an extortioner, nor oppress them with usuries. If thou take of thy neighbor a garment in pledge, thou shalt give it him again before sunset. For that same is the only thing, wherewith he is covered, the clothing of his body, neither hath he any other to sleep in. If he cry to me, I will hear him, because I am compassionate. Thou shalt not speak ill of the gods, and the prince of thy people thou shalt not curse. Thou shalt not delay to pay thy tithes and thy firstfruits, thou shalt give the firstborn of thy sons to me. Thou shalt do the same with the firstborn of thy oxen also and sheep, 7 days let it be with its dam, the 8th day thou shalt give it to me. You shall be holy men to me, the flesh that beasts have tasted of before, you shall not eat, but shall cast it to the dogs. Exodus chapter 23. Laws for judges, the rest of the 7th year, and day, 3 principal feasts to be solemnized every year. The promise of an angel, to conduct and protect them, idols are to be destroyed. Thou shalt not receive the voice of a lie, neither shalt thou join thy hand to bear false witness for a wicked person. Thou shalt not follow the multitude to do evil, neither shalt thou yield in judgment, to the opinion of the most part, to stray from the truth. Neither shalt thou favor a poor man in judgment. If thou meet thy enemy's ox or ass going astray, bring it back to him. If thou see the ass of him that hatteth thee lie underneath his burden, thou shalt not pass by, but shalt lift him up with him. Thou shalt not go aside in the poor man's judgment. Thou shalt fly eyeing. The innocent and just person thou shalt not put to death, because I abhor the wicked. Neither shalt thou take bribes, which even blind the wise, and pervert the words of the just. Thou shalt not molest a stranger, for you know the hearts of strangers, for you also were strangers in the land of Egypt. 6 years thou shalt sow thy ground, and shalt gather the corn thereof. But the 7th year thou shalt let it alone, and suffer it to rest, that the poor of thy people may eat, and whatsoever shall be left, let the beasts of the field eat it, so shalt thou do with thy vineyard and thy oliveyard. 6 days thou shalt work, the 7th day thou shalt cease, that thy ox and thy ass may rest, and the son of thy handmaid and the stranger may be refreshed. Keep all things that I have said to you. And by the name of strange gods you shall not swear, neither shall it be heard out of your mouth. 3 times every year you shall celebrate feasts to me. Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread. 7 days shalt thou eat unleavened bread, as I commanded thee, in the time of the month of new corn, when thou didst come forth out of Egypt, thou shalt not appear empty before me. And the feast of the harvest of the firstfruits of thy work, whatsoever thou hast sown in the field. The feast also in the end of the year, when thou hast gathered in all thy corn out of the field. Thrice a year shall all thy males appear before the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not sacrifice the blood of my victim upon leaven, neither shall the fat of my solemnity remain until the morning. Thou shalt carry the firstfruits of the corn of thy ground to the house of the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not boil a kid in the milk of his dam. Behold, I will send my angel, who shall go before thee, and keep thee in thy journey, and bring thee into the place that I have prepared. Take notice of him, and hear his voice, and do not think him one to be contemned, for he will not forgive when thou hast sinned, and my name is in him. But if thou wilt hear high voice, and do all that I speak, I will be an enemy to thy enemies, and will afflict them that afflict thee. And my angel shall go before thee, and shall bring thee in unto the Amorite, and the Hethite, and the Pharexite, and the Shannonite, and the Hevite, and the Jebusite, whom I will destroy. Thou shalt not adore their gods, nor serve them. Thou shalt not do their works, but shalt destroy them, and break their statues. And you shall serve the Lord your God, that I may bless your bread and your waters, and may take away sickness from the midst of thee. There shall not be one fruitless nor barren in thy land, I will fill the number of thy days. I will send my fear before thee, and will destroy all the people to whom thou shalt come, and will turn the backs of all thy enemies before thee. Sending out hornets before, that shall drive away the Hevite, and the Shannonite, and the Hethite. Before thou come in. I will not cast them out from thy face in 1 year, lest the land be brought into a wilderness, and the beasts multiply against thee. By little and little I will drive them out from before thee, till thou be increased, and dost possess the land. And I will set thy bounds from the Red Sea to the Sea of the Palestines, and from the desert to the river. I will deliver the inhabitants of the land into your hands, and will drive them out from before you. Thou shalt not enter into league with them, nor with their gods. Let them not dwell in thy land, lest perhaps they make thee sin against me, if thou serve their gods, which, undoubtedly, will be a scandal to thee. Exodus chapter 24. Moses writeth his law, and after offering sacrifices, sprinkleth the blood of the testament upon the people, then goeth up the mountain which God covereth with a fiery cloud. And he said to Moses, Come up to the Lord, thou, and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 of the ancients of Israel, and you shall adore afar off. And Moses alone shall come up to the Lord, but they shall not come nigh. Neither shall the people come up with him. So Moses came and told the people all the words of the Lord, and all the judgments, and all the people answered with one voice, We will do all the words of the Lord, which he hath spoken. And Moses wrote all the words of the Lord, and rising in the morning, he built an altar at the foot of the mount, and 12 titles according to the 12 tribes of Israel. Titles. That is, pillars. And he sent young men of the children of Israel, and they offered holocausts, and sacrificed specific victims of calves to the Lord. Holocausts. Whole burnt offerings, in which the whole sacrifice was consumed with fire upon the altar. Then Moses took half of the blood, and put it into bowls, and the rest he poured upon the altar. And taking the book of the covenant, he read it in the hearing of the people, and they said, All things that the Lord hath spoken, we will do, we will be obedient. And he took the blood and sprinkled it upon the people, and he said, This is the blood of the covenant, which the Lord hath made with you concerning all these words. Then Moses and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 of the ancients of Israel went up. And they saw the God of Israel, and under his feet as it were a work of sapphire stone, and as the heaven, when clear. Neither did he lay his hand upon those of the children of Israel, that retired afar off, and they saw God, and they did eat and drink. And the Lord said to Moses, Come up to me into the mount, and be there. And I will give thee tables of stone, and the law, and the commandments which I have written, that thou mayest teach them. Moses rose up, and his minister Josue, and Moses going up into the mount of God, said to the ancients, Wait ye here till we return to you. You have Aaron and Hur with you, if any question shall arise, ye shall refer it to them. And when Moses was gone up, a cloud covered the mount. And the glory of the Lord dwelt upon Sinai, covering it with a cloud 6 days, and the 7th day he called him out of the midst of the cloud. And the sight of the glory of the Lord was like a burning fire upon the top of the mount, in the eyes of the children of Israel. And Moses entering into the midst of the cloud, went up into the mountain, and he was there 40 days and 40 nights. Exodus chapter 25. Offerings prescribed for making the tabernacle, the ark, the candlestick, etc. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, that they bring firstfruits to me, of every man that offereth of his own accord, you shall take them. Firstfruits. Offerings of some of the best and choicest of their goods. And these are the things you must take, gold, and silver, and brass. Violet and purple, and scarlet twice dyed, and fine linen, and goat's hair. And ram skins dyed red, and violet skins, and setim wood. Setim wood. The wood of a tree that grows in the wilderness, which is said to be incorruptible. Oil to make lights, spices for ointment, and for sweet-smelling incense. Onyx stones, and precious stones to adorn the ephod and the rational. The ephod and the rational. The ephod was the high priest's upper vestment, and the rational his vestplate, in which were 12 gems, etc. And they shall make me a sanctuary, and I will dwell in the midst of them. According to all the likeness of the tabernacle which I will shew thee. And of all the vessels for the service thereof, and thus you shall make it. Frame an ark of setim wood, the length whereof shall be of 2 cubits and a half. The breadth, 1 cubit and a half, the height, likewise, 1 cubit and a half. And thou shalt overlay it with the purest gold, within and without. And over it thou shalt make a golden crown round about. And 4 golden rings, which thou shalt put at the 4 corners of the ark, let 2 rings be on the one side, and 2 on the other. Thou shalt make bars also of setim wood, and shalt overlay them with gold. And thou shalt put them in through the rings that are in the sides of the ark, that it may be carried on them. And they shall be always in the rings, neither shall they at any time be drawn out of them. And thou shalt put in the ark the testimony which I will give thee. Thou shalt make also a propitiatory of the purest gold, the length thereof shall be 2 cubits and a half, and the breadth 1 cubit and a half. A propitiatory. A covering for the ark, called a propitiatory, or mercy seat, because the Lord, who was supposed to sit there upon the wings of the cherubims, with the ark for his footstool, from thence shewed mercy. It is also called the oracle, ver. 18 and 20. Because from thence God gave his orders and his answers. Thou shalt make also 2 cherubims of beaten gold, on the 2 sides of the oracle. Let 1 cherub be on the one side, and the other on the other. Let them cover both sides of the propitiatory, spreading their wings, and covering the oracle, and let them look one towards the other, their faces being turned towards the propitiatory wherewith the ark is to be covered. In which thou shalt put the testimony that I will give thee. Thence will I give orders, and will speak to thee over the propitiatory, and from the midst of the 2 cherubims, which shall be upon the ark of the testimony, all things which I will command the children of Israel by thee. Thou shalt make a table also of setim wood, of 2 cubits in length, and 1 cubit in breadth, and 1 cubit and a half in height. A table, on which were to be placed the 12 loaves of proposition, or, as they are called in the Hebrew, the face bread, because they were always to stand before the face of the Lord in his temple, as a figure of the Eucharistic sacrifice and sacrament. In the Church of Christ. And thou shalt overlay it with the purest gold, and thou shalt make to it a golden ledge round about. And to the ledge itself a polished crown, 4 inches high, and over the same another little golden crown. Thou shalt prepare also 4 golden rings, and shalt put them in the 4 corners of the same table, over each foot. Under the crown shall the golden rings be, that the bars may be put through them, and the table may be carried. The bars also themselves thou shalt make of setim wood, and shalt overlay them with gold, to bear up the table. Thou shalt prepare also dishes, and bowls, censers, and cups, wherein the libations are to be offered, of the purest gold. Libations. That is, drink offerings. And thou shalt set upon the table loaves of proposition in my sight always. Thou shalt make also a candlestick of beaten work, of the finest gold, the shaft thereof, and the branches, the cups, and the bowls, and the lilies going forth from it. A candlestick. This candlestick, with its 7 lamps, which was always to give light in the house of God, was a figure of the light of the Holy Ghost, and his 7-fold grace, in the sanctuary of the Church of Christ. 6 branches shall come out of the sides, 3 out of one side, and 3 out of the other. 3 cups as it were nuts to every branch, and a bowl withal, and a lily, and 3 cups likewise of the fashion of nuts in the other branch, and a bowl withal, and a lily. Such shall be the work of the 6 branches, that are to come out from the shaft. And in the candlestick itself shall be 4 cups in the manner of a nut, and at every one bowls and lilies. Bowls under 2 branches in 3 places, which together make 6, coming forth out of one shaft. And both the bowls and the branches shall be of the same beaten work of the purest gold. Thou shalt make also 7 lamps, and shalt set them upon the candlestick, to give light over against. The snuffers also, and where the snuffing shall be put out, shall be made of the purest gold. The whole weight of the candlestick, with all the furniture thereof, shall be a talent of the purest gold. Look, and make it according to the pattern that was shown thee in the mount. Exodus chapter 26. The form of the tabernacle with its appurtenances. And thou shalt make the tabernacle in this manner, thou shalt make 10 curtains of fine twisted linen, and violet and purple, and scarlet twice dyed, diversified with embroidery. The length of one curtain shall be 28 cubits, the breadth shall be 4 cubits. All the curtains shall be of one measure. 5 curtains shall be joined one to another, and the other 5 shall be coupled together in like manner. Thou shalt make loops of violet in the sides and tops of the curtains, that they may be joined one to another. Every curtain shall have 50 loops on both sides, so set on, that one loop may be against another loop, and one may be fitted to the other. Thou shalt make also 50 rings of gold, wherewith the veils of the curtains are to be joined, that it may be made one tabernacle. Thou shalt make also 11 curtains of goat's hair, to cover the top of the tabernacle. The length of one hair curtain shall be 30 cubits, and the breadth, for the measure of all the curtains shall be equal. 5 of which thou shalt couple by themselves, and the 6 others thou shalt couple one to another, so as to double the 6th curtain in the front of the roof. Thou shalt make also 50 loops in the edge of one curtain, that it may be joined with the other, and 50 loops in the edge of the other curtain, that it may be coupled with its fellow. Thou shalt make also 50 buckles of brass, wherewith the loops may be joined, that of all there may be made one covering. And that which shall remain of the curtains, that are prepared for the roof, to wit, one curtain that is over and above, with the half thereof thou shalt cover the back parts of the tabernacle. And there shall hang down a cubit on the one side, and another on the other side, which is over and above in the length of the curtains, fencing both sides of the tabernacle. Thou shalt make also another cover to the roof of ram's skins dyed red, and over that again another cover of violet-colored skins. Thou shalt make also the boards of the tabernacle standing upright of setim wood. Let every one of them be 10 cubits in length, and in breadth 1 cubit and a half. In the sides of the boards shall be made 2 mortices, whereby one board may be joined to another board, and after this manner shall all the boards be prepared. Of which 20 shall be in the south side southward. For which thou shalt cast 40 sockets of silver, that under every board may be put 2 sockets at the 2 corners. In the second side also of the tabernacle that looketh to the north, there shall be 20 boards. Having 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets shall be put under each board. But on the west side of the tabernacle thou shalt make 6 boards. And again other 2 which shall be erected in the corners at the back of the tabernacle. And they shall be joined together from beneath unto the top, and 1 joint shall hold them all. The like joining shall be observed for the 2 boards also that are to be put in the corners. And they shall be in all 8 boards, and their silver sockets 16, reckoning 2 sockets for each board. Thou shalt make also 5 bars of setim wood, to hold together the boards on one side of the tabernacle. And 5 others on the other side, and as many at the west side. And they shall be put along by the midst of the boards, from one end to the other. The boards also themselves thou shalt overlay with gold, and shalt cast rings of gold to be set upon them, for places for the bars to hold together the boardwork, which bars thou shalt cover with plates of gold. And thou shalt rear up the tabernacle according to the pattern that was shown thee in the mount. Thou shalt make also a veil of violet, and purple, and scarlet twice dyed, and fine twisted linen, wrought with embroidered work in goodly variety. And thou shalt hang it up before 4 pillars of setim wood. Which themselves also shall be overlaid with gold, and shall have heads of gold, but sockets of silver. And the veil shall be hanged on with rings, and within it thou shalt put the ark of the testimony, and the sanctuary and the holy of the holies shall be divided with it. The sanctuary, etc. That part of the tabernacle, which was without the veil, into which the priests daily entered, is here called the sanctuary, or holy place. That part which was within the veil, into which no one but the high priest ever went, and he but once a year, is called the Holy of Holies, literally, the sanctuary of the sanctuaries, as being the most holy of all holy places. And thou shalt set the propitiatory upon the ark of the testimony, in the Holy of Holies. And the table without the veil, and over against the table the candlestick in the south side of the tabernacle, for the table shall stand in the north side. Thou shalt make also a hanging in the entrance of the tabernacle of violet, and purple, and scarlet twice dyed, and fine twisted linen with embroidered work. And thou shalt overlay with gold 5 pillars of setim wood, before which the hanging shall be drawn, their heads shall be of gold, and the sockets of brass. Exodus chapter 27. The altar, and the court of the tabernacle with its hangings and pillars. Provision of oil for lamps. Thou shalt make also an altar of setim wood, which shall be 5 cubits long, and as many broad, that is 4 square, and 3 cubits high. And there shall be horns at the 4 corners of the same, and thou shalt cover it with brass. And thou shalt make for the uses thereof pans to receive the ashes, and tongs, and flesh hooks, and fire pans, all its vessels thou shalt make of brass. And a grate of brass in manner of a net, at the 4 corners of which shall be 4 rings of brass. Which thou shalt put under the hearth of the altar, and the grate shall be even to the midst of the altar. Thou shalt make also 2 bars for the altar, of setim wood, which thou shalt cover with plates of brass. And thou shalt draw them through rings, and they shall be on both sides of the altar to carry it. Thou shalt not make it solid, but empty and hollow in the inside, as it was shown thee in the mount. Thou shalt make also the court of the tabernacle, in the south side whereof southward there shall be hangings of fine twisted linen of 100 cubits long for one side. And 20 pillars with as many sockets of brass, the heads of which, with their engraving, shall be of silver. In like manner also on the north side there shall be hangings of 100 cubits long, 20 pillars, and as many sockets of brass, and their heads with their engraving of silver. But in the breadth of the court, that looketh to the west, there shall be hangings of 50 cubits, and 10 pillars, and as many sockets. In that breadth also of the court, which looketh to the east, there shall be 50 cubits. In which there shall be for one side, hangings of 15 cubits, and 3 pillars, and as many sockets. And in the other side, there shall be hangings of 15 cubits, with 3 pillars, and as many sockets. And in the entrance of the court there shall be made a hanging of 20 cubits of violet and purple, and scarlet twice dyed, and fine twisted linen, with embroidered work. It shall have 4 pillars, with as many sockets. All the pillars of the court round about shall be garnished with plates of silver, silver heads, and sockets of brass. In length the court shall take up 100 cubits, in breadth 50, the height shall be of 5 cubits, and it shall be made of fine twisted linen, and shall have sockets of brass. All the vessels of the tabernacle for all uses and ceremonies, and the pins both of it and of the court, thou shalt make of brass. Command the children of Israel that they bring thee the purest oil of the olives, and beaten with a pestle, that a lamp may burn always. In the tabernacle of the testimony, without the veil that hangs before the testimony. And Aaron and his sons shall order it, that it may give light before the Lord until the morning. It shall be a perpetual observance throughout their successions among the children of Israel. Exodus chapter 28. The holy vestments for Aaron and his sons. Take unto thee also Aaron thy brother with his sons, from among the children of Israel, that they may minister to me in the priest's office, Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. And thou shalt make a holy vesture for Aaron, thy brother, for glory, and for beauty. And thou shalt speak to all the wise of heart, whom I have filled with the spirit of wisdom, that they may make Aaron's vestments, in which he being consecrated, may minister to me. And these shall be the vestments that they shall make, a rational and an ephod, a tunic and a straight linen garment, a mitre and a girdle. They shall make the holy vestments for thy brother Aaron and his sons, that they may do the office of priesthood unto me. And they shall take gold, and violet, and purple, and scarlet twice dyed, and fine linen. And they shall make the ephod of gold, and violet, and purple, and scarlet twice dyed, and fine twisted linen, embroidered with diverse colors. It shall have the 2 edges joined in the top on both sides, that they may be closed together. The very workmanship also, and all the variety of the work, shall be of gold, and violet, and purple, and scarlet twice dyed, and fine twisted linen. And thou shalt take 2 onyx stones, and shalt grave on them the names of the children of Israel. 6 names on one stone, and the other 6 on the other, according to the order of their birth. With the work of an engraver, and the graving of a jeweler, thou shalt engrave them with the names of the children of Israel, set in gold and compassed about. And thou shalt put them in both sides of the ephod. A memorial for the children of Israel. And Aaron shall bear their names before the Lord upon both shoulders, for a remembrance. Thou shalt make also hooks of gold. And 2 little chains of the purest gold, linked one to another, which thou shalt put into the hooks. And thou shalt make the rational of judgment with embroidered work of diverse colors, according to the workmanship of the ephod, of gold, violet, and purple, and scarlet twice dyed, and fine twisted linen. The rational of judgment. This part of the priest's attire, which he wore at his breast, was called the rational of judgment, partly because it admonished both priest and people of their duty to God, by carrying the names of all their tribes in his presence. And by the Urim and the Thummim, that is, doctrine and truth, which were written upon it, and partly because it gave divine answers and oracles, as if it were rational and endowed with judgment. It shall be 4 square and doubled, it shall be the measure of a span both in length and in breadth. And thou shalt set in it 4 rows of stones. In the first row shall be a sardius stone, and a topaz, and an emerald. In the second a carbuncle, a sapphire, and a jasper. In the third a ligurius, an agate, and an amethyst. In the fourth a chrysolite, an onyx, and a beryl. They shall be set in gold by their rows. And they shall have the names of the children of Israel, with 12 names shall they be engraved, each stone with the name of one according to the 12 tribes. And thou shalt make on the rational chains, linked one to another, of the purest gold. And 2 rings of gold, which thou shalt put in the 2 ends at the top of the rational. And the golden chains thou shalt join to the rings, that are in the ends thereof. And the ends of the chains themselves, thou shalt join together with 2 hooks, on both sides of the ephod, which is towards the rational. Thou shalt make also 2 rings of gold, which thou shalt put in the top parts of the rational, in the borders that are over against the ephod, and look towards the back parts thereof. Moreover also other 2 rings of gold, which are to be set on each side of the ephod beneath, that looketh towards the nether joining, that the rational may be fitted with the ephod. And may be fastened by the rings thereof unto the rings of the ephod with a violet fillet, that the joining artificially wrought may continue, and the rational and the ephod may not be loosed one from the other. And Aaron shall bear the names of the children of Israel in the rational of judgment upon his breast, when he shall enter into the sanctuary, a memorial before the Lord forever. And thou shalt put in the rational of judgment doctrine and truth, which shall be on Aaron's breast, when he shall go in before the Lord, and he shall bear the judgment of the children of Israel on his breast, in the sight of the Lord always. Doctrine and truth. Hebrew, Urim and Thummim, illuminations and perfections. These words, written on the rational, seem to signify the light of doctrine and the integrity of life, with which the priests of God ought to approach him. And thou shalt make the tunic of the ephod all of violet. In the midst whereof above shall be a hole for the head, and a border round about it woven, as is wont to be made in the outmost parts of garments, that it may not easily be broken. And beneath at the feet of the same tunic, round about, thou shalt make as it were pomegranates, of violet, and purple, and scarlet twice dyed, with little bells set between. So that there shall be a golden bell and a pomegranate. And again another golden bell and a pomegranate. And Aaron shall be vested with it in the office of his ministry, that the sound may be heard, when he goeth in and cometh out of the sanctuary, in the sight of the Lord, and that he may not die. Thou shalt make also a plate of the purest gold, wherein thou shalt grave with engraver's work, holy to the Lord. And thou shalt tie it with a violet fillet, and it shall be upon the mitre, hanging over the forehead of the high priest. And Aaron shall bear the iniquities of those things, which the children of Israel have offered and sanctified, in all their gifts and offerings. And the plate shall be always on his forehead, that the Lord may be well pleased with them. And thou shalt gird the tunic with fine linen, and thou shalt make a fine linen mitre, and a girdle of embroidered work. Moreover, for the sons of Aaron thou shalt prepare linen tunics, and girdles and mitres for glory and beauty. And with all these things thou shalt vest Aaron thy brother, and his sons with him. And thou shalt consecrate the hands of them all, and shalt sanctify them, that they may do the office of priesthood unto me. Thou shalt make also linen breeches, to cover the flesh of their nakedness, from the reins to the thighs. And Aaron and his sons shall use them when they shall go into the tabernacle of the testimony, or when they approach to the altar to minister in the sanctuary, lest being guilty of iniquity they die. It shall be a law for ever to Aaron, and to his seed after him. Exodus chapter 29. The manner of consecrating Aaron and other priests, the institution of the daily sacrifice of 2 lambs, one in the morning, the other at evening. And thou shalt also do this, that they may be consecrated to me in priesthood. Take a calf from the herd, and 2 rams without blemish. And unleavened bread, and a cake without leaven, tempered with oil, wafers also unleavened, anointed with oil, thou shalt make them all of wheaten flour. And thou shalt put them in a basket, and offer them, and the calf and the 2 rams. And thou shalt bring Aaron and his sons to the door of the tabernacle of the testimony. And when thou hast washed the father and his sons with water, thou shalt clothe Aaron with his vestments, that is, with the linen garment and the tunic, and the ephod and the rational, which thou shalt gird with the girdle. And thou shalt put the mitre upon his head, and the holy plate upon the mitre. And thou shalt pour the oil of unction upon his head, and by this rite shall he be consecrated. Thou shalt bring his sons also, and shalt put on them the linen tunics, and gird them with a girdle. To wit, Aaron and his children, and thou shalt put mitres upon them, and they shall be priests to me by a perpetual ordinance. After thou shalt have consecrated their hands, thou shalt present also the calf before the tabernacle of the testimony. And Aaron and his sons shall lay their hands upon his head. And thou shalt kill him in the sight of the Lord, beside the door of the tabernacle of the testimony. And taking some of the blood of the calf, thou shalt put it upon the horns of the altar with thy finger, and the rest of the blood thou shalt pour at the bottom thereof. Thou shalt take also all the fat that covereth the entrails, and the caul of the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and shalt offer a burnt offering upon the altar. But the flesh of the calf, and the hide and the dung, thou shalt burn abroad, without the camp, because it is for sin. Thou shalt take also 1 ram, upon the head whereof Aaron and his sons shall lay their hands. And when thou hast killed him, thou shalt take of the blood thereof, and pour round about the altar. And thou shalt cut the ram in pieces, and having washed his entrails and feet, thou shalt put them upon the flesh that is cut in pieces, and upon his head. And thou shalt offer the whole ram for a burnt offering upon the altar, it is an oblation to the Lord, a most sweet savour of the victim of the Lord. Thou shalt take also the other ram, upon whose head Aaron and his sons shall lay their hands. And when thou hast sacrificed him, thou shalt take of his blood, and put upon the tip of the right ear of Aaron and of his sons, and upon the thumbs and great toes of their right hand and foot. And thou shalt pour the blood upon the altar round about. And when thou hast taken of the blood that is upon the altar, and of the oil of unction, thou shalt sprinkle Aaron and his vesture, his sons and their vestments. And after they and their vestments are consecrated, thou shalt take the fat of the ram, and the rump, and the fat that covereth the lungs, and the caul of the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and the right shoulder. Because it is the ram of consecration. And 1 roll of bread, a cake tempered with oil, a wafer out of the basket of unleavened bread, which is set in the sight of the Lord. And thou shalt put all upon the hands of Aaron and of his sons. And shalt sanctify them elevating before the Lord. And thou shalt take all from their hands, and shalt burn them upon the altar for a holocaust, a most sweet savour in the sight of the Lord, because it is his oblation. Thou shalt take also the breast of the ram, wherewith Aaron was consecrated, and elevating it thou shalt sanctify it before the Lord, and it shall fall to thy share. And thou shalt sanctify both the consecrated breast, and the shoulder that thou didst separate of the ram, wherewith Aaron was consecrated and his sons, and they shall fall to Aaron's share, and his sons, by a perpetual right from the children of Israel, because they are the choicest and the beginnings of their peace victims which they offer to the Lord. And the holy vesture, which Aaron shall use, his sons shall have after him, that they may be anointed, and their hands consecrated in it. He of his sons that shall be appointed high priest in his stead, and that shall enter into the tabernacle of the testimony to minister in the sanctuary, shall wear it 7 days. And thou shalt take the ram of the consecration, and shalt boil the flesh thereof in the holy place. And Aaron and his sons shall eat it. The loaves also, that are in the basket, they shall eat in the entry of the tabernacle of the testimony, that it may be an atoning sacrifice, and the hands of the offerers may be sanctified. A stranger shall not eat of them, because they are holy. And if there remain of the consecrated flesh, or of the bread, till the morning, thou shalt burn the remainder with fire, they shall not be eaten, because they are sanctified. All that I have commanded thee, thou shalt do unto Aaron and his sons. 7 days shalt thou consecrate their hands. And thou shalt offer a calf for sin every day for expiation. And thou shalt cleanse the altar when thou hast offered the victim of expiation, and shalt anoint it to sanctify it. 7 days shalt thou expiate the altar and sanctify it, and it shall be most holy. Every one, that shall touch it, shall be holy. This is what thou shalt sacrifice upon the altar, 2 lambs of a year old every day continually. 1 lamb in the morning, and another in the evening. With 1 lamb a 10th part of flour tempered with beaten oil, of the 4th part of a hin, and wine for libation of the same measure. And the other lamb thou shalt offer in the evening, according to the rite of the morning oblation, and according to what we have said, for a savour of sweetness. It is a sacrifice to the Lord, by perpetual oblation unto your generations. At the door of the tabernacle of the testimony before the Lord, where I will appoint to speak unto thee. And there will I command the children of Israel, and the altar shall be sanctified by my glory. I will sanctify also the tabernacle of the testimony with the altar, and Aaron with his sons, to do the office of priesthood unto me. And I will dwell in the midst of the children of Israel, and will be their God. And they shall know that I am the Lord their God, who have brought them out of the land of Egypt, that I might abide among them, I the Lord their God. Exodus chapter 30. The altar of incense, money to be gathered for the use of the tabernacle, the brazen laver, the holy oil of unction, and the composition of the perfume. Thou shalt make also an altar to burn incense, of sedim wood. An altar to burn incense. This burning of incense was an emblem of prayer, ascending to God from an inflamed heart. CPS 140.2, APOC 5.8, and 8.4. It shall be a cubit in length, and another in breadth, that is, 4 square, and 2 in height. Horns shall go out of the same. And thou shalt overlay it with the purest gold, as well the grate thereof, as the walls round about, and the horns. And thou shalt make to it a crown of gold round about. And 2 golden rings under the crown on either side, that the bars may be put into them, and the altar be carried. And thou shalt make the bars also of sedim wood, and shalt overlay them with gold. And thou shalt set the altar over against the veil, that hangeth before the ark of the testimony before the propitiatory wherewith the testimony is covered, where I will speak to thee. And Aaron shall burn sweet-smelling incense upon it in the morning. When he shall dress the lamps, he shall burn it. And when he shall place them in the evening, he shall burn an everlasting incense before the Lord throughout your generations. You shall not offer upon it incense of another composition, nor oblation, and victim, neither shall you offer libations. And Aaron shall pray upon the horns thereof once a year, with the blood of that which was offered for sin. And shall make atonement upon it in your generations. It shall be most holy to the Lord. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, When thou shalt take the sum of the children of Israel, according to their number, every one of them shall give a price for their souls to the Lord, and there shall be no scourge among them. When they shall be reckoned. And this shall every one give that passeth at the naming, half a cycle according to the standard of the temple. A cycle hath 20 obols. Half a cycle shall be offered to the Lord. Half a cycle. A cycle or shekel of silver, which was also called a stater, according to the standard or weight of the sanctuary, which was the most just and exact, was half an ounce of silver, that is, about half a crown of English money. The obol, or gira, was about 3 halfpence. He that is counted in the number from 20 years and upwards, shall give the price. The rich man shall not add to half a cycle, and the poor man shall diminish nothing. And the money received, which was contributed by the children of Israel, thou shalt deliver unto the uses of the tabernacle of the testimony, that it may be a memorial of them before the Lord, and he may be merciful to their souls. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Thou shalt make also a brazen laver with its foot to wash in, and thou shalt set it between the tabernacle of the testimony and the altar. And water being put into it. Aaron and his sons shall wash their hands and feet in it. When they are going into the tabernacle of the testimony, and when they are to come to the altar, to offer on it incense to the Lord. Lest perhaps they die. It shall be an everlasting law to him, and to his seed by successions. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Take spices, of principal and chosen myrrh 500 sikless, and of cinnamon half so much. That is, 250 sikless, of calamus in like manner 250. And of cassia 500 sikless by the weight of the sanctuary, of oil of olives the measure hin. And thou shalt make the holy oil of unction. An ointment compounded after the art of the perfumer. And therewith thou shalt anoint the tabernacle of the testimony, and the ark of the testament. And the table with the vessels thereof, the candlestick and furniture thereof. The altars of incense. And of holocaust, and all the furniture that belongeth to the service of them. And thou shalt sanctify all, and they shall be most holy, he that shall touch them shall be sanctified. Thou shalt anoint Aaron and his sons, and shalt sanctify them, that they may do the office of priesthood unto me. And thou shalt say to the children of Israel, this oil of unction shall be holy unto me throughout your generations. The flesh of man shall not be anointed therewith, and you shall make none other of the same composition, because it is sanctified, and shall be holy unto you. What man soever shall compound such, and shall give thereof to a stranger, he shall be cut off from his people. And the Lord said to Moses, Take unto thee spices, stacte, and onycha, galbanum of sweet savour, and the clearest frankincense, all shall be of equal weight. And thou shalt make incense compounded by the work of the perfumer, well tempered together, and pure, and most worthy of sanctification. And when thou hast beaten all into very small powder, thou shalt set of it before the tabernacle of the testimony, in the place where I will appear to thee. Most holy shall this incense be unto you. You shall not make such a composition for your own uses, because it is holy to the Lord. What man soever shall make the like, to enjoy the smell thereof, he shall perish out of his people. Exodus chapter 31. Bezaleel and Oholiab are appointed by the Lord to make the tabernacle, and the things belonging thereto. The observation of the Sabbath day is again commanded. And the Lord delivereth to Moses 2 tables written with the finger of God. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Behold, I have called by name Bezaleel the son of Uri, the son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah. And I have filled him with the Spirit of God, with wisdom and understanding, and knowledge in all manner of work. To devise whatsoever may be artificially made of gold, and silver, and brass. Of marble, and precious stones, and variety of wood. And I have given him for his companion Oholiab, the son of Achisamech, of the tribe of Dan. And I have put wisdom in the heart of every skillful man, that they may make all things which I have commanded thee. The tabernacle of the covenant, and the ark of the testimony, and the propitiatory, that is over it. And all the vessels of the tabernacle. And the table and the vessels thereof, the most pure candlestick with the vessels thereof, and the altars of incense. And of holocaust, and all their vessels, the laver with its foot. The holy vestments in the ministry for Aaron the priest, and for his sons, that they may execute their office, about the sacred things. The oil of unction, and the incense of spices in the sanctuary, all things which I have commanded thee. Shall they make. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and thou shalt say to them, See that you keep my Sabbath, because it is a sign between me and you in your generations, that you may know that I am the Lord, who sanctify you. Keep you my Sabbath, for it is holy unto you. He that shall profane it, shall be put to death. He that shall do any work in it, his soul shall perish out of the midst of his people. 6 days shall you do work, in the 7th day is the Sabbath, the rest holy to the Lord. Every one that shall do any work on this day, shall die. Let the children of Israel keep the Sabbath, and celebrate it in their generations. It is an everlasting covenant between me and the children of Israel, and a perpetual sign. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, and in the 7th he ceased from work. And the Lord, when he had ended these words in Mount Sinai, gave to Moses 2 stone tables of testimony, written with the finger of God. Exodus chapter 32. The people fall into idolatry. Moses prayeth for them. He breaketh the tables, destroyeth the idol, blameth Aaron, and causeth many of the idolaters to be slain. And the people, seeing that Moses delayed to come down from the mount, gathering together against Aaron, said, Arise, make us gods, that may go before us, for as to this Moses, the man that brought us out of the land of Egypt, we know not what has befallen him. And Aaron said to them, Take the golden earrings from the ears of your wives, and your sons and daughters, and bring them to me. And the people did what he had commanded, bringing the earrings to Aaron. And when he had received them, he fashioned them by founder's work, and made of them a molten calf. And they said, These are thy gods, O Israel, that have brought thee out of the land of Egypt. And when Aaron saw this, he built an altar before it, and made proclamation by a crier's voice, saying, Tomorrow is the solemnity of the Lord. And rising in the morning, they offered holocausts, and peace victims, and the people sat down to eat and drink, and they rose up to play. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Go, get thee down, thy people, which thou hast brought out of the land of Egypt, hath sinned. They have quickly strayed from the way which thou didst shew them, and they have made to themselves a molten calf, and have adored it, and sacrificing victims to it, have said, These are thy gods, O Israel, that have brought thee out of the land of Egypt. And again the Lord said to Moses, I see that this people is stiff-necked. Let me alone, that my wrath may be kindled against them, and that I may destroy them, and I will make of thee a great nation. But Moses besought the Lord his God, saying, Why, O Lord, is thy indignation enkindled against thy people, whom thou hast brought out of the land of Egypt, with great power, and with a mighty hand? Let not the Egyptians say, I beseech thee, he craftily brought them out, that he might kill them in the mountains, and destroy them from the earth. Let thy anger cease, and be appeased upon the wickedness of thy people. Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, thy servants, to whom thou sworest by thy own self, saying, I will multiply your seed as the stars of heaven, and this whole land that I have spoken of, I will give to your seed. And you shall possess it forever. And the Lord was appeased from doing the evil which he had spoken against his people. And Moses returned from the mount, carrying the 2 tables of the testimony in his hand, written on both sides. And made by the work of God, the writing also of God was graven in the tables. And Josue, hearing the noise of the people shouting, said to Moses, The noise of battle is heard in the camp. But he answered, It is not the cry of men encouraging to fight, nor the shout of men compelling to flee, but I hear the voice of singers. And when he came nigh to the camp, he saw the calf, and the dances, and being very angry, he threw the tables out of his hand, and broke them at the foot of the mount. And laying hold of the calf which they had made, he burnt it. And beat it to powder, which he strewed into water, and gave thereof to the children of Israel to drink. And he said to Aaron, What has this people done to thee, that thou shouldst bring upon them a most heinous sin? And he answered him, Let not my Lord be offended, for thou knowest this people, that they are prone to evil. They said to me, Make us gods, that may go before us, for as to this Moses, who brought us forth out of the land of Egypt, we know not what is befallen him. And I said to them, Which of you hath any gold? And they took and brought it to me. And I cast it into the fire, and this calf came out. And when Moses saw that the people were naked, for Aaron had stripped them by occasion of the shame of the filth, and had set them naked among their enemies. Naked. Having lost not only their gold, and their honor, but what was worst of all, being stripped also of the grace of God, and having lost him, the shame of the filth. That is, of the idol, which they had taken for their God. It is the usual phrase of the Scripture to call idols filth and abominations. Then standing in the gate of the camp, he said, If any man be on the Lord's side, let him join with me. And all the sons of Levi gathered themselves together unto him. And he said to them, Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, Put every man his sword upon his thigh, go, and return from gate to gate through the midst of the camp. And let every man kill his brother, and friend, and neighbor. And the sons of Levi did according to the words of Moses, and there were slain that day about 23,000 men. And Moses said, You have consecrated your hands this day to the Lord, every man in his son and in his brother, that a blessing may be given to you. And when the next day was come, Moses spoke to the people, You have sinned a very great sin. I will go up to the Lord, if by any means I may be able to entreat him for your crime. And returning to the Lord, he said, I beseech thee, this people hath sinned a heinous sin, and they have made to themselves gods of gold. Either forgive them this trespass, or if thou do not, strike me out of the book that thou hast written. And the Lord answered him, He that hath sinned against me, him will I strike out of my book. But go thou, and lead this people whither I have told thee, my angel shall go before thee. And I in the day of revenge will visit this sin also of theirs. The Lord therefore struck the people for the guilt, on occasion of the calf which Aaron had made. Exodus chapter 33. The people mourn for their sin. Moses pitcheth the tabernacle without the camp. He converseth familiarly with God. Desireth to see his glory. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Go, get thee up from this place, thou and thy people which thou hast brought out of the land of Egypt, into the land concerning which I swore to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, saying, To thy seed I will give it. And I will send an angel before thee, that I may cast out the Canaanite, and the Amorite, and the Hethite, and the Pharisite, and the Hivite, and the Jebusite, that thou mayst enter into the land that floweth with milk and honey. For I will not go up with thee, because thou art a stiff-necked people, lest I destroy thee in the way. And the people hearing these very bad tidings, mourned, and no man put on his ornaments according to custom. And the Lord said to Moses, Say to the children of Israel, Thou art a stiff-necked people, once I shall come up in the midst of thee, and shall destroy thee. Now presently lay aside thy ornaments, that I may know what to do to thee. So the children of Israel laid aside their ornaments by Mount Horeb. Moses also taking the tabernacle, pitched it without the camp afar off, and called the name thereof, the tabernacle of the covenant. And all the people, that had any question, went forth to the tabernacle of the covenant, without the camp. And when Moses went forth to the tabernacle, all the people rose up, and every one stood in the door of his pavilion, and they beheld the back of Moses, till he went into the tabernacle. And when he was gone into the tabernacle of the covenant, the pillar of the cloud came down, and stood at the door, and he spoke with Moses. And all saw that the pillar of the cloud stood at the door of the tabernacle. And they stood and worshipped at the doors of their tent. And the Lord spoke to Moses face to face, as a man is wont to speak to his friend. And when he returned into the camp, his servant Josue, the son of Nun, a young man, departed not from the tabernacle. Face to face. That is, in a most familiar manner. Though as we learn from this very chapter, Moses could not see the face of the Lord. And Moses said to the Lord, Thou commandest me to lead forth this people. And thou dost not let me know whom thou wilt send with me, especially whereas thou hast said, I know thee by name, and thou hast found favor in my sight. I know thee by name. In the language of the Scriptures, God is said to know such as he approves and loves, and to know by name, those whom he favors in a most singular manner, as he did his servant Moses. If therefore I have found favor in thy sight, shew me thy face, that I may know thee, and may find grace before thy eyes, look upon thy people this nation. And the Lord said, My face shall go before thee, and I will give thee rest. And Moses said, If thou thyself dost not go before, bring us not out of this place. For how shall we be able to know, I and thy people, that we have found grace in thy sight, unless thou walk with us, that we may be glorified by all people that dwell upon the earth? And the Lord said to Moses, This word also, which thou hast spoken, will I do, for thou hast found grace before me, and thee I have known by name. And he said, Shew me thy glory. He answered, I will shew thee all good, and I will proclaim in the name of the Lord before thee, and I will have mercy on whom I will, and I will be merciful to whom it shall please me. And again he said, Thou canst not see my face, for man shall not see me, and live. And again he said, Behold, there is a place with me, and thou shalt stand upon the rock. And when my glory shall pass, I will set thee in a hole of the rock, and protect thee with my right hand till I pass. And I will take away my hand, and thou shalt see my back parts, but my face thou canst not see. See my back parts. The Lord by his angel usually spoke to Moses in the pillar of the cloud, so that he could not see the glory of him that spoke familiarly with him. In the vision here mentioned he was allowed to see something of him, in an assumed corporeal form, not in the face, the rays of which were too bright for mortal eye to bear, but to view him as it were behind, when his face was turned from him. Exodus chapter 34. The tables are renewed, all society with the Canaanites is forbid, some precepts concerning the firstborn, the Sabbath, and other feasts. After 40 days fast, Moses returneth to the people with the commandments. And his face appearing horned with rays of light, he covereth it, whensoever he speaketh to the people. And after this he said, Hew thee 2 tables of stone like unto the former, and I will write upon them the words, which were in the tables, which thou brokest. Be ready in the morning, that thou mayst forthwith go up into Mount Sinai, and thou shalt stand with me upon the top of the mount. Let no man go up with thee, and let not any man be seen throughout all the mount. Neither let the oxen nor the sheep feed over against it. Then he cut out 2 tables of stone, such as had been before, and rising very early he went up into the Mount Sinai, as the Lord had commanded him, carrying with him the tables. And when the Lord was come down in a cloud, Moses stood with him, calling upon the name of the Lord. And when he passed before him, he said, O the Lord God, merciful and gracious, patient and of much compassion, and true. Who keepest mercy unto thousands, who takest away iniquity, and wickedness, and sin. And no man of himself is innocent before thee. Who renderest the iniquity of the fathers to the children, and to the grandchildren unto the 3rd and 4th generation. And Moses making haste, bowed down prostrate unto the earth, and adoring. Said, If I have found grace in thy sight, O Lord, I beseech thee that thou wilt go with us, for it is a stiff-necked people, and take away our iniquities and sin. And possess us. The Lord answered, I will make a covenant in the sight of all, I will do signs such as were never seen upon the earth, nor in any nations, that this people, in the midst of whom thou art, may see the terrible work of the Lord which I will do. Observe all things which this day I command thee, I myself will drive out before thy face the Amorite, and the Canaanite, and the Hethite, and the Pharisite, and the Hivite, and the Jebusite. Beware thou never join in friendship with the inhabitants of that land, which may be thy ruin. But destroy their altars, break their statues and cut down their groves. Adore not any strange god. The Lord his name is jealous, he is a jealous God. Make no covenant with the men of those countries, lest, when they have committed fornication with their gods, and have adored their idols, some one call thee to eat of the things sacrificed. Neither shalt thou take of their daughters a wife for thy son, lest after they themselves have committed fornication, they make thy sons also to commit fornication with their gods. Thou shalt not make to thyself any molten gods. Thou shalt keep the feast of the unleavened bread. 7 days shalt thou eat unleavened bread, as I commanded thee in the time of the month of the new corn, for in the month of the spring time thou camest out from Egypt. All of the male kind that openeth the womb, shall be mine. Of all beasts, both of oxen and of sheep, it shall be mine. The firstling of an ass thou shalt redeem with a sheep, but if thou wilt not give a price for it, it shall be slain. The firstborn of thy sons thou shalt redeem, neither shalt thou appear before me empty. 6 days shalt thou work, the 7th day thou shalt cease to plow and to reap. Thou shalt keep the feast of weeks with the firstfruits of the corn of thy wheat harvest, and the feast when the time of the year returneth that all things are laid in. 3 times in the year all thy males shall appear in the sight of the Almighty Lord the God of Israel. For when I shall have taken away the nations from thy face, and shall have enlarged thy borders, no man shall lie in wait against thy land when thou shalt go up, and appear in the sight of the Lord thy God thrice in a year. Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice upon leaven, neither shall there remain in the morning anything of the victim of the solemnity of the phase. The first of the fruits of thy ground thou shalt offer in the house of the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not boil a kid in the milk of his dam. And the Lord said to Moses, Write thee these words, by which I have made a covenant both with thee and with Israel. And he was there with the Lord 40 days and 40 nights, he neither ate bread nor drank water, and he wrote upon the tables the 10 words of the covenant. And when Moses came down from the Mount Sinai, he held the 2 tables of the testimony, and he knew not that his face was horned from the conversation of the Lord. Horned. That is, shining, and sending forth rays of light like horns. And Aaron and the children of Israel seeing the face of Moses horned, were afraid to come near. And being called by him, they returned, both Aaron and the rulers of the congregation. And after that he spoke to them. And all the children of Israel came to him, and he gave them in commandment all that he had heard of the Lord on Mount Sinai. And having done speaking, he put a veil upon his face. But when he went in to the Lord, and spoke with him, he took it away until he came forth, and then he spoke to the children of Israel all things that had been commanded him. And they saw that the face of Moses when he came out was horned, but he covered his face again, if at any time he spoke to them. Exodus chapter 35. The Sabbath. Offerings for making the tabernacle. Bezaleel and Oholiab are called to the work. And all the multitude of the children of Israel being gathered together, he said to them, These are the things which the Lord hath commanded to be done. 6 days you shall do work. The 7th day shall be holy unto you, the Sabbath and the rest of the Lord. He that shall do any work on it, shall be put to death. You shall kindle no fire in any of your habitations on the Sabbath day. And Moses said to all the assembly of the children of Israel, This is the word the Lord hath commanded, saying, Set aside with you firstfruits to the Lord. Let every one that is willing and hath a ready heart, offer them to the Lord, gold, and silver, and brass, violet and purple, and scarlet twice dyed, and fine linen, goat's hair, and ram's skins dyed red, and violet-colored skins, sedim wood, and oil to maintain lights, and to make ointment, and most sweet incense, onyx stones, and precious stones, for the adorning of the ephod and the rational. Whosoever of you is wise, let him come, and make that which the Lord hath commanded. To wit, the tabernacle, and the roof thereof, and the cover, the rings, and the boardwork with the bars, the pillars, and the sockets, the ark and the staves, the propitiatory, and the veil that is drawn before it, the table with the bars and the vessels, and the loaves of proposition, the candlestick to bear up the lights, the vessels thereof and the lamps, and the oil for the nourishing of fires, the altar of incense, and the bars, and the oil of unction, and the incense of spices, the hanging at the door of the tabernacle, the altar of holocaust, and its grate of brass, with the bars and vessels thereof, the laver and its foot, the curtains of the court, with the pillars and the sockets, the hanging in the doors of the entry, the pins of the tabernacle, and of the court, with their little cords, the vestments that are to be used in the ministry of the sanctuary, the vesture of Aaron the high priest, and of his sons, to do the office of priesthood to me. And all the multitude of the children of Israel going out from the presence of Moses, offered firstfruits to the Lord with a most ready and devout mind, to make the work of the tabernacle of the testimony. Whatever was necessary to the service and to the holy vestments. Both men and women gave bracelets and earrings, rings and tablets. Every vessel of gold was set aside to be offered to the Lord. If any man had violet, and purple, and scarlet twice dyed, fine linen and goat's hair, ram skins dyed red, and violet-colored skins, metal of silver and brass, they offered it to the Lord, and sedim wood for divers uses. The skillful women also gave such things as they had spun, violet, purple, and scarlet, and fine linen, and goat's hair, giving all of their own accord. But the princes offered onyx stones, and precious stones, for the ephod and the rational, and spices and oil for the lights, and for the preparing of ointment, and to make the incense of most sweet savor. All, both men and women, with devout mind offered gifts, that the works might be done which the Lord had commanded by the hand of Moses. All the children of Israel dedicated voluntary offerings to the Lord. And Moses said to the children of Israel, Behold, the Lord hath called by name Bezaleel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah, and hath filled him with the Spirit of God, with wisdom and understanding, and knowledge, and all learning, to devise and to work in gold and silver and brass, and in engraving stones, and in carpenter's work, whatsoever can be devised artificially. He hath given in his heart, Oholiab also, the son of Achisamech, of the tribe of Dan. Both of them hath he instructed with wisdom, to do carpenter's work, and tapestry, and embroidery in blue and purple, and scarlet twice dyed, and fine linen, and to weave all things, and to invent all new things. Exodus chapter 36. The offerings are delivered to the workmen, the curtains, coverings, boards, bars, veil, pillars, and hanging are made. Bezaleel therefore, and Oholiab, and every wise man, to whom the Lord gave wisdom and understanding, to know how to work artificially, made the things that are necessary for the uses of the sanctuary, and which the Lord commanded. And when Moses had called them, and every skillful man, to whom the Lord had given wisdom, and such as of their own accord had offered themselves to the making of the work, he delivered all the offerings of the children of Israel unto them. And while they were earnest about the work, the people daily in the morning offered their vows. Whereupon the workmen being constrained to come, said to Moses, The people offereth more than is necessary. Moses therefore commanded proclamation to be made by the crier's voice, Let neither man nor woman offer any more for the work of the sanctuary. And so they ceased from offering gifts, because the things that were offered did suffice, and were too much. And all the men that were wise of heart, to accomplish the work of the tabernacle, made 10 curtains of twisted fine linen, and violet, and purple, and scarlet twice dyed, with varied work. And the art of embroidering. The length of one curtain was 28 cubits, and the breadth 4, all the curtains were of the same size. And he joined 5 curtains, one to another, and the other 5 he coupled one to another. He made also loops of violet in the edge of one curtain on both sides, and in the edge of the other curtain in like manner, that the loops might meet one against another, and might be joined each with the other. Whereupon also he cast 50 rings of gold, that might catch the loops of the curtains, and they might be made one tabernacle. He made also 11 curtains of goat's hair, to cover the roof of the tabernacle. One curtain was 30 cubits long, and 4 cubits broad, all the curtains were of one measure. 5 of which he joined apart, and the other 6 apart. And he made 50 loops in the edge of one curtain, and 50 in the edge of another curtain, that they might be joined one to another. And 50 buckles of brass wherewith the roof might be knit together, that of all the curtains there might be made one covering. He made also a cover for the tabernacle of ram's skins dyed red, and another cover over that of violet skins. He made also the boards of the tabernacle of Shittim wood standing. The length of one board was 10 cubits, and the breadth was 1 cubit and a half. There were 2 mortices throughout every board, that one might be joined to the other. And in this manner he made for all the boards of the tabernacle, of which 20 were at the south side southward. With 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets were put under one board on the 2 sides of the corners, where the mortices of the sides end in the corners. At that side also of the tabernacle, that looketh towards the north, he made 20 boards. With 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets for every board. But against the west, to wit, at that side of the tabernacle, which looketh to the sea, he made 6 boards. And 2 others at each corner of the tabernacle behind, which were also joined from beneath unto the top, and went together into one joint. Thus he did on both sides at the corners. So there were in all 8 boards, and they had 16 sockets of silver, to wit, 2 sockets under every board. He made also bars of Shittim wood, 5 to hold together the boards of one side of the tabernacle, and 5 others to join together the boards of the other side, and besides these, 5 other bars at the west side of the tabernacle towards the sea. He made also another bar, that might come by the midst of the boards from corner to corner. And the boards themselves he overlaid with gold, casting for them sockets of silver. And their rings he made of gold, through which the bars might be drawn, and he covered the bars themselves with plates of gold. He made also a veil of violet, and purple, scarlet and fine twisted linen, varied and distinguished with embroidery. And 4 pillars of Shittim wood, which with their heads he overlaid with gold, casting for them sockets of silver. He made also a hanging in the entry of the tabernacle of violet, purple, scarlet, and fine twisted linen, with the work of an embroiderer. And 5 pillars with their heads, which he covered with gold, and their sockets he cast of brass. Exodus chapter 37. Bezaleel maketh the ark, the propitiatory, and cherubims, the table, the candlestick, the lamps, and the altar of incense, and compoundeth the incense. And Bezaleel made also the ark of Shittim wood. It was 2 cubits and a half in length, and 1 cubit and a half in breadth, and the height was of 1 cubit and a half, and he overlaid it with the purest gold within and without. And he made to it a crown of gold round about, casting 4 rings of gold at the 4 corners thereof, 2 rings in one side, and 2 in the other. And he made bars of setim wood, which he overlaid with gold. And he put them into the rings that were at the sides of the ark to carry it. He made also the propitiatory, that is, the oracle, of the purest gold, 2 cubits and a half in length, and a cubit and a half in breadth. 2 cherubims also of beaten gold, which he set on the 2 sides of the propitiatory. 1 cherub in the top of one side, and the other cherub in the top of the other side, 2 cherubims at the 2 ends of the propitiatory, spreading their wings, and covering the propitiatory, and looking one towards the other, and towards it. He made also the table of setim wood, in length 2 cubits, and in breadth 1 cubit, and in height it was a cubit and a half. And he overlaid it with the finest gold, and he made to it a golden ledge round about. And to the ledge itself he made a polished crown of gold, of 4 fingers' breadth, and upon the same another golden crown. And he cast 4 rings of gold, which he put in the 4 corners at each foot of the table, over against the crown, and he put the bars into them, that the table might be carried. The bars also themselves he made of setim wood, and overlaid them with gold. And the vessels for the divers uses of the table, dishes, bowls, and cups, and censers of pure gold, wherein the libations are to be offered. He made also the candlestick of beaten work of the finest gold. From the shaft whereof its branches, its cups, and bowls, and lilies came out. 6 on the 2 sides, 3 branches on one side, and 3 on the other. 3 cups in manner of a nut on each branch, and bowls with aln lilies, and 3 cups of the fashion of a nut in another branch, and bowls with aln lilies. The work of the 6 branches, that went out from the shaft of the candlestick was equal. And in the shaft itself were 4 cups after the manner of a nut, and bowls withal at every one, and lilies. And bowls under 2 branches in 3 places, which together made 6 branches going out from one shaft. So both the bowls and the branches were of the same, all beaten work of the purest gold. He made also the 7 lamps with their snuffers, and the vessels where the snuffings were to be put out, of the purest gold. The candlestick with all the vessels thereof weighed a talent of gold. He made also the altar of incense of setim wood, being a cubit on every side 4 square, and in height 2 cubits, from the corners of which went out horns. And he overlaid it with the purest gold, with its grate, and the sides, and the horns. And he made to it a crown of gold round about, and 2 golden rings under the crown at each side, that the bars might be put into them, and the altar be carried. And the bars themselves he made also of setim wood, and overlaid them with plates of gold. He compounded also the oil for the ointment of sanctification, and incense of the purest spices, according to the work of a perfumer. Exodus chapter 38. He mocketh the altar of holocaust. The brazen laver. The court with its pillars and hangings. The sum of what the people offered. He made also the altar of holocaust of setim wood, 5 cubits square, and 3 in height. The horns whereof went out from the corners, and he overlaid it with plates of brass. And for the uses thereof, he prepared divers vessels of brass, cauldrons, tongs, flesh hooks, pothooks and firepans. And he made the grate thereof of brass, in manner of a net, and under it in the midst of the altar a hearth, casting 4 rings at the 4 ends of the net at the top, to put in bars to carry it. And he made the bars of setim wood, and overlaid them with plates of brass. And he drew them through the rinds that stood out in the sides of the altar. And the altar itself was not solid, but hollow, of boards, and empty within. He made also the laver of brass, with the foot thereof, of the mirrors of the women that watched at the door of the tabernacle. He made also the court, in the south side whereof were hangings of fine twisted linen of 100 cubits. 20 pillars of brass with their sockets, the beads of the pillars, and the whole graving of the work, of silver. In like manner at the north side the hangings, the pillars, and the sockets and heads of the pillars were of the same measure, and work and metal. But on that side that looketh to the west, there were hangings of 50 cubits, 10 pillars of brass with their sockets, and the heads of the pillars, and all the graving of the work of silver. Moreover, towards the east he prepared hangings of 50 cubits. 15 cubits of which were on one side with 3 pillars, and their sockets. And on the other side, for between the two he made the entry of the tabernacle, there were hangings equally of 15 cubits, and 3 pillars, and as many sockets. All the hangings of the court were woven with twisted linen. The sockets of the pillars were of brass, and their heads with all their gravings of silver, and he overlaid the pillars of the court also with silver. And he made in the entry thereof an embroidered hanging of violet, purple, scarlet, and fine twisted linen, that was 20 cubits long, and 5 cubits high, according to the measure of all the hangings of the court. And the pillars in the entry were 4, with sockets of brass, and their heads and gravings of silver. The pins also of the tabernacle and of the court round about he made of brass. These are the instruments of the tabernacle of the testimony, which were counted according to the commandment of Moses, in the ceremonies of the Levites, by the hand of Ithamar, son of Aaron the priest. Which Bezaleel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur of the tribe of Judah, had made, as the Lord commanded by Moses. Having for his companion Oliab, the son of Achisamech, of the tribe of Dan, who also was an excellent artificer in wood, and worker in tapestry and embroidery in violet, purple, scarlet, and fine linen. All the gold that was spent in the work of the sanctuary, and that was offered in gifts, was 29 talents, and 730 siklets according to the standard of the sanctuary. And it was offered by them that went to be numbered, from 20 years old and upwards, of 603,550 men able to bear arms. There were moreover 100 talents of silver, whereof were cast the sockets of the sanctuary, and of the entry where the veil hangeth. 100 sockets were made of 100 talents, 1 talent being reckoned for every socket. And of the 1,775 he made the heads of the pillars, which also he overlaid with silver. And there were offered of brass also 72,000 talents, and 400 siklets besides. Of which were cast the sockets in the entry of the tabernacle of the testimony, and the altar of brass with the grate thereof. And also the vessels that belong to the use thereof. And the sockets of the court as well round about as in the entry thereof, and the pins of the tabernacle, and of the court round about. Exodus chapter 39. All the ornaments of Aaron and his sons are made. And the whole work of the tabernacle is finished. And he made, of violet and purple, scarlet and fine linen, the vestments for Aaron to wear when he ministered in the holy places, as the Lord commanded Moses. So he made an ephod of gold, violet, and purple, and scarlet twice dyed, and fine twisted linen, with embroidered work, and he cut thin plates of gold, and drew them small into threads, that they might be twisted with the woof of the foresaid colors. And 2 borders coupled one to the other in the top on either side. And a girdle of the same colors, as the Lord had commanded Moses. He prepared also 2 onyx stones, fast set and closed in gold, and graven, by the art of a lapidary, with the names of the children of Israel. And he set them in the sides of the ephod, for a memorial of the children of Israel, as the Lord had commanded Moses. He made also a rational with embroidered work, according to the work of the ephod, of gold, violet, purple, and scarlet twice dyed, and fine twisted linen. 4 square, double, of the measure of a span. And he set 4 rows of precious stones in it. In the first row was a sardius, a topaz, an emerald. In the second, a carbuncle, a sapphire, and a jasper. In the third, a ligurius, an agate, and an amethyst. In the fourth, a chrysolite, an onyx, and a beryl, set and enclosed in gold by their rows. And the 12 stones were engraved with the names of the 12 tribes of Israel, each one with its several name. They made also in the rational little chains, linked one to another, of the purest gold. And 2 hooks, and as many rings of gold. And they set the rings on either side of the rational, on which rings the 2 golden chains should hang, which they put into the hooks that stood out in the corners of the ephod. These both before and behind so answered one another, that the ephod and the rational were bound together, being fastened to the girdle, and strongly coupled with rings, which a violet fillet joined, lest they should flag loose, and be moved one from the other, as the Lord commanded Moses. They made also the tunic of the ephod all of violet, and a hole for the head in the upper part at the middle, and a woven border round about the hole. And beneath at the feet pomegranates of violet, purple, scarlet, and fine twisted linen, and little bells of the purest gold, which they put between the pomegranates at the bottom of the tunic round about. To wit, a bell of gold, and a pomegranate, wherewith the high priest went adorned, when he discharged his ministry, as the Lord had commanded Moses. They made also fine linen tunics with woven work for Aaron and his sons, and mitres with their little crowns of fine linen, and linen breeches of fine linen, and a girdle of fine twisted linen, violet, purple, and scarlet twice dyed, of embroidery work, as the Lord had commanded Moses. They made also the plate of sacred veneration of the purest gold, and they wrote on it with the engraving of a lapidary, the Holy of the Lord. And they fastened it to the mitre with a violet fillet, as the Lord had commanded Moses. So all the work of the tabernacle and of the roof of the testimony was finished, and the children of Israel did all things which the Lord had commanded Moses. And they offered the tabernacle, and the roof, and the whole furniture, the rings, the boards, the bars, the pillars and their sockets, the cover of ram's skins dyed red, and the other cover of violet skins, the veil, the ark, the bars, the propitiatory, the table, with the vessels thereof, and the loaves of proposition, the candlestick, the lamps, and the furniture of them, with the oil, the altar of gold, and the ointment, and the incense of spices, and the hanging in the entry of the tabernacle, the altar of brass, the grate, the bars, and all the vessels thereof, the laver, with the foot thereof, the hangings of the court, and the pillars, with their sockets, the hanging in the entry of the court, and the little cords, and the pins thereof. Nothing was wanting of the vessels, that were commanded to be made for the ministry of the tabernacle, and for the roof of the covenant. The vestments also, which the priests, to wit, Aaron and his sons, use in the sanctuary, the children of Israel offered, as the Lord had commanded. And when Moses saw all things finished, he blessed them. Exodus chapter 40. The tabernacle is commanded to be set up and anointed. God filleth it with his majesty. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, The first month, the first day of the month, thou shalt set up the tabernacle of the testimony, and shalt put the ark in it, and shalt let down the veil before it. And thou shalt bring in the table, and set upon it the things that are commanded according to the rite. The candlestick shall stand with its lamps, and the altar of gold, whereon the incense is burnt before the ark of the testimony. Thou shalt put the hanging in the entry of the tabernacle, and before it the altar of holocaust, the laver between the altar and the tabernacle, and thou shalt fill it with water. And thou shalt encompass the court with hangings, and the entry thereof. And thou shalt take the oil of unction and anoint the tabernacle with its vessels, that they may be sanctified. The altar of holocaust and all its vessels, the laver with its foot, thou shalt consecrate all with the oil of unction, that they may be most holy. And thou shalt bring Aaron and his sons to the door of the tabernacle of the testimony, and having washed them with water, thou shalt put on them the holy vestments, that they may minister to me, and that the unction of them may prosper to an everlasting priesthood. And Moses did all that the Lord had commanded. So in the first month of the second year, the first day of the month, the tabernacle was set up. And Moses reared it up, and placed the boards and the sockets and the bars, and set up the pillars, and spread the roof over the tabernacle, putting over it a cover, as the Lord had commanded. And he put the testimony in the ark, thrusting bars underneath, and the oracle above. And when he had brought the ark into the tabernacle, he drew the veil before it to fulfill the commandment of the Lord. And he set the table in the tabernacle of the testimony, at the north side, without the veil. Setting there in order the loaves of proposition, as the Lord had commanded Moses. He set the candlestick also in the tabernacle of the testimony, over against the table on the south side. Placing the lamps in order, according to the precept of the Lord. He set also the altar of gold under the roof of the testimony, over against the veil. And burnt upon it the incense of spices, as the Lord had commanded Moses. And he put also the hanging in the entry of the tabernacle of the testimony. And the altar of holocaust in the entry of the testimony, offering the holocaust, and the sacrifices upon it, as the Lord had commanded. And he set the laver between the tabernacle of the testimony and the altar, filling it with water. And Moses and Aaron, and his sons, washed their hands and feet. When they went into the tabernacle of the covenant, and went to the altar, as the Lord had commanded Moses. He set up also the court round about the tabernacle and the altar, drawing the hanging in the entry thereof. After all things were perfected, the cloud covered the tabernacle of the testimony, and the glory of the Lord filled it. Neither could Moses go into the tabernacle of the covenant, the cloud covering all things, and the majesty of the Lord shining, for the cloud had covered all. If at any time the cloud removed from the tabernacle, the children of Israel went forward by their troops. If it hung over, they remained in the same place. For the cloud of the Lord hung over the tabernacle by day, and a fire by night, in the sight of all the children of Israel throughout all their mansions. Book 03 Leviticus. The Book of Leviticus. This book is called Leviticus, because it treats of the offices, ministries, rites and ceremonies of the priests and Levites. The Hebrews call it Vayikra from the word with which it begins. Leviticus chapter 1. Of holocausts or burnt offerings. And the Lord called Moses, and spoke to him from the tabernacle of the testimony, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and thou shalt say to them, The man among you that shall offer to the Lord a sacrifice of the cattle, that is, offering victims of oxen and sheep. If his offering be a holocaust, and of the herd, he shall offer a male without blemish, at the door of the testimony, to make the Lord favorable to him. A holocaust. That is, a whole burnt offering, holocauston, so called, because the whole victim was consumed with fire, and given in such manner to God as wholly to evaporate, as it were, for his honor and glory, without having any part of it reserved for the use of man. The other sacrifices in the Old Testament were either offerings for sin, or peace offerings, and these latter again were either offered in thanksgiving for blessings received, or by way of prayer for new favors or graces. So that sacrifices were then offered to God for 4 different ends or intentions, answerable to the different obligations which man has to God. 1. By way of adoration, homage, praise, and glory due to his divine majesty. 2. By way of thanksgiving for all benefits received from him. 3. By way of confessing and craving pardon for sins. 4. By way of prayer and petition for grace and relief in all necessities. In the new law we have but one sacrifice, viz., that of the body and blood of Christ, but this one sacrifice of the New Testament perfectly answers all these 4 ends. And both priest and people, as often as it is celebrated, ought to join in offering it up for these 4 ends. And he shall put his hand upon the head of the victim, and it shall be acceptable, and help to its expiation. And he shall immolate the calf before the Lord, and the priests the sons of Aaron shall offer the blood thereof, pouring it round about the altar, which is before the door of the tabernacle. And when they have flayed the victim, they shall cut the joints into pieces. And shall put fire on the altar, having before laid in order a pile of wood. And they shall lay the parts that are cut out in order thereupon, to wit, the head, and all things that cleave to the liver, the entrails and feet being washed with water. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar for a holocaust, and a sweet savour to the Lord. And if the offering be of the flocks, a holocaust of sheep or of goats, he shall offer a male without blemish. And he shall immolate it at the side of the altar that looketh to the north, before the Lord, but the sons of Aaron shall pour the blood thereof upon the altar round about. And they shall divide the joints, the head, and all that cleave to the liver, and shall lay them upon the wood, under which the fire is to be put. But the entrails and the feet they shall wash with water. And the priest shall offer it all and burn it all upon the altar for a holocaust, and most sweet savour to the Lord. But if the oblation of a holocaust to the Lord be of birds, of turtles, or of young pigeons, the priest shall offer it at the altar, and twisting back the neck, and breaking the place of the wound, he shall make the blood run down upon the brim of the altar. But the crop of the throat, and the feathers he shall cast beside the altar at the east side, in the place where the ashes are wont to be poured out. And he shall break the pinions thereof, and shall not cut, nor divide it with a knife, and shall burn it upon the altar, putting fire under the wood. It is a holocaust and oblation of most sweet savour to the Lord. Leviticus chapter 2. Of offerings of flour, and firstfruits. When any one shall offer an oblation of sacrifice to the Lord, his offering shall be of fine flour, and he shall pour oil upon it, and put frankincense. And shall bring it to the sons of Aaron the priests. And one of them shall take a handful of the flour and oil, and all the frankincense, and shall put it a memorial upon the altar for a most sweet savour to the Lord. And the remnant of the sacrifice shall be Aaron's, and his sons, holy of holies of the offerings of the Lord. Holy of holies. That is, most holy, as being dedicated to God, and set aside by his ordinance for the use of his priests. But when thou offerest a sacrifice baked in the oven of flour, to wit, loaves without leaven, tempered with oil, and unleavened wafers, anointed with oil. If thy oblation be from the frying pan, of flour tempered with oil, and without leaven, 2:6. Thou shalt divide it into little pieces, and shalt pour oil upon it. And if the sacrifice be from the gridiron, in like manner the flour shall be tempered with oil. And when thou offerest it to the Lord, thou shalt deliver it to the hands of the priest. And when he hath offered it, he shall take a memorial out of the sacrifice, and burn it upon the altar for a sweet savour to the Lord. And whatsoever is left, shall be Aaron's, and his sons, holy of holies of the offerings of the Lord. Every oblation that is offered to the Lord shall be made without leaven, neither shall any leaven or honey be burnt in the sacrifice to the Lord. Without leaven or honey. No leaven nor honey was to be used in the sacrifice offered to God, to signify that we are to exclude from the pure worship of the gospel, all double-dealing and affection to carnal pleasures. You shall offer only the firstfruits of them in gifts, but they shall not be put upon the altar, for a savour of sweetness. Whatsoever sacrifice thou offerest, thou shalt season it with salt, neither shalt thou take away the salt of the covenant of thy God from thy sacrifice. In all thy oblations thou shalt offer salt. Salt. In every sacrifice salt was to be used, which is an emblem of wisdom and discretion, without which none of our performances are agreeable to God. But if thou offer a gift of the firstfruits of thy corn to the Lord, of the ears yet green, thou shalt dry it at the fire, and break it small like meal. And so shalt thou offer thy firstfruits to the Lord, pouring oil upon it and putting on frankincense, because it is the oblation of the Lord. Whereof the priest shall burn for a memorial of the gift, part of the corn broken small and of the oil, and all the frankincense. Leviticus chapter 3. Of peace offerings. And if his oblation be a sacrifice of peace offerings, and he will offer of the herd, whether male or female, he shall offer them without blemish before the Lord. Peace offerings. Peace, in the scripture language, signifies happiness, welfare or prosperity, in a word, all kind of blessings. Such sacrifices, therefore, as were offered either on occasion of blessings received, or to obtain new favors, were called pacific or peace offerings. In these, some part of the victim was consumed with fire on the altar of God. Other parts were eaten by the priests and by the persons for whom the sacrifice was offered. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of his victim, which shall be slain in the entry of the tabernacle of the testimony, and the sons of Aaron the priests shall pour the blood round about upon the altar. And they shall offer of the sacrifice of peace offerings, for an oblation to the Lord, the fat that covereth the entrails, and all the fat that is within. The 2 kidneys with the fat wherewith the flanks are covered, And the caul of the liver with the 2 little kidneys. And they shall burn them upon the altar, for a holocaust, putting fire under the wood, for an oblation of most sweet savour to the Lord. But if his oblation and the sacrifice of peace offering be of the flock, whether he offer male or female, they shall be without blemish. If he offer a lamb before the Lord, he shall put his hand upon the head of the victim. And it shall be slain in the entry of the tabernacle of the testimony, and the sons of Aaron shall pour the blood thereof round about upon the altar. And they shall offer of the victim of peace offerings, a sacrifice to the Lord, the fat and the whole rump, with the kidneys, and the fat that covereth the belly and all the vitals and both the little kidneys, with the fat that is about the flanks. And the caul of the liver with the little kidneys. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar, for the food of the fire, and of the oblation of the Lord. If his offering be a goat, and he offer it to the Lord, he shall put his hand upon the head thereof, and shall immolate it in the entry of the tabernacle of the testimony. And the sons of Aaron shall pour the blood thereof round about upon the altar. And they shall take of it for the food of the Lord's fire, the fat that covereth the belly, and that covereth all the vital parts. The 2 little kidneys with the caul that is upon them which is by the flanks. And the fat of the liver with the little kidneys. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar, for the food of the fire, and of a most sweet savour. All the fat shall be the Lord's. By a perpetual law for your generations, and in all your habitations, neither blood nor fat shall you eat at all. Fat. It is meant of the fat, which by the prescription of the law was to be offered on God's altar, not of the fat of meat, such as we commonly eat. Leviticus chapter 4. Of offerings for sins of ignorance. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Say to the children of Israel, the soul that sinneth through ignorance, and doth anything concerning any of the commandments of the Lord, which he commanded not to be done. Ignorance. To be ignorant of what we are bound to know is sinful, and for such culpable ignorance, these sacrifices, prescribed in this and the following chapter, were appointed. If the priest that is anointed shall sin, making the people to offend, he shall offer to the Lord for his sin a calf without blemish. And he shall bring it to the door of the testimony before the Lord, and shall put his hand upon the head thereof, and shall sacrifice it to the Lord. He shall take also of the blood of the calf, and carry it into the tabernacle of the testimony. The blood, as the figure of the blood of Christ shed for the remission of our sins, and carried by him into the sanctuary of heaven. And having dipped his finger in the blood, he shall sprinkle with it 7 times before the Lord, before the veil of the sanctuary. And he shall put some of the same blood upon the horns of the altar of the sweet incense most acceptable to the Lord, which is in the tabernacle of the testimony. And he shall pour all the rest of the blood at the foot of the altar of holocaust in the entry of the tabernacle. And he shall take off the fat of the calf for the sin offering, as well that which covereth the entrails, as all the inwards. The 2 little kidneys, and the caul that is upon them, which is by the flanks. And the fat of the liver with the little kidneys. As it is taken off from the calf of the sacrifice of peace offerings. And he shall burn them upon the altar of holocaust. But the skin and all the flesh with the head and the feet and the bowels and the dung, and the rest of the body, he shall carry forth without the camp into a clean place where the ashes are wont to be poured out, and he shall burn them upon a pile of wood. They shall be burnt in the place where the ashes are poured out. And if all the multitude of Israel shall be ignorant, and through ignorance shall do that which is against the commandment of the Lord, and afterwards shall understand their sin, they shall offer for their sin a calf, and shall bring it to the door of the tabernacle. And the ancients of the people shall put their hands upon the head thereof before the Lord. And the calf being immolated in the sight of the Lord, the priest that is anointed shall carry of the blood into the tabernacle of the testimony, and shall dip his finger in it and sprinkle it 7 times before the veil. And he shall put of the same blood on the horns of the altar that is before the Lord, in the tabernacle of the testimony. And the rest of the blood he shall pour at the foot of the altar of holocaust, which is at the door of the tabernacle of the testimony. And all the fat thereof he shall take off, and shall burn it upon the altar. Doing so with this calf, as he did also with that before. And the priest praying for them, the Lord will be merciful unto them. But the calf itself he shall carry forth without the camp, and shall burn it as he did the former calf, because it is for the sin of the multitude. If a prince shall sin, and through ignorance do any one of the things that the law of the Lord forbiddeth, and afterward shall come to know his sin, he shall offer a buck goat without blemish, a sacrifice to the Lord. And he shall put his hand upon the head thereof, and when he hath immolated it in the place where the holocaust is wont to be slain before the Lord, because it is for sin, the priest shall dip his finger in the blood of the victim for sin, touching therewith the horns of the altar of holocaust, and pouring out the rest at the foot thereof. But the fat he shall burn upon it, as is wont to be done with the victims of peace offerings. And the priest shall pray for him, and for his sin, and it shall be forgiven him. And if any one of the people of the land shall sin through ignorance, doing any of those things that by the law of the Lord are forbidden, and offending, and shall come to know his sin, he shall offer a she-goat without blemish. And he shall put his hand upon the head of the victim that is for sin, and shall immolate it in the place of the holocaust. And the priest shall take of the blood with his finger, and shall touch the horns of the altar of holocaust, and shall pour out the rest at the foot thereof. But taking off all the fat, as is wont to be taken away of the victims of peace offerings, he shall burn it upon the altar, for a sweet savour to the Lord, and he shall pray for him, and it shall be forgiven him. But if he offer of the flock a victim for his sin, to wit, an ewe without blemish, he shall put his hand upon the head thereof, and shall immolate it in the place where the victims of holocausts are wont to be slain. And the priest shall take of the blood thereof with his finger, and shall touch the horns of the altar of holocaust, and the rest he shall pour out at the foot thereof. All the fat also he shall take off, as the fat of the ram that is offered for peace offerings is wont to be taken away, and shall burn it upon the altar, for a burnt sacrifice of the Lord. And he shall pray for him and his sin, and it shall be forgiven him. Leviticus chapter 5. Of other sacrifices for sins. If any one sin, and hear the voice of one swearing, and is a witness either because he himself hath seen, or is privy to it, if he do not utter it, he shall bear his iniquity. Whosoever toucheth any unclean thing, either that which hath been killed by a beast, or died of itself, or any other creeping thing, and forgetteth his uncleanness, he is guilty, and hath offended. And if he touch any thing of the uncleanness of man, according to any uncleanness wherewith he is wont to be defiled, and having forgotten it, come afterwards to know it, he shall be guilty of an offence. The person that sweareth, and uttereth with his lips, that he would do either evil or good, and bindeth the same with an oath, and his word, and having forgotten it afterwards understandeth his offence, let him do penance for his sin. An offer of the flocks an ewe lamb, or a she-goat, and the priest shall pray for him and for his sin. But if he be not able to offer a beast, let him offer 2 turtles, or 2 young pigeons to the Lord, one for sin, and the other for a holocaust. And he shall give them to the priest, who shall offer the first for sin. And twist back the head of it to the little pinions, so that it stick to the neck, and be not altogether broken off. And of its blood he shall sprinkle the side of the altar, and whatever is left, he shall let it drop at the bottom thereof, because it is for sin. And the other he shall burn for a holocaust, as is wont to be done. And the priest shall pray for him, and for his sin, and it shall be forgiven him. And if his hand be not able to offer 2 turtles, or 2 young pigeons, he shall offer for his sin the 10th part of an ephah of flour. He shall not put oil upon it, nor put any frankincense thereon, because it is for sin. And he shall deliver it to the priest, who shall take a handful thereof, and shall burn it upon the altar for a memorial of him that offered it, praying for him and making atonement. But the part that is left, he himself shall have for a gift. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, If any one shall sin through mistake, transgressing the ceremonies in those things that are sacrificed to the Lord, he shall offer for his offense a ram without blemish out of the flocks, that may be bought for 2 sikless, according to the weight of the sanctuary. And he shall make good the damage itself which he hath done, and shall add the 5th part besides, delivering it to the priest, who shall pray for him, offering the ram, and it shall be forgiven him. If any one sin through ignorance, and do one of those things which by the law of the Lord are forbidden, and being guilty of sin, understand his iniquity, he shall offer of the flocks a ram without blemish to the priest, according to the measure and estimation of the sin. And the priest shall pray for him, because he did it ignorantly, and it shall be forgiven him, because by mistake he trespassed against the Lord. Leviticus chapter 6. Oblation for sins of injustice, ordinances concerning the holocausts and the perpetual fire, the sacrifices of the priests, and the sin offerings. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Whosoever shall sin, and despising the Lord, shall deny to his neighbor the thing delivered to his keeping, which was committed to his trust, or shall by force extort any thing, or commit oppression, or shall find a thing lost, and denying it, shall also swear falsely, or shall do any other of the many things, wherein men are wont to sin. Being convicted of the offense, he shall restore all that he would have gotten by fraud, in the principal, and the fifth part besides, to the owner, whom he wronged. Moreover for his sin he shall offer a ram without blemish out of the flock, and shall give it to the priest, according to the estimation and measure of the offense. And he shall pray for him before the Lord, and he shall have forgiveness for every thing in doing of which he bath sinned. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Command Aaron and his sons, this is the law of a holocaust. It shall be burnt upon the altar, all night until morning, the fire shall be of the same altar. The priest shall be vested with the tunic and the linen breeches. And he shall take up the ashes of that which the devouring fire hath burnt, and putting them beside the altar, shall put off his former vestments, and being clothed with others, shall carry them forth without the camp, and shall cause them to be consumed to dust in a very clean place. And the fire on the altar shall always burn, and the priest shall feed it, putting wood on it every day in the morning, and laying on the holocaust, shall burn thereupon the fat of the peace offerings. This is the perpetual fire which shall never go out on the altar. The perpetual fire. This fire came from heaven, infra. Chapter 9. 24, and was always kept burning on the altar, as a figure of the heavenly fire of divine love, which ought to be always burning in the heart of a Christian. This is the law of the sacrifice and libations, which the children of Aaron shall offer before the Lord, and before the altar. The priest shall take a handful of the flour that is tempered with oil, and all the frankincense that is put upon the flour, and he shall burn on the altar for a memorial of most sweet odor to the Lord. And the part of the flour that is left, Aaron and his sons shall eat, without leaven, and he shall eat it in the holy place of the court of the tabernacle. And therefore it shall not be leavened, because part thereof is offered for the burnt sacrifice of the Lord. It shall be most holy, as that which is offered for sin and for trespass. The males only of the race of Aaron shall eat it. It shall be an ordinance everlasting in your generations concerning the sacrifices of the Lord, every one that toucheth them shall be sanctified. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, This is the oblation of Aaron, and of his sons, which they must offer to the Lord, in the day of their anointing. They shall offer the 10th part of an ephah of flour for a perpetual sacrifice, half of it in the morning, and half of it in the evening. It shall be tempered with oil, and shall be fried in a frying pan. And the priest that rightfully succeedeth his father, shall offer it hot, for a most sweet odor to the Lord, and it shall he wholly burnt on the altar. For every sacrifice of the priest shall be consumed with fire, neither shall any man eat thereof. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Say to Aaron and his sons, This is the law of the victim for sin. In the place where the holocaust is offered, it shall be immolated before the Lord. It is holy of holies. The priest that offereth it, shall eat it in a holy place, in the court of the tabernacle. Whatsoever shall touch the flesh thereof, shall be sanctified. If a garment be sprinkled with the blood thereof, it shall be washed in a holy place. And the earthen vessel, wherein it was sodden, shall be broken, but if the vessel be of brass, it shall be scoured, and washed with water. Every male of the priestly race shall eat of the flesh thereof, because it is holy of holies. For the victim that is slain for sin, the blood of which is carried into the tabernacle of the testimony to make atonement in the sanctuary, shall not be eaten, but shall be burnt with fire. Leviticus chapter 7. Of sacrifices for trespasses and thanks offerings. No fat nor blood is to be eaten. This also is the law of the sacrifice for a trespass, it is most holy. Trespass. Trespasses, for which these offerings were to be made, were lesser offenses than those for which the sin offerings were appointed. Therefore where the holocaust is immolated, the victim also for a trespass shall be slain, the blood thereof shall be poured round about the altar. They shall offer thereof the rump and the fat that covereth the entrails. The 2 little kidneys, and the fat which is by the flanks, and the caul of the liver with the little kidneys. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar, it is the burnt sacrifice of the Lord for a trespass. Every male of the priestly race shall eat this flesh in a holy place, because it is most holy. As the sacrifice for sin is offered, so is also that for a trespass, the same shall be the law of both these sacrifices. It shall belong to the priest that offereth it. The priest that offereth the victim of holocaust, shall have the skin thereof. And every sacrifice of flour that is baked in the oven, and whatsoever is dressed on the gridiron, or in the frying pan, shall be the priest's that offereth it. Whether they be tempered with oil, or dry, all the sons of Aaron shall have one as much as another. This is the law of the sacrifice of peace offerings that is offered to the Lord. If the oblation be for thanksgiving, they shall offer loaves without leaven tempered with oil, and unleavened wafers anointed with oil, and fine flour fried, and cakes tempered and mingled with oil. Moreover loaves of leavened bread with the sacrifice of thanks, which is offered for peace offerings. Of which one shall be offered to the Lord for firstfruits, and shall be the priest's that shall pour out the blood of the victim. And the flesh of it shall be eaten the same day, neither shall any of it remain until the morning. If any man by vow, or of his own accord offer a sacrifice, it shall in like manner be eaten the same day. And if any of it remain until the morrow, it is lawful to eat it. But whatsoever shall be found on the 3rd day shall be consumed with fire. If any man eat of the flesh of the victim of peace offerings on the 3rd day, the oblation shall be of no effect, neither shall it profit the offer. Yea rather, whatsoever soul shall defile itself with such meat, shall be guilty of transgression. The flesh that hath touched any unclean thing, shall not be eaten, but shall be burnt with fire. He that is clean shall eat of it. If any one that is defiled shall eat of the flesh of the sacrifice of peace offerings, which is offered to the Lord, he shall be cut off from his people. And he that hath touched the uncleanness of man, or of beast, or of any thing that can defile, and shall eat of such kind of flesh, shall be cut off from his people. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Say to the children of Israel, the fat of a sheep, and of an ox, and of a goat you shall not eat. The fat of a carcass that hath died of itself, and of a beast that was caught by another beast, you shall have for diverse uses. If any man eat the fat that should be offered for the burnt sacrifice of the Lord, he shall perish out of his people. Moreover you shall not eat the blood of any creature whatsoever, whether of birds or beasts. Every one that eateth blood, shall perish from among the people. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, saying, He that offereth a victim of peace offerings to the Lord, let him offer therewith a sacrifice also, that is, the libations thereof. He shall hold in his hands the fat of the victim, and the breast. And when he hath offered and consecrated both to the Lord, he shall deliver them to the priest, who shall burn the fat upon the altar. But the breast shall be Aaron's and his sons'. The right shoulder also of the victim, of peace offerings shall fall to the priest for firstfruits. He among the sons of Aaron, that offereth the blood, and the fat, he shall have the right shoulder also for his portion. For the breast that is elevated and the shoulder that is separated I have taken of the children of Israel, from off their victims of peace offerings, and have given them to Aaron the priest, and to his sons, by a law forever. From all the people of Israel. This is the anointing of Aaron and his sons, in the ceremonies of the Lord, in the day when Moses offered them, that they might do the office of priesthood. And the things that the Lord commanded to be given them by the children of Israel, by a perpetual observance in their generations. This is the law of holocaust, and of the sacrifice for sin, and for trespass, and for consecration, and the victims of peace offerings, which the Lord appointed to Moses in Mount Sinai, when he commanded the children of Israel, that they should offer their oblations to the Lord in the desert of Sinai. Leviticus chapter 8. Moses consecrateth Aaron and his sons. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Take Aaron with his sons, their vestments, and the oil of unction, a calf for sin, 2 rams, a basket with unleavened bread. And thou shalt gather together all the congregation to the door of the tabernacle. And Moses did as the Lord had commanded. And all the multitude being gathered together before the door of the tabernacle, he said, This is the word that the Lord hath commanded to be done. And immediately, he offered Aaron and his sons. And when he had washed them, he vested the high priest with the straight linen garment, girding him with the girdle, and putting on him the violet tunic, and over it he put the ephod. And binding it with the girdle, he fitted it to the rational, on which was doctrine and truth. He put also the mitre upon his head, and upon the mitre over the forehead, he put the plate of gold, consecrated with sanctification, as the Lord had commanded him. He took also the oil of unction, with which he anointed the tabernacle, with all the furniture thereof. And when he had sanctified and sprinkled the altar 7 times, he anointed it, and all the vessels thereof, and the laver with the foot thereof, he sanctified with the oil. And he poured it upon Aaron's head, and he anointed and consecrated him. And after he had offered his sons, he vested them with linen tunics, and girded them with girdles, and put mitres on them as the Lord had commanded. He offered also the calf for sin, and when Aaron and his sons had put their hands upon the head thereof, he immolated it, and took the blood, and dipping his finger in it, he touched the horns of the altar round about. Which being expiated, and sanctified, he poured the rest of the blood at the bottom thereof. But the fat that was upon the entrails, and the caul of the liver, and the 2 little kidneys, with their fat, he burnt upon the altar. And the calf with the skin, and the flesh and the dung, he burnt without the camp, as the Lord had commanded. He offered also a ram for holocaust. And when Aaron and his sons had put their hands upon its head, he immolated it, and poured the blood thereof round about the altar. And cutting the ram into pieces, the head thereof, and the joints, and the fat he burnt in the fire. Having first washed the entrails, and the feet, and the whole ram together he burnt upon the altar, because it was a holocaust of most sweet odor to the Lord, as he had commanded him. He offered also the second ram, in the consecration of priests, and Aaron, and his sons put their hands upon the head thereof. And when Moses had immolated it, he took of the blood thereof, and touched the tip of Aaron's right ear, and the thumb of his right hand, and in like manner also the great toe of his right foot. He offered also the sons of Aaron, and when with the blood of the ram that was immolated, he had touched the tip of the right ear of every one of them, and the thumbs of their right hands, and the great toes of their right feet. The rest he poured on the altar round about. But the fat, and the rump, and all the fat that covereth the entrails, and the caul of the liver, and the 2 kidneys with their fat, and with the right shoulder, he separated. And taking out of the basket of unleavened bread, which was before the Lord, a loaf without leaven, and a cake tempered with oil and a wafer, he put them upon the fat, and the right shoulder. Delivering all to Aaron, and to his sons, who having lifted them up before the Lord, he took them again from their hands, and burnt them upon the altar of holocaust, because it was the oblation of consecration, for a sweet odor of sacrifice to the Lord. And he took of the ram of consecration, the breast for his portion, elevating it before the Lord, as the Lord had commanded him. And taking the ointment, and the blood that was upon the altar, he sprinkled Aaron, and his vestments, and his sons, and their vestments with it. And when he had sanctified them in their vestments, he commanded them, saying, Boil the flesh before the door of the tabernacle, and there eat it. Eat ye also the loaves of consecration, that are laid in the basket, as the Lord commanded me, saying, Aaron and his sons shall eat them. And whatsoever shall be left of the flesh and the loaves shall be consumed with fire. And you shall not go out of the door of the tabernacle for 7 days, until the day wherein the time of your consecration shall be expired. For in 7 days the consecration is finished. As at this present it hath been done, that the rite of the sacrifice might be accomplished. Day and night shall you remain in the tabernacle observing the watches of the Lord, lest you die. For so it hath been commanded me. And Aaron and his sons did all things which the Lord spoke by the hand of Moses. Leviticus chapter 9. Aaron offereth sacrifice for himself and the people. Fire cometh from the Lord upon the altar. And when the 8th day was come, Moses called Aaron and his sons, and the ancients of Israel, and said to Aaron, Take of the herd a calf for sin, and a ram for a holocaust, both without blemish, and offer them before the Lord. And to the children of Israel thou shalt say, Take ye a he-goat for sin, and a calf, and a lamb, both of a year old, and without blemish for a holocaust. Also a bullock and a ram for peace offerings. And immolate them before the Lord, offering for the sacrifice of every one of them flour tempered with oil, for today the Lord will appear to you. They brought therefore all things that Moses had commanded before the door of the tabernacle, where when all the multitude stood. Moses said, This is the word, which the Lord hath commanded. Do it, and his glory will appear to you. And he said to Aaron, Approach to the altar, and offer sacrifice for thy sin. Offer the holocaust, and pray for thyself and for the people, and when thou hast slain the people's victim, pray for them, as the Lord hath commanded. And forthwith Aaron, approaching to the altar, immolated the calf for his sin. And his sons brought him the blood of it, and he dipped his finger therein, and touched the horns of the altar, and poured the rest at the foot thereof. And the fat, and the little kidneys, and the caul of the liver, which are for sin, he burnt upon the altar, as the Lord had commanded Moses. But the flesh and skins thereof he burnt with fire without the camp. He immolated also the victim of holocaust, and his sons brought him the blood thereof, which he poured round about on the altar. And the victim being cut into pieces, they brought to him the head and all the members, all which he burnt with fire upon the altar. Having first washed the entrails and the feet with water. Then offering for the sin of the people, he slew the he-goat, and expiating the altar. He offered the holocaust. Adding in the sacrifice the libations, which are offered withal, and burning them upon the altar, besides the ceremonies of the morning holocaust. He immolated also the bullock and the ram, and peace offerings of the people, and his sons brought him the blood, which he poured upon the altar round about. The fat also of the bullock, and the rump of the ram, and the 2 little kidneys with their fat, and the caul of the liver. They put upon the breasts. And after the fat was burnt upon the altar, Aaron separated their breasts, and the right shoulders, elevating them before the Lord, as Moses had commanded. And stretching forth his hands to the people, he blessed them. And so the victims for sin, and the holocausts, and the peace offerings being finished, he came down. And Moses and Aaron went into the tabernacle of the testimony, and afterwards came forth and blessed the people. And the glory of the Lord appeared to all the multitude. And, behold, a fire, coming forth from the Lord, devoured the holocaust, and the fat that was upon the altar, which when the multitude saw, they praised the Lord, falling on their faces. Leviticus chapter 10. Nadab and Abihu for offering strange fire, are burnt by fire. Priests are forbidden to drink wine, when they enter into the tabernacle. The law of eating the holy things. And Nadab and Abihu, the sons of Aaron, taking their censers, put fire therein, and incense on it, offering before the Lord strange fire, which was not commanded them. And fire coming out from the Lord destroyed them, and they died before the Lord. And Moses said to Aaron, This is what the Lord hath spoken. I will be sanctified in them that approach to me, and I will be glorified in the sight of all the people. And when Aaron heard this, he held his peace. And Moses called Mishael and Elisaphan, the sons of Oziel, the uncle of Aaron, and said to them, Go and take away your brethren from before the sanctuary, and carry them without the camp. And they went forthwith and took them as they lay, vested with linen tunics, and cast them forth, as had been commanded them. And Moses said to Aaron, and to Eleazar and Ithamar, his sons, Uncover not your heads, and rend not your garments, lest perhaps you die, and indignation come upon all the congregation. Let your brethren, and all the house of Israel, bewail the burning which the Lord has kindled. But you shall not go out of the door of the tabernacle, otherwise you shall perish, for the oil of the holy unction is on you. And they did all things according to the precept of Moses. The Lord also said to Aaron, You shall not drink wine nor anything that may make drunk, thou nor thy sons, when you enter into the tabernacle of the testimony, lest you die. Because it is an everlasting precept through your generations. And that you may have knowledge to discern between holy and unholy, between unclean and clean. And may teach the children of Israel all my ordinances which the Lord hath spoken to them by the hand of Moses. And Moses spoke to Aaron, and to Eleazar and Ithamar, his sons that were left, Take the sacrifice that is remaining of the oblation of the Lord, and eat it without leaven beside the altar, because it is holy of holies. And you shall eat it in a holy place, which is given to thee and thy sons of the oblations of the Lord, as it hath been commanded me. The breast also that is offered, and the shoulder that is separated, ye shall eat in a most clean place, thou and thy sons, and thy daughters with thee. For they are set aside for thee and thy children, of the victims of peace offerings of the children of Israel. Because they have elevated before the Lord the shoulder and the breast, and the fat that is burnt on the altar, and they belong to thee and to thy sons by a perpetual law, as the Lord hath commanded. While these things were a-doing, when Moses sought for the buck goat, that had been offered for sin, he found it burnt. And being angry with Eleazar and Ithamar, the sons of Aaron that were left, he said, Why did you not eat in the holy place the sacrifice for sin, which is most holy, and given to you, that you may bear the iniquity of the people, and may pray for them in the sight of the Lord? Especially, whereas none of the blood thereof hath been carried within the holy places, and you ought to have eaten it in the sanctuary, as was commanded me. Aaron answered, This day hath been offered the victim for sin, and the holocaust before the Lord, and to me what thou sayest has happened. How could I eat it, or please the Lord in the ceremonies, having a sorrowful heart? Which when Moses had heard he was satisfied. Leviticus chapter 11. The distinction of clean and unclean animals. And the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, Say to the children of Israel, These are the animals which you are to eat of all the living things of the earth. Animals which you are to eat, etc. The prohibition of so many kinds of beasts, birds, and fishes, in the law, was ordered, first, to exercise the people in obedience, and temperance, 2 ndly, to restrain them from the vices of which these animals were symbols. 3 rdly, because the things here forbidden were for the most part unwholesome, and not proper to be eaten, for thly, that the people of God, by being obliged to abstain from things corporally unclean, might be trained up to seek a spiritual cleanness. Whatsoever hath the hoof divided, and cheweth the cud among the beasts, ye shall eat. Hoof divided, and cheweth the cud. The dividing of the hoof and chewing of the cud, signify discretion between good and evil, and meditating on the law of God. And where either of these is wanting a man is unclean. In like manner fishes were reputed unclean that had not fins and scales, that is, souls that did not raise themselves up by prayer and cover themselves with the scales of virtue. But whatsoever cheweth indeed the cud, and hath a hoof, but divideth it not, as the camel, and others, that you shall not eat, but shall reckon it among the unclean. The caragrillis which cheweth the cud, but divideth not the hoof, is unclean. The caragrillis. Some suppose it to be the rabbit, others the hedgehog. Saint Jerome intimates that it is another kind of animal common in Palestine, which lives in the holes of rocks or in the earth. We choose here, as also in the names of several other creatures that follow, which are little known in this part of the world, to keep the Greek or Latin names. The hare also, for that too cheweth the cud, but divideth not the hoof. And the swine, which, though it divideth the hoof, cheweth not the cud. The flesh of these you shall not eat, nor shall you touch their carcasses, because they are unclean to you. These are the things that breed in the waters, and which it is lawful to eat. All that hath fins, and scales, as well in the sea, as in the rivers, and the pools, you shall eat. But whatsoever hath not fins and scales, of those things that move and live in the waters, shall be an abomination to you, and detestable. Their flesh you shall not eat, and their carcasses you shall avoid. All that have not fins and scales, in the waters, shall be unclean. Of birds these are they which you must not eat, and which are to be avoided by you, the eagle, and the griffin, and the osprey. The griffin. Not the monster which the painter represent, which hath no being upon earth, but a bird of the eagle kind, larger than the common. And the kite, and the vulture, according to their kind. And all that is of the raven kind, according to their likeness. The ostrich, and the owl, and the larus, and the hawk according to its kind. The screech owl, and the cormorant, and the ibis. And the swan, and the bittern, and the porphyrion. The heron, and the charadroin according to its kind, the hoop also, and the bat. Of things that fly, whatsoever goeth upon 4 feet, shall be abominable to you. But whatsoever walketh upon 4 feet, but hath the legs behind longer, wherewith it hoppeth upon the earth. That you shall eat, as the bruchus in its kind, the attacus, and aphimicus, and the locust, every one according to their kind. But of flying things whatsoever hath 4 feet only, shall be an abomination to you. And whosoever shall touch the carcasses of them, shall be defiled, and shall be unclean until the evening. And if it be necessary that he carry any of these things when they are dead, he shall wash his clothes. And shall be unclean until the sun set. Every beast that hath a hoof, but divideth it not, nor cheweth the cud shall be unclean, and he that toucheth it, shall be defiled. That which walketh upon hands of all animals which go on all 4, shall be unclean, he that shall touch their carcasses shall be defiled until evening. And he that shall carry such carcasses, shall wash his clothes, and shall be unclean until evening, because all these things are unclean to you. These also shall be reckoned among unclean things, of all that move upon the earth. The weasel, and the mouse, and the crocodile, every one according to their kind. The shrew, and the chameleon, and the stelio, and the lizard, and the mole. All these are unclean. He that toucheth their carcasses shall be unclean until the evening. And upon what things soever any of their carcasses shall fall, it shall be defiled, whether it be a vessel of wood, or a garment, or skins or haircloths, or any thing in which work is done. They shall be dipped in water, and shall be unclean until the evening, and so afterwards shall be clean. But an earthen vessel, into which any of these shall fall, shall be defiled, and therefore is to be broken. Any meat which you eat, if water from such a vessel be poured upon it, shall be unclean, and every liquor that is drunk out of any such vessel, shall be unclean. And upon whatsoever thing any of these dead beasts shall fall, it shall be unclean. Whether it be oven, or pots with feet, they shall be destroyed, and shall be unclean. But fountains and cisterns, and all gatherings together of waters shall be clean. He that toucheth their carcasses shall be defiled. If it fall upon seed corn, it shall not defile it. But if any man pour water upon the seed, and afterwards it be touched by the carcasses, it shall be forthwith defiled. If any beast die, of which it is lawful for you to eat, he that toucheth the carcass thereof, shall be unclean until the evening. And he that eateth or carrieth any thing thereof, shall wash his clothes, and shall be unclean until the evening. All that creepeth upon the earth shall be abominable, neither shall it be taken for meat. Whatsoever goeth upon the breast on 4 feet, or hath many feet, or traileth on the earth, you shall not eat, because it is abominable. Do not defile your souls, nor touch aught thereof, lest you be unclean. For I am the Lord your God. Be holy because I am holy. Defile not your souls by any creeping thing, that moveth upon the earth. For I am the Lord, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, that I might be your God. You shall be holy, because I am holy. This is the law of beasts and fowls, and of every living creature that moveth in the waters, and creepeth on the earth. That you may know the differences of the clean, and unclean, and know what you ought to eat, and what to refuse. Leviticus chapter 12. The purification of women after childbirth. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and thou shalt say to them, If a woman having received seed shall bear a man-child, she shall be unclean 7 days, according to the days of separation of her flowers. And on the 8th day the infant shall be circumcised. But she shall remain 33 days in the blood of her purification. She shall touch no holy thing, neither shall she enter into the sanctuary, until the days of her purification be fulfilled. But if she shall bear a maid child, she shall be unclean 2 weeks, according to the custom of her monthly courses. And she shall remain in the blood of her purification 66 days. And when the days of her purification are expired, for a son, or for a daughter, she shall bring to the door of the tabernacle of the testimony, a lamb of a year old for a holocaust. And a young pigeon or a turtle for sin, and shall deliver them to the priest. Who shall offer them before the Lord, and shall pray for her, and so she shall be cleansed from the issue of her blood. This is the law for her that beareth a man-child or a maid-child. And if her hand find not sufficiency, and she is not able to offer a lamb, she shall take 2 turtles, or 2 young pigeons, one for a holocaust, and another for sin, and the priest shall pray for her, and so she shall be cleansed. Leviticus chapter 13. The law concerning leprosy in men, and in garments. And the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, The man in whose skin or flesh shall arise a different color or a blister, or as it were something shining, that is the stroke of the leprosy, shall be brought to Aaron the priest. Or any or of his sons. And if he see the leprosy in his skin, and the hair turned white and the place where the leprosy appears lower than the skin and the rest of the flesh, it is the stroke of the leprosy, and upon his judgment he shall be separated. But if there be a shining whiteness in the skin, and not lower than the other flesh, and the hair be of the former color, the priest shall shut him up 7 days. And the 7th day he shall look on him, and if the leprosy be grown no farther, and hath not spread itself in the skin, he shall shut him up again other 7 days. And on the 7th day, he shall look on him. If the leprosy be somewhat obscure, and not spread in the skin, he shall declare him clean, because it is but a scab, and the man shall wash his clothes, and shall be clean. But, if the leprosy grow again, after he was seen by the priest and restored to cleanness, he shall be brought to him. And shall be condemned of uncleanness. If the stroke of the leprosy be in a man, he shall be brought to the priest. And he shall view him. And when there shall be a white color in the skin, and it shall have changed the look of the hair, and the living flesh itself shall appear. It shall be judged an inveterate leprosy, and grown into the skin. The priest therefore shall declare him unclean, and shall not shut him up, because he is evidently unclean. But if the leprosy spring out running about in the skin, and cover all the skin from the head to the feet, whatsoever falleth under the sight of the eyes, the priest shall view him. And shall judge that the leprosy which he has is very clean, because it is all turned into whiteness, and therefore the man shall be clean. But when the live flesh shall appear in him, then by the judgment of the priest he shall be defiled, and shall be reckoned among the unclean. For live flesh, if it be spotted with leprosy, is unclean. And if again it be turned into whiteness, and cover all the man, the priest shall view him, and shall judge him to be clean. When also there has been an ulcer in the flesh and the skin, and it has been healed. And in the place of the ulcer, there appeareth a white scar, or somewhat red, the man shall be brought to the priest. And when he shall see the place of the leprosy lower than the other flesh, and the hair turned white, he shall declare him unclean, for the plague of leprosy is broken out in the ulcer. But if the hair be of the former color, and the scar somewhat obscure, and be not lower than the flesh that is near it, he shall shut him up 7 days. And if it spread, he shall judge him to have the leprosy. But if it stay in its place, it is but the scar of an ulcer, and the man shall be clean. The flesh also and skin that hath been burnt, and after it is healed hath a white or a red scar. The priest shall view it, and if he see it turned white, and the place thereof is lower than the other skin, he shall declare him unclean. Because the evil of leprosy is broken out in the scar. But if the color of the hair be not changed, nor the blemish lower than the other flesh, and the appearance of the leprosy be somewhat obscure, he shall shut him up 7 days. And on the 7th day he shall view him. If the leprosy be grown farther in the skin, he shall declare him unclean. But if the whiteness stay in its place, and be not very clear, it is the sore of a burning, and therefore he shall be cleansed, because it is only the scar of a burning. If the leprosy break out in the head or the beard of a man or woman, the priest shall see them. And if the place be lower than the other flesh, and the hair yellow, and thinner than usual, he shall declare them unclean. Because it is the leprosy of the head and the beard. But if he perceive the place of the spot is equal with the flesh that is near it, and the hair black, he shall shut him up 7 days. And on the 7th day he shall look upon it. If the spot be not grown, and the hair keep its color, and the place of the blemish be even with the other flesh, the man shall be shaven all but the place of the spot, and he shall be shut up other 7 days. If on the 7th day the evil seem to have stayed in its place, and not lower than the other flesh, he shall cleanse him, and his clothes being washed he shall be clean. But if after his cleansing the spot spread again in the skin, he shall seek no more whether the hair be turned yellow, because he is evidently unclean. But if the spot be stayed, and the hair be black, let him know that the man is healed, and let him confidently pronounce him clean. If a whiteness appear in the skin of a man or a woman, the priest shall view them. If he find that a darkish whiteness shineth in the skin, let him know that it is not the leprosy, but a white blemish, and that the man is clean. The man whose hair falleth off from his head, he is bald and clean. And if the hair fall from his forehead, he is bald before and clean. But if in the bald head or in the bald forehead there be risen a white or reddish color, and the priest perceive this, he shall condemn him undoubtedly of leprosy which is risen in the bald part. Now whosoever shall be defiled with the leprosy, and is separated by the judgment of the priest, shall have his clothes hanging loose, his head bare, his mouth covered with a cloth, and he shall cry out that he is defiled and unclean. All the time that he is a leper and unclean he shall dwell alone without the camp. A woolen or linen garment that shall have the leprosy. In the warp, and the woof, or skin, or whatsoever is made of a skin. If it be infected with a white or red spot, it shall be accounted the leprosy, and shall be shown to the priest. And he shall look upon it and shall shut it up 7 days. And on the 7th day when he looketh on it again, if he find that it is grown, it is a fixed leprosy. He shall judge the garment unclean, and everything wherein it shall be found. And therefore it shall be burnt with fire. But if he see that it is not grown, he shall give orders, and they shall wash that part wherein the leprosy is, and he shall shut it up other 7 days. And when he shall see that the former color is not returned, nor yet the leprosy spread, he shall judge it unclean, and shall burn it with fire, for the leprosy has taken hold of the outside of the garment, or through the hole. But if the place of the leprosy be somewhat dark, after the garment is washed, he shall tear it off, and divide it from that which is sound. And if after this there appear in those places that before were without spot, a flying and wandering leprosy, it must be burnt with fire. If it cease, he shall wash with water the parts that are pure, the 2nd time, and they shall be clean. This is the law touching the leprosy of any woolen or linen garment, either in the warp or woof, or anything of skins, how it ought to be cleaned, or pronounced unclean. Leviticus chapter 14. The rites of sacrifices in cleansing the leprosy. Leprosy in houses. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, This is the rite of a leper, when he is to be cleansed. He shall be brought to the priest, who going out of the camp, when he shall find that the leprosy is cleansed, shall command him that is to be purified, to offer for himself 2 living sparrows, which it is lawful to eat, and cedar wood, and scarlet, and hyssop. And he shall command one of the sparrows to be immolated in an earthen vessel over living waters. Living waters. That is, waters taken from a spring, brook, or river. But the other that is alive, he shall dip, with the cedar wood, and the scarlet and the hyssop, in the blood of the sparrow that is immolated. Wherewith he shall sprinkle him that is to be cleansed 7 times, that he may be rightly purified. And he shall let go the living sparrow, that it may fly into the field. And when the man hath washed his clothes, he shall shave all the hair of his body, and shall be washed with water, and being purified he shall enter into the camp, yet so that he tarry without his own tent 7 days. And on the 7th day he shall shave the hair of his head, and his beard and his eyebrows, and the hair of all his body. And having washed again his clothes, and his body. On the 8th day, he shall take 2 lambs without blemish, and an ewe of a year old without blemish, and 3 tenths of flour tempered with oil for a sacrifice, and a sextary of oil apart. A sextary. Heb-log, a measure of liquids, which was the 12th part of a hin, and held about as much as 6 eggs. And when the priest that purifieth the man hath presented him, and all these things before the Lord, at the door of the tabernacle of the testimony, he shall take a lamb, and offer it for a trespass offering with the sextary of oil. And having offered all before the Lord, he shall immolate the lamb, where the victim for sin is wont to be immolated, and the holocaust, that is, in the holy place. For as that which is for sin, so also the victim for a trespass offering pertaineth to the priest, it is holy of holies. And the priest taking of the blood of the victim that was immolated for trespass, shall put it upon the tip of the right ear of him that is cleansed, and upon the thumb of his right hand and the great toe of his right foot. Taking of the blood, etc. These ceremonies used in the cleansing of a leper, were mysterious and very significative. The sprinkling 7 times with the blood of the little bird, the washing himself and his clothes, the shaving his hair and his beard, signify the means which are to be used in the reconciliation of a sinner. And the steps by which he is to return to God, viz. By the repeated application of the blood of Christ, the washing his conscience with the waters of compunction, and retrenching all vanities and superfluities, by employing all that is over and above what is necessary in alms deeds. The sin offering, and the holocaust or burnt offering, which he was to offer at his cleansing, signify the sacrifice of a contrite and humble heart, and that of adoration in spirit and truth, with gratitude and thankfulness. For the forgiveness of sins, with which we are ever to appear before the Almighty. The touching the right ear, the thumb of the right hand, and the great toe of the right foot, first with the blood of the victim, and then with the remainder of the oil, which had been sprinkled 7 times before the Lord, signify the application of the blood of Christ, and the unction of the 7-fold grace of the Holy Ghost. To the sinner's right ear, that he may duly hearken to and obey the law of God, and to his right hand and foot, that the works of his hands, and all the steps or affections of his soul, signified by the feet, may be rightly directed to God. And he shall pour of the sextary of oil into his own left hand, and shall dip his right finger in it, and sprinkle it before the Lord 7 times. And the rest of the oil in his left hand, he shall pour upon the tip of the right ear of him that is cleansed, and upon the thumb of his right hand and the great toe of his right foot. And upon the blood that was shed for trespass. And upon his head. And he shall pray for him before the Lord, and shall offer the sacrifice for sin. Then shall he immolate the holocaust, and put it on the altar with the libations thereof, and the man shall be rightly cleansed. But if he be poor, and his hand cannot find the things aforesaid, he shall take a lamb for an offering for trespass, that the priest may pray for him, and a 10th part of flour tempered with oil for a sacrifice. And a sextary of oil. And 2 turtles or 2 young pigeons, of which one may be for sin, and the other for a holocaust. And he shall offer them on the 8th day of his purification to the priest, at the door of the tabernacle of the testimony before the Lord. And the priest receiving the lamb for trespass, and the sextary of oil, shall elevate them together. And the lamb being immolated, he shall put of the blood thereof upon the tip of the right ear of him that is cleansed, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and the great toe of his right foot. But he shall pour part of the oil into his own left hand. And dipping the finger of his right hand in it, he shall sprinkle it 7 times before the Lord. And he shall touch the tip of the right ear of him that is cleansed, and the thumb of his right hand and the great toe of his right foot, in the place of the blood that was shed for trespass. And the other part of the oil that is in his left hand, he shall pour upon the head of the purified person, that he may appease the Lord for him. And he shall offer a turtle, or young pigeon. One for trespass, and the other for a holocaust, with their libations. This is the sacrifice of a leper, that is not able to have all things that appertain to his cleansing. And the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, When you shall come into the land of Canaan, which I will give you for a possession, if there be the plague or leprosy in a house, he whose house it is, shall go and tell the priest, saying, It seemeth to me, that there is the plague of leprosy in my house. And he shall command, that they carry forth all things out of the house, before he go into it, and see whether it have the leprosy. Let all things become unclean that are in the house. And afterwards he shall go in to view the leprosy of the house. And if he see in the walls thereof as it were little dints, disfigured with paleness or redness, and lower than all he rest, he shall go out of the door of the house, and forthwith shut it up 7 days. And returning on the 7th day, he shall look upon it. If he find that the leprosy is spread, he shall command, that the stones wherein the leprosy is, be taken out, and cast without the city into an unclean place. And that the house be scraped on the inside round about. And the dust of the scrapings be scattered without the city into an unclean place. And that other stones be laid in the place of them that were taken away, and the house be plastered with other mortar. But if after the stones be taken out, and the dust scraped off, and it be plastered with other earth, the priest going in perceive that the leprosy is returned, and the walls full of spots, it is a lasting leprosy, and the house is unclean. And they shall destroy it forthwith, and shall cast the stones and timber thereof, and all the dust without the town into an unclean place. He that entereth into the house when it is shut, shall be unclean until evening. And he that sleepeth in it, and eateth any thing, shall wash his clothes. But if the priest going in perceive that the leprosy is not spread in the house, after it was plastered again, he shall purify it, it being cured. And for the purification thereof he shall take 2 sparrows, and cedar wood, and scarlet, and hyssop. And having immolated 1 sparrow in an earthen vessel, over living waters, he shall take the cedar wood, and the hyssop, and the scarlet, and the living sparrow, and shall dip all in the blood of the sparrow that is immolated, and in the living water, and he shall sprinkle the house 7 times. And shall purify it as well with the blood of the sparrow, as with the living water, and with the living sparrow, and with the cedar wood, and the hyssop, and the scarlet. And when he hath let go the sparrow to fly freely away into the field, he shall pray for the house, and it shall be rightly cleansed. This is the law of every kind of leprosy and stroke. Of the leprosy of garments and houses. Of a scar and of blisters breaking out of a shining spot, and when the colors are diversely changed. That it may be known when a thing is clean or unclean. Leviticus chapter 15. Other legal uncleannesses. And the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, The man that hath an issue of seed, shall be unclean. Issue of seed shall be unclean. These legal uncleannesses were instituted in order to give the people a horror of carnal impurities. And then shall he be judged subject to this evil, when a filthy humour, at every moment, cleaveth to his flesh, and gathereth there. Every bed on which he sleepeth, shall be unclean, and every place on which he sitteth. If any man touch his bed, he shall wash his clothes, and being washed with water, he shall be unclean until the evening. If a man sit where that man hath sitten, he also shall wash his clothes, and being washed with water, shall be unclean until the evening. He that toucheth his flesh, shall wash his clothes, and being himself washed with water shall be unclean until the evening. If such a man cast his spittle upon him that is clean, he shall wash his clothes, and being washed with water, he shall be unclean until the evening. The saddle on which he hath sitten shall be unclean. And whatsoever has been under him that hath the issue of seed, shall be unclean until the evening. He that carrieth any of these things, shall wash his clothes, and being washed with water, he shall be unclean until the evening. Every person whom such a one shall touch, not having washed his hands before, shall wash his clothes, and being washed with water, shall be unclean until the evening. If he touch a vessel of earth, it shall be broken, but if a vessel of wood, it shall be washed with water. If he who suffereth this disease be healed, he shall number 7 days after his cleansing, and having washed his clothes, and all his body in living water, he shall be clean. And on the 8th day he shall take 2 turtles, or 2 young pigeons, and he shall come before the Lord, to the door of the tabernacle of the testimony, and shall give them to the priest. Who shall offer one for sin, and the other for a holocaust, and he shall pray for him before the Lord, that he may be cleansed of the issue of his seed. The man from whom the seed of copulation goeth out, shall wash all his body with water, and he shall be unclean until the evening. The garment or skin that he weareth, he shall wash with water, and it shall be unclean until the evening. The woman with whom he copulateth, shall be washed with water, and shall be unclean until the evening. The woman, who at the return of the month, hath her issue of blood, shall be separated 7 days. Every one that toucheth her, shall be unclean until the evening. And every thing that she sleepeth on, or that she sitteth on in the days of her separation, shall be defiled. He that toucheth her bed shall wash his clothes, and being himself washed with water, shall be unclean until the evening. Whosoever shall touch any vessel on which she sitteth, shall wash his clothes, and himself being washed with water, shall be defiled until the evening. If a man copulateth with her in the time of her flowers, he shall be unclean 7 days, and every bed on which he shall sleep, shall be defiled. The woman that hath still issue of blood many days out of her ordinary time, or that saith not to flow after the monthly courses, as long as she is subject to this disease, shall be unclean, in the same manner as if she were in her flowers. Every bed on which she sleepeth, and every vessel on which she sitteth, shall be defiled. Whosoever toucheth them shall wash his clothes, and himself being washed with water, shall be unclean until the evening. If the blood stop and cease to run, she shall count 7 days of her purification. And on the 8th day she shall offer for herself to the priest 2 turtles, or 2 young pigeons. At the door of the tabernacle of the testimony. And he shall offer one for sin, and the other for a holocaust, and he shall pray for her before the Lord, and for the issue of her uncleanness. You shall teach therefore the children of Israel to take heed of uncleanness, that they may not die in their filth, when they shall have defiled my tabernacle that is among them. This is the law of him that hath the issue of seed, and that is defiled by copulation. And of the woman that is separated in her monthly times, or that hath a continual issue of blood, and of the man that sleepeth with her. Leviticus chapter 16. When and how the high priest must enter into the sanctuary. The Feast of Expiation. And the Lord spoke to Moses, after the death of the 2 sons of Aaron when they were slain upon their offering strange fire. And he commanded him, saying, Speak to Aaron thy brother, that he enter not at all into the sanctuary, which is within the veil before the propitiatory, with which the ark is covered, lest he die, for I will appear in a cloud over the oracle. Enter not. No one but the high priest, and he but once a year, could enter into the sanctuary, to signify that no one could enter into the sanctuary of heaven, till Christ our high priest opened it by his passion. Heb 10.8. Unless he first do these things. He shall offer a calf for sin, and a ram for a holocaust. He shall be vested with a linen tunic, he shall cover his nakedness with linen breeches, he shall be girded with a linen girdle, and he shall put a linen mitre upon his head. For these are holy vestments, all which he shall put on, after he is washed. And he shall receive from the whole multitude of the children of Israel 2 buck goats for sin, and 1 ram for a holocaust. And when he hath offered the cattle and prayed for himself and for his own house, He shall make the 2 buck goats to stand before the Lord in the door of the tabernacle of the testimony. And casting lots upon them both, one to be offered to the Lord, and the other to be the emissary goat. That whose lot fell to be offered to the Lord, he shall offer for sin. But that whose lot was to be the emissary goat, he shall present before the Lord, that he may pour prayers upon him, and let him go into the wilderness. After these things are duly celebrated, he shall offer the calf, and praying for himself and for his own house, he shall immolate it. And taking the censer, which he hath filled with the burning coals of the altar, and taking up with his hands the compounded perfume for incense, he shall go in within the veil into the holy place. That when the perfumes are put upon the fire, the cloud and vapor thereof may cover the oracle, which is over the testimony, and he may not die. He shall take also of the blood of the calf, and sprinkle with his finger 7 times towards the propitiatory to the east. And when he hath killed the buck goat for the sin of the people, he shall carry in the blood thereof within the veil, as he was commanded to do with the blood of the calf. That he may sprinkle it over against the oracle. And may expiate the sanctuary from the uncleanness of the children of Israel, and from their transgressions, and all their sins. According to this rite shall he do to the tabernacle of the testimony, which is fixed among them in the midst of the filth of their habitation. Let no man be in the tabernacle when the high priest goeth into the sanctuary, to pray for himself and his house, and for the whole congregation of Israel, until he come out. And when he is come out to the altar that is before the Lord, let him pray for himself, and taking the blood of the calf, and of the buck goat, let him pour it upon the horns thereof round about. And sprinkling with his finger 7 times, let him expiate, and sanctify it from the uncleanness of the children of Israel. After he hath cleaned the sanctuary, and the tabernacle, and the altar, then let him offer the living goat. And putting both hands upon his head, let him confess all the iniquities of the children of Israel, and all their offenses and sins. And praying that they may light on its head, he shall turn him out by a man ready for it, into the desert. And when the goat hath carried all their iniquities into an uninhabited land, and shall be let go into the desert, Aaron shall return into the tabernacle of the testimony, and putting off the vestments which he had on him before when he entered into the sanctuary, and leaving them there, he shall wash his flesh in the holy place, and shall put on his own garments. And after that he is come out and hath offered his own holocaust, and that of the people, he shall pray both for himself, and for the people. And the fat that is offered for sins, he shall burn on the altar. But he that hath let go the emissary goat, shall wash his clothes, and his body with water, and so shall enter into the camp. But the calf and the buck goat, that were sacrificed for sin, and whose blood was carried into the sanctuary, to accomplish the atonement, they shall carry forth without the camp, and shall burn with fire, their skins and their flesh, and their dung. And whosoever burneth them shall wash his clothes, and flesh with water, and so shall enter into the camp. And this shall be to you an everlasting ordinance. The 7th month, the 10th day of the month, ye shall afflict your souls, and shall do no work, whether it be one of your own country, or a stranger that sojourneth among you. Upon this day shall be the expiation for you, and the cleansing from all your sins. You shall be cleansed before the Lord. For it is a Sabbath of rest, and you shall afflict your souls by a perpetual religion. And the priest that is anointed, and whose hands are consecrated to do the office of the priesthood in his father's stead, shall make atonement. And he shall be vested with the linen robe and the holy vestments. And he shall expiate the sanctuary and the tabernacle of the testimony and the altar, the priest also and all the people. And this shall be an ordinance forever, that you pray for the children of Israel, and for all their sins once a year. He did therefore as the Lord had commanded Moses. Leviticus chapter 17. No sacrifices to be offered but at the door of the tabernacle, a prohibition of blood. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron and his sons, and to all the children of Israel, saying to them, This is the word, which the Lord hath commanded, saying, Any man whosoever of the house of Israel, if he kill an ox, or a sheep, or a goat in the camp, or without the camp, if he kill, etc. That is, in order to sacrifice. The law of God forbids sacrifices to be offered in any other place but at the tabernacle or temple of the Lord. To signify that no sacrifice would be acceptable to God, out of his true temple, the one holy, Catholic, Apostolic Church. And offer it not at the door of the tabernacle an oblation to the Lord, shall be guilty of blood. As if he had shed blood, so shall he perish from the midst of his people. Therefore the children of Israel shall bring to the priest their victims, which they kill in the field. That they may be sanctified to the Lord before the door of the tabernacle of the testimony, and they may sacrifice them for peace offerings to the Lord. And the priest shall pour the blood upon the altar of the Lord, at the door of the tabernacle of the testimony, and shall burn the fat for a sweet odor to the Lord. And they shall no more sacrifice their victims to devils, with whom they have committed fornication. It shall be an ordinance for ever to them and to their posterity. And thou shalt say to them, the man of the house of Israel, and of the strangers who sojourn among you, that offereth a holocaust or a victim, and bringeth it not to the door of the tabernacle of the testimony, that it may be offered to the Lord, shall perish from among his people. If any man whosoever of the house of Israel, and of the strangers that sojourn among them, eat blood, I will set my face against his soul, and will cut him off from among his people. Eat blood. To eat blood was forbidden in the law. Partly, because God reserved it to himself, to be offered in sacrifices on the altar, as to the Lord of life and death, and as a figure of the blood of Christ, and partly, to give men a horror of shedding blood. Gen 9.4, 5, 6. Because the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I have given it to you, that you may make atonement with it upon the altar for your souls, and the blood may be for an expiation of the soul. Therefore I have said to the children of Israel, no soul of you, nor of the strangers that sojourn among you, shall eat blood. Any man whosoever of the children of Israel, and of the strangers that sojourn among you, if by hunting or fowling, he take a wild beast or a bird, which is lawful to eat, let him pour out its blood, and cover it with earth. For the life of all flesh is in the blood. Therefore I said to the children of Israel, you shall not eat the blood of any flesh at all, because the life of the flesh is in the blood, and whosoever eateth it, shall be cut off. The soul that eateth that which died of itself, or has been caught by a beast, whether he be one of your own country or a stranger, shall wash his clothes and himself with water, and shall be defiled until the evening, and in this manner he shall be made clean. But if he do not wash his clothes, and his body, he shall bear his iniquity. Leviticus chapter 18. Marriage is prohibited in certain degrees of kindred, and all unnatural lusts. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and thou shalt say to them, I am the Lord your God. You shall not do according to the custom of the land of Egypt, in which you dwelt, neither shall you act according to the manner of the country of Canaan, into which I will bring you. Nor shall you walk in their ordinances. You shall do my judgments, and shall observe my precepts, and shall walk in them. I am the Lord your God. Keep my laws and my judgments, which if a man do, he shall live in them, I am the Lord. No man shall approach to her that is near of kin to him, to uncover her nakedness. I am the Lord. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father, or the nakedness of thy mother, she is thy mother, thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's wife, for it is the nakedness of thy father. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy sister by father or by mother, whether born at home or abroad. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy son's daughter, or thy daughter's daughter, because it is thy own nakedness. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's wife's daughter, whom she bore to thy father, and who is thy sister. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's sister, because she is the flesh of thy father. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy mother's sister, because she is thy mother's flesh. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's brother, neither shalt thou approach to his wife, who is joined to thee by affinity. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy daughter-in-law, because she is thy son's wife, neither shalt thou discover her shame. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy brother's wife, because it is the nakedness of thy brother. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy wife and her daughter. Thou shalt not take her son's daughter or her daughter's daughter, to discover her shame, because they are her flesh, and such copulation is incest. Thou shalt not take thy wife's sister for a harlot, to rival her, neither shalt thou discover her nakedness, while she is yet living. Thou shalt not approach to a woman having her flowers, neither shalt thou uncover her nakedness. Thou shalt not lie with thy neighbor's wife, nor be defiled with mingling of seed. Thou shalt not give any of thy seed to be consecrated to the idol Moloch, nor defile the name of thy God. I am the Lord. Thou shalt not lie with mankind as with womankind, because it is an abomination. Thou shalt not copulate with any beast, neither shalt thou be defiled with it. A woman shall not lie down to a beast, nor copulate with it, because it is a heinous crime. Because it is a heinous crime. In Hebrew, this word heinous crime is expressed by the word confusion, signifying the shamefulness and baseness of this abominable sin. Defile not yourselves with any of these things with which all the nations have been defiled, which I will cast out before you. And with which the land is defiled, the abominations of which I will visit, that it may vomit out its inhabitants. Keep ye my ordinances and my judgments, and do not any of these abominations. Neither any of your own nation, nor any stranger that sojourneth among you. For all these detestable things the inhabitants of the land have done, that were before you, and have defiled it. Beware then, lest in like manner, it vomit you also out, if you do the like things, as it vomited out the nation that was before you. Every soul that shall commit any of these abominations, shall perish from the midst of his people. Keep my commandments. Do not the things which they have done, that have been before you, and be not defiled therein. I am the Lord your God. Leviticus chapter 19. Divers ordinances, partly moral, partly ceremonial or judicial. The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to all the congregation of the children of Israel. And thou shalt say to them, Be ye holy, because I the Lord your God am holy. Let every one fear his father, and his mother. Keep my Sabbaths. I am the Lord your God. Turn ye not to idols, nor make to yourselves molten gods. I am the Lord your God. If ye offer in sacrifice a peace offering to the Lord, that he may be favorable. You shall eat it on the same day it was offered, and the next day. And whatsoever shall be left until the third day, you shall burn with fire. If after 2 days any man eat thereof, he shall be profane and guilty of impiety. And shall bear his iniquity, because he hath defiled the holy thing of the Lord. And that soul shall perish from among his people. When thou reapest the corn of thy land, thou shalt not cut down all that is on the face of the earth to the very ground, nor shalt thou gather the ears that remain. Neither shalt thou gather the bunches and grapes that fall down in thy vineyard, but shalt leave them to the poor and the strangers to take. I am the Lord your God. You shall not steal. You shall not lie, neither shall any man deceive his neighbor. Thou shalt not swear falsely by my name, nor profane the name of thy God. I am the Lord. Thou shalt not calumniate thy neighbor, nor oppress him by violence. The wages of him that hath been hired by thee shall not abide with thee until the morning. Thou shalt not speak evil of the deaf, nor put a stumbling block before the blind, but thou shalt fear the Lord thy God, because I am the Lord. Thou shalt not do that which is unjust, nor judge unjustly. Respect not the person of the poor, nor honor the countenance of the mighty. But judge thy neighbor according to justice. Thou shalt not be a detractor nor a whisperer among the people. Thou shalt not stand against the blood of thy neighbor. I am the Lord. Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart, but reprove him openly, lest thou incur sin through him. Seek not revenge, nor be mindful of the injury of thy citizens. Thou shalt love thy friend as thyself. I am the Lord. Keep ye my laws. Thou shalt not make thy cattle to gender with beasts of any other kind. Thou shalt not sow thy field with different seeds. Thou shalt not wear a garment that is woven of two sorts. Different seeds, etc. This law tends to recommend simplicity and plain dealing in all things, and to teach the people not to join any false worship or heresy with the worship of the true God. If a man carnally lie with a woman that is a bondservant and marriageable, and yet not redeemed with a price, nor made free, they both shall be scourged, and they shall not be put to death, because she was not a free woman. And for his trespass he shall offer a ram to the Lord, at the door of the tabernacle of the testimony. And the priest shall pray for him, and for his sin before the Lord, and he shall have mercy on him, and the sin shall be forgiven. When you shall be come into the land, and shall have planted in it fruit trees, ye shall take away the firstfruits of them. The fruit that comes forth shall be unclean to you, neither shall you eat of them. Firstfruits. Proeputia, literally, their foreskins. It alludes to circumcision, and signifies that for the first 3 years the trees were to be as uncircumcised, and their fruit unclean, till in the 4th year their increase was sanctified and given to the Lord, that is, to the priests. But in the 4th year, all their fruit shall be sanctified, to the praise of the Lord. And in the 5th year you shall eat the fruits thereof, gathering the increase thereof. I am the Lord your God. You shall not eat with blood. You shall not divine nor observe dreams. Nor shall you cut your hair roundwise, nor shave your beard. You shall not make any cuttings in your flesh, for the dead, neither shall you make in yourselves any figures or marks. I am the Lord. Make not thy daughter a common strumpet, lest the land be defiled, and filled with wickedness. Keep ye my Sabbaths, and reverence my sanctuary. I am the Lord. Go not aside after wizards, neither ask anything of soothsayers, to be defiled by them. I am the Lord your God. Rise up before the hoary head, and honor the person of the aged man, and fear the Lord thy God. I am the Lord. If a stranger dwell in your land, and abide among you, do not upbraid him. But let him be among you as one of the same country. And you shall love him as yourselves, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. Do not any unjust thing in judgment, in rule, in weight, or in measure. Let the balance be just and the weights equal, the bushel just, and the sextary equal. I am the Lord your God, that brought you out of the land of Egypt. Keep all my precepts, and all my judgments, and do them. I am the Lord. Leviticus chapter 20. Diverse crimes to be punished with death. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Thus shalt thou say to the children of Israel, if any man of the children Israel, or of the strangers that dwell in Israel, give of his seed to the idol Moloch, dying let him die. The people of the land shall stone him. And I will set my face against him, and I will cut him off from the midst of his people, because he hath given of his seed to Moloch, and hath defiled my sanctuary, and profaned my holy name. And if the people of the land neglecting, and as it were little regarding my commandment, let alone the man that hath given of his seed to Moloch, and will not kill him, I will set my face against that man, and his kindred. And will cut off both him and all that consented with him, to commit fornication with Moloch, out of the midst of their people. The soul that shall go aside after magicians, and soothsayers, and shall commit fornication with them, I will set my face against that soul, and destroy it out of the midst of its people. Sanctify yourselves, and be ye holy, because I am the Lord your God. Keep my precepts, and do them. I am the Lord that sanctify you. He that curseth his father, or mother, dying let him die. He hath cursed his father, and mother, let his blood be upon him. If any man commit adultery with the wife of another, and defile his neighbor's wife, let them be put to death, both the adulterer and the adulteress. If a man lie with his stepmother, and discover the nakedness of his father, let them both be put to death, their blood be upon them. If any man lie with his daughter-in-law, let both die, because they have done a heinous crime. Their blood be upon them. If any one lie with a man as with a woman, both have committed an abomination, let them be put to death. Their blood be upon them. If any man after marrying the daughter, marry her mother, he hath done a heinous crime. He shall be burnt alive with them, neither shall so great an abomination remain in the midst of you. He that shall copulate with any beast or cattle, dying let him die, the beast also ye shall kill. The beast also ye shall kill. The killing of the beast was for the greater horror of the crime, and to prevent the remembrance of such abomination. The woman that shall lie under any beast, shall be killed together with the same. Their blood be upon them. If any man take his sister, the daughter of his father, or the daughter of his mother, and see her nakedness, and she behold her brother's shame, they have committed a crime. They shall be slain, in the sight of their people, because they have discovered one another's nakedness. And they shall bear their iniquity. If any man lie with a woman in her flowers, and uncover her nakedness, and she open the fountain of her blood, both shall be destroyed out of the midst of their people. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy aunt by thy mother, and of thy aunt by thy father. He that doth this, hath uncovered the shame of his own flesh, both shall bear their iniquity. If any man lie with the wife of his uncle by the father, or of his uncle by the mother, and uncover the shame of his near akin, both shall bear their sin. They shall die without children. He that marrieth his brother's wife, doth an unlawful thing, he hath uncovered his brother's nakedness. They shall be without children. Keep my laws and my judgments, and do them, lest the land into which you are to enter to dwell therein, vomit you also out. Walk not after the laws of the nations, which I will cast out before you. For they have done all these things, and therefore I abhorred them. But to you I say, possess their land which I will give you for an inheritance, a land flowing with milk and honey. I am the Lord your God, who have separated you from other people. Therefore do you also separate the clean beast from the unclean, and the clean fowl from the unclean. Defile not your souls with beasts, or birds, or any things that move on the earth, and which I have shown you to be unclean. You shall be holy unto me, because I the Lord am holy, and I have separated you from other people, that you should be mine. A man, or woman, in whom there is a pythonical or divining spirit, dying let them die. They shall stone them. Their blood be upon them. Leviticus chapter 21. Ordinances relating to the priests. The Lord said also to Moses, Speak to the priests the sons of Aaron, and thou shalt say for them, Let not a priest incur an uncleanness at the death of his citizens. An uncleanness, viz., such as was contracted in laying out the dead body, or touching it, or in going into the house, or assisting at the funeral, etc. But only for his kin, such as are near in blood, that is to say, for his father and for his mother, and for his son, and for his daughter, for his brother also. And for a maiden sister, who hath had no husband. But not even for the prince of his people shall he do any thing that may make him unclean. Neither shall they shave their head, nor their beard, nor make incisions in their flesh. They shall be holy to their God, and shall not profane his name. For they offer the burnt offering of the Lord, and the bread of their God, and therefore they shall be holy. They shall not take to wife a harlot or a vile prostitute, nor one that has been put away from her husband, because they are consecrated to their God. And offer the loaves of proposition. Let them therefore be holy because I also am holy, the Lord, who sanctify them. If the daughter of a priest be taken in whoredom and dishonour the name of her father, she shall be burnt with fire. The high priest, that is to say, the priest who is the greatest among his brethren, upon whose head the oil of unction hath been poured, and whose hands have been consecrated for the priesthood, and who hath been vested with the holy vestments. He shall not uncover his head, he shall not rend his garments. Nor shall he go in at all to any dead person, not even for his father, or his mother, shall he be defiled. Neither shall he go out of the holy places, lest he defile the sanctuary of the Lord, because the oil of the holy unction of his God is upon him. I am the Lord. He shall take a virgin unto his wife. But a widow or one that is divorced, or defied, or a harlot, he shall not take, but a maid of his own people. He shall not mingle the stock of his kindred with the common people of this nation, for I am the Lord who sanctify him. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Say to Aaron, whosoever of thy seed throughout their families hath a blemish, he shall not offer bread to his God. Neither shall he approach to minister to him, if he be blind, if he be lame. If he have a little, or a great, or a crooked nose. If his foot, or if his hand be broken. If he be crook-backed, or blear-eyed, or have a pearl in his eye, or a continual scab, or a dry scurf in his body, or a rupture. Whosoever of the seed of Aaron the priest hath a blemish, he shall not approach to offer sacrifices to the Lord, nor bread to his God. He shall eat nevertheless of the loaves that are offered in the sanctuary. Yet so that he enter not within the veil, nor approach to the altar, because he hath a blemish, and he must not defile my sanctuary. I am the Lord who sanctify them. Moses therefore spoke to Aaron, and to his sons and to all Israel, all the things that had been commanded him. Leviticus chapter 22. Who may eat the holy things, and what things may be offered. And the Lord spoke to Moses saying, Speak to Aaron and to his sons, that they beware of those things that are consecrated of the children of Israel, and defile not the name of the things sanctified to me, which they offer. I am the Lord. Say to them and to their posterity, every man of your race, that approacheth to those things that are consecrated, and which the children of Israel have offered to the Lord, in whom there is uncleanness, shall perish before the Lord. I am the Lord. Approacheth, etc. This is to give us to understand, with what purity of soul we are to approach to the blessed sacrament of which these meats that had been offered in sacrifice were a figure. The man of the seed of Aaron, that is a leper, or that suffereth a running of the seed, shall not eat of those things that are sanctified to me, until he be healed. He that toucheth any thing unclean by occasion of the dead, and he whose seed goeth from him as in generation. And he that toucheth a creeping thing, or any unclean thing, the touching of which is defiling, shall be unclean until the evening. And shall not eat those things that are sanctified. But when he hath washed his flesh with water, and the sun is down, then being purified, he shall eat of the sanctified things, because it is his meat. That which dieth of itself, and that which was taken by a beast, they shall not eat, nor be defiled therewith. I am the Lord. Let them keep my precepts, that they may not fall into sin, and die in the sanctuary, when they shall have defiled it. I am the Lord who sanctify them. No stranger shall eat of the sanctified things, a sojourner of the priests, or a hired servant, shall not eat of them. But he whom the priest hath bought, and he that is his servant, born in his house, these shall eat of them. If the daughter of a priest be married to any of the people, she shall not eat of those things that are sanctified nor of the firstfruits. But if she be a widow, or divorced, and having no children return to her father's house, she shall eat of her father's meats, as she was wont to do when she was a maid. No stranger hath leave to eat of them. He that eateth of the sanctified things through ignorance, shall add the fifth part with that which he ate, and shall give it to the priest into the sanctuary. And they shall not profane the sanctified things of the children of Israel, which they offer to the Lord. Lest perhaps they bear the iniquity of their trespass, when they shall have eaten the sanctified things. I am the Lord who sanctify them. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron, and to his sons, and to all the children of Israel, and thou shalt say to them, The man of the house of Israel, and of the strangers who dwell with you, that offereth his oblation, either paying his vows, or offering of his own accord, whatsoever it be which he presenteth for a holocaust of the Lord, to be offered by you, it shall be a male without blemish of the beeves, or of the sheep, or of the goats. If it have a blemish you shall not offer it, neither shall it be acceptable. The man that offereth a victim of peace offerings to the Lord, either paying his vows, or offering of his own accord, whether of beeves or of sheep, shall offer it without blemish, that it may be acceptable. There shall be no blemish in it. If it be blind, or broken, or have a scar or blisters, or a scab, or a dry scurf, you shall not offer them to the Lord, nor burn anything of them upon the Lord's altar. An ox or a sheep, that hath the ear and the tail cut off, thou mayst offer voluntarily, but a vow may not be paid with them. You shall not offer to the Lord any beast that hath the testicles bruised, or crushed, or cut and taken away, neither shall you do any such things in your land. You shall not offer bread to your God, from the hand of a stranger, nor any other thing that he would give, because they are all corrupted, and defiled. You shall not receive them. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, When a bullock, or a sheep, or a goat, is brought forth, they shall be 7 days under the udder of their dam, but the 8th day, and thenceforth, they may be offered to the Lord. Whether it be a cow, or a sheep, they shall not be sacrificed the same day with their young ones. If you immolate a victim for thanksgiving to the Lord, that he may be favorable, you shall eat it the same day. There shall not any of it remain until the morning of the next day. I am the Lord. Keep my commandments, and do them. I am the Lord. Profane not my holy name, that I may be sanctified in the midst of the children of Israel. I am the Lord who sanctify you, and who brought you out of the land of Egypt, that I might be your God. I am the Lord. Leviticus chapter 23. Holy days to be kept. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and thou shalt say to them, These are the feasts of the Lord, which you shall call holy. 6 days shall ye do work, the 7th day, because it is the rest of the Sabbath, shall be called holy. You shall do no work on that day, it is the Sabbath of the Lord in all your habitations. These also are the holy days of the Lord, which you must celebrate in their seasons. The first month, the 14th day of the month at evening, is the phase of the Lord. And the 15th day of the same month is the solemnity of the unleavened bread of the Lord. 7 days shall you eat unleavened bread. The first day shall be most solemn unto you, and holy, you shall do no servile work therein. But you shall offer sacrifice in fire to the Lord 7 days. And the 7th day shall be more solemn, and more holy, and you shall do no servile work therein. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and thou shalt say to them, When you shall have entered into the land which I will give you, and shall reap your corn, you shall bring sheaves of ears. The firstfruits of your harvest to the priest. Who shall lift up the sheaf before the Lord, the next day after the Sabbath, that it may be acceptable for you, and shall sanctify it. And on the same day that the sheaf is consecrated, a lamb without blemish of the first year shall be killed for a holocaust of the Lord. And the libations shall be offered with it, 2/10 of flour tempered with oil, for a burnt offering of the Lord, and a most sweet odor. Libations also of wine, the 4th part of a hin. You shall not eat either bread, or parched corn, or frumenty, or the harvest, until the day that you shall offer thereof to your God. It is a precept for ever throughout your generations, and all your dwellings. You shall count therefore from the morrow after the Sabbath, wherein you offered the sheaf of firstfruits, 7 full weeks. Even unto the morrow after the 7th week be expired, that is to say, 50 days, and so you shall offer a new sacrifice to the Lord. Out of all your dwellings, 2 loaves of the firstfruits, of 2/10 of flour leavened, which you shall bake for the firstfruits of the Lord. And you shall offer with the loaves 7 lambs without blemish of the first year, and 1 calf from the herd. And they shall be for a holocaust with their 2 rams, and they shall be for a holocaust with their libations for a most sweet odor to the Lord. You shall offer also a buck goat for sin, and 2 lambs of the first year for sacrifices of peace offerings. And when the priest hath lifted them up with the loaves of the firstfruits before the Lord, they shall fall to his use. And you shall call this day most solemn, and most holy. You shall do no servile work therein. It shall be an everlasting ordinance in all your dwellings and generations. And when you reap the corn of your land, you shall not cut it to the very ground, neither shall you gather the ears that remain. But you shall leave them for the poor and for the strangers. I am the Lord your God. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Say to the children of Israel, the 7th month, on the first day of the month, ye shall keep a Sabbath, a memorial, with the sound of trumpets, and it shall be called holy. You shall do no servile work therein, and you shall offer a holocaust to the Lord. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Upon the 10th day of this 7th month shall be the day of atonement. It shall be most solemn, and shall be called holy, and you shall await your souls on that day, and shall offer a holocaust to the Lord. You shall do no servile work in the time of this day, because it is a day of propitiation, that the Lord your God may be merciful unto you. Every soul that is not afflicted on this day, shall perish from among his people. And every soul that shall do any work, the same will I destroy from among his people. You shall do no work therefore on that day, it shall be an everlasting ordinance unto you in all your generations, and dwellings. It is a Sabbath of rest, and you shall afflict your souls beginning on the 9th day of the month. From evening until evening you shall celebrate your Sabbaths. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Say to the children of Israel, from the 15th day of this same 7th month, shall be kept the Feast of Tabernacles, 7 days to the Lord. The first day shall be called most solemn and most holy, you shall do no servile work therein. And 7 days you shall offer holocausts to the Lord. The 8th day also shall be most solemn and most holy, and you shall offer holocausts to the Lord. For it is the day of assembly and congregation. You shall do no servile work therein. These are the feasts of the Lord which you shall call most solemn and most holy, and shall offer on them oblations to the Lord, holocausts and libations according to the rite of every day. Besides the Sabbaths of the Lord, and your gifts, and those things that you offer by vow, or which you shall give to the Lord voluntarily. So from the 15th day of the 7th month, when you shall have gathered in all the fruits of your land, you shall celebrate the feast of the Lord 7 days. On the 1st day and the 8th shall be a Sabbath, that is a day of rest. And you shall take to you on the 1st day the fruits of the fairest tree, and branches of palm trees, and boughs of thick trees, and willows of the brook, and you shall rejoice before the Lord your God. And you shall keep the solemnity thereof 7 days in the year. It shall be an everlasting ordinance in your generations. In the 7th month shall you celebrate this feast. And you shall dwell in bowers 7 days. Every one that is of the race of Israel, shall dwell in tabernacles. That your posterity may know, that I made the children of Israel to dwell in tabernacles, when I brought them out of the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. And Moses spoke concerning the feasts of the Lord to the children of Israel. Leviticus chapter 24. The oil for the lamps. The loaves of proposition. The punishment of blasphemy. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel, that they bring unto thee the finest and clearest oil of olives, to furnish the lamps continually. Without the veil of the testimony in the tabernacle of the covenant. And Aaron shall set them from evening until morning before the Lord, by a perpetual service and rite in your generations. They shall be set upon the most pure candlestick before the Lord continually. Thou shalt take also fine flour, and shalt bake 12 loaves thereof, 2 tenths shall be in every loaf. And thou shalt set them 6 and 6, one against another, upon the most clean table before the Lord. And thou shalt put upon them the clearest frankincense, that the bread may be for a memorial of the oblation of the Lord. Every Sabbath they shall be changed before the Lord, being received of the children of Israel by an everlasting covenant. And they shall be Aaron's and his sons, that they may eat them in the holy place, because it is most holy of the sacrifices of the Lord by a perpetual rite. And behold, there went out the son of a woman of Israel, whom she had of an Egyptian, among the children of Israel, and fell at words in the camp with a man of Israel. And when he had blasphemed the name, and had cursed it, he was brought to Moses. Now his mother was called Salumoth, the daughter of Dobri, of the tribe of Dan. And they put him into prison, till they might know what the Lord would command. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Bring forth the blasphemer without the camp, and let them that heard him, put their hands upon his head, and let all the people stone him. And thou shalt speak to the children of Israel, the man that curseth his God, shall bear his sin. And he that blasphemeth the name of the Lord, dying let him die. All the multitude shall stone him, whether he be a native or a stranger. He that blasphemeth the name of the Lord, dying let him die. He that striketh and killeth a man, dying let him die. He that killeth a beast, shall make it good, that is to say, shall give beast for beast. He that giveth a blemish to any of his neighbors, as he hath done, so shall it be done to him. Breach for breach, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, shall he restore. What blemish he gave, the like shall he be compelled to suffer. He that strike the beast, shall render another. He that strike the man shall be punished. Let there be equal judgment among you, whether he be a stranger, or a native that offends, because I am the Lord your God. And Moses spoke to the children of Israel. And they brought forth him that had blasphemed, without the camp, and they stoned him. And the children of Israel did as the Lord had commanded Moses. Leviticus chapter 25. The law of the 7th and of the 50th year of Jubilee. And the Lord spoke to Moses in Mount Sinai, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and thou shalt say to them, When you shall have entered into the land which I will give you, observe the rest of the Sabbath of the Lord. 6 years thou shalt sow thy field, and 6 years thou shalt prune thy vineyard, and shalt gather the fruits thereof. But in the 7th year there shall be a Sabbath to the land, of the resting of the Lord. Thou shalt not sow thy field, nor prune thy vineyard. What the ground shall bring forth of itself, thou shalt not reap, neither shalt thou gather the grapes or the firstfruits as a vintage. For it is a year of rest to the land. But they shall be unto you for meat, to thee and to thy manservant, to thy maidservant and thy hireling, and to the strangers that sojourn with thee. All things that grow shall be meat to thy beasts and to thy cattle. Thou shalt also number to thee 7 weeks of years, that is to say, 7 times 7, which together make 49 years. And thou shalt sound the trumpet in the 7th month, the 10th day of the month, in the time of the expiation in all your land. And thou shalt sanctify the 50th year, and shalt proclaim remission to all the inhabitants of thy land, for it is the year of Jubilee. Every man shall return to his possession, and every one shall go back to his former family. Remission. That is, a general release and discharge from debts and bondage, and a reinstating of every man in his former possessions. Because it is the Jubilee and the 50th year. You shall not sow, nor reap the things that grow in the field of their own accord, neither shall you gather the firstfruits of the vines. Because of the sanctification of the Jubilee. But as they grow you shall presently eat them. In the year of the Jubilee all shall return to their possessions. When thou shalt sell anything to thy neighbor, or shalt buy of him, grieve not thy brother. But thou shalt buy of him according to the number of years from the Jubilee. And he shall sell to thee according to the computation of the fruits. The more years remain after the Jubilee, the more shall the price increase, and the less time is counted, so much the less shall the purchase cost. For he shall sell to thee the time of the fruits. Do not afflict your countrymen, but let every one fear his God. Because I am the Lord your God. Do my precepts, and keep my judgments, and fulfill them, that you may dwell in the land without any fear. And the ground may yield you its fruits, of which you may eat your fill, fearing no man's invasion. But if you say, What shall we eat the 7th year, if we sow not, nor gather our fruits? I will give you my blessing the 6th year, and it shall yield the fruits of 3 years. And the 8th year you shall sow, and shall eat of the old fruits, until the 9th year, till new grow up, you shall eat the old store. The land also shall not be sold forever, because it is mine, and you are strangers and sojourners with me. For which cause all the country of your possession shall be under the condition of redemption. If thy brother being impoverished sell his little possession, and his kinsman will, he may redeem what he had sold. But if he have no kinsman, and he himself can find the price to redeem it, the value of the fruits shall be counted from that time when he sold it. And the overplus he shall restore to the buyer, and so shall receive his possession again. But if his hands find not the means to repay the price, the buyer shall have what he bought, until the year of the Jubilee. For in that year all that is sold shall return to the owner, and to the ancient possessor. He that selleth a house within the walls of a city, shall have the liberty to redeem it, until 1 year be expired. If he redeem it not, and the whole year be fully out, the buyer shall possess it, and his posterity forever, and it cannot be redeemed, not even in the Jubilee. But if the house be in a village, that hath no walls, it shall be sold according to the same law as the fields. If it be not redeemed before, in the Jubilee it shall return to the owner. The houses of Levites, which are in cities, may always be redeemed. If they be not redeemed, in the Jubilee they shall all return to the owners, because the houses of the cities of the Levites are for their possessions among the children of Israel. But let not their suburbs be sold, because it is a perpetual possession. If thy brother be impoverished, and weak of hand, and thou receive him as a stranger and sojourner, and he live with thee, take not usury of him nor more than thou gavest. Fear thy God, that thy brother may live with thee. Thou shalt not give him thy money upon usury, nor exact of him any increase of fruits. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, that I might give you the land of Canaan, and might be your God. If thy brother constrained by poverty, sell himself to thee, thou shalt not oppress him with the service of bondservants. But he shall be as a hireling, and a sojourner, he shall work with thee until the year of the Jubilee. And afterwards he shall go out with his children, and shall return to his kindred and to the possession of his fathers. For they are my servants, and I brought them out of the land of Egypt, let them not be sold as bondmen. Afflict him not by might, but fear thy God. Let your bondmen, and your bondwomen, be of the nations that are round about you, and of the strangers that sojourn among you, or that were born of them in your land. These you shall have for servants. And by right of inheritance shall leave them to your posterity, and shall possess them forever. But oppress not your brethren the children of Israel by might. If the hand of a stranger or a sojourner grow strong among you, and thy brother being impoverished sell himself to him, or to any of his race, after the sale he may be redeemed. He that will of his brethren shall redeem him. Either his uncle, or his uncle's son, or his kinsman, by blood, or by affinity. But if he himself be able also, he shall redeem himself. Counting only the years from the time of his selling unto the year of the Jubilee, and counting the money that he was sold for, according to the number of the years and the reckoning of a hired servant. If there be many years that remain until the Jubilee, according to them shall he also repay the price. If few, he shall make the reckoning with him according to the number of the years, and shall repay to the buyer of what remaineth of the years. His wages being allowed for which he served before, he shall not afflict him violently in thy sight. And if by these means he cannot be redeemed, in the year of the Jubilee he shall go out with his children. For the children of Israel are my servants, whom I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. Leviticus chapter 26. God's promises to them that keep his commandments. And the many punishments with which he threatens transgressors. I am the Lord your God. You shall not make to yourselves any idol or graven thing, neither shall you erect pillars, nor set up a remarkable stone in your land, to adore it. For I am the Lord your God. Keep my Sabbaths, and reverence my sanctuary. I am the Lord. If you walk in my precepts, and keep my commandments, and do them, I will give you rain in due seasons. And the ground shall bring forth its increase, and the trees shall be filled with fruit. The threshing of your harvest shall reach unto the vintage, and the vintage shall reach unto the sowing time, and you shall eat your bread to the full, and dwell in your land without fear. I will give peace in your coasts, you shall sleep, and there shall be none to make you afraid. I will take away evil beasts, and the sword shall not pass through your quarters. You shall pursue your enemies, and they shall fall before you. 5 of yours shall pursue 100 others, and 100 of you 10,000. Your enemies shall fall before you by the sword. I will look on you, and make you increase, you shall be multiplied, and I will establish my covenant with you. You shall eat the oldest of the old store, and, new coming on, you shall cast away the old. I will set my tabernacle in the midst of you, and my soul shall not cast you off. I will walk among you, and will be your God, and you shall be my people. I am the Lord your God, who have brought you out of the land of the Egyptians, that you should not serve them, and who have broken the chains of your necks, that you might go upright. But if you will not hear me, nor do all my commandments, if you despise my laws, and contemn my judgments so as not to do those things which are appointed by me, and to make void my covenant, I also will do these things to you. I will quickly visit you with poverty, and burning heat, which shall waste your eyes, and consume your lives. You shall sow your seed in vain, which shall be devoured by your enemies. I will set my face against you, and you shall fall down before your enemies, and shall be made subject to them that hate you. You shall flee when no man pursueth you. But if you will not yet for all this obey me, I will chastise you 7 times more for your sins. And I will break the pride of your stubbornness, and I will make to you the heaven above as iron, and the earth as brass. Your labor shall be spent in vain, the ground shall not bring forth her increase, nor the trees yield their fruit. If you walk contrary to me, and will not hearken to me, I will bring 7 times more plagues upon you for your sins. And I will send in upon you the beasts of the field, to destroy you and your cattle, and make you few in number, and that your highways may be desolate. And if even so you will not amend, but will walk contrary to me, I also will walk contrary to you, and will strike you 7 times for your sins. And I will bring in upon you the sword that shall avenge my covenant. And when you shall flee into the cities, I will send the pestilence in the midst of you. And you shall be delivered into the hands of your enemies. After I shall have broken the staff of your bread, so that 10 women shall bake your bread in one oven, and give it out by weight, and you shall eat, and shall not be filled. But if you will not for all this hearken to me, but will walk against me, I will also go against you with opposite fury, and I will chastise you with 7 plagues for your sins, so that you shall eat the flesh of your sons and of your daughters. I will destroy your high places, and break your idols. You shall fall among the ruins of your idols, and my soul shall abhor you. Insomuch that I will bring your cities to be a wilderness, and I will make your sanctuaries desolate, and will receive no more your sweet odors. And I will destroy your land, and your enemies shall be astonished at it, when they shall be the inhabitants thereof. And I will scatter you among the Gentiles, and I will draw out the sword after you. And your land shall be desert, and your cities destroyed. Then shall the land enjoy her Sabbaths all the days of her desolation. When you shall be in the enemy's land, she shall keep a Sabbath, and rest in the Sabbaths of her desolation, because she did not rest in your Sabbaths, when you dwelt therein. And as to them that shall remain of you, I will send fear in their hearts in the countries of their enemies. The sound of a flying leaf shall terrify them, and they shall flee as it were from the sword. They shall fall, when no man pursueth them. And they shall every one fall upon their brethren as fleeing from wars, none of you shall dare to resist your enemies. You shall perish among the Gentiles, and an enemy's land shall consume you. And if of them also some remain, they shall pine away in their iniquities, in the land of their enemies, and they shall be afflicted for the sins of their fathers, and their own, until they confess their iniquities, and the iniquities of their ancestors, whereby they have transgressed against me, and walked contrary unto me. Therefore I also will walk against them, and bring them into their enemies' land until their uncircumcised mind be ashamed. Then shall they pray for their sins. And I will remember my covenant, that I made with Jacob, and Isaac, and Abraham. I will remember also the land, which when she shall be left by them, shall enjoy her Sabbaths, being desolate for them. But they shall pray for their sins, because they rejected my judgments, and despised my laws. And yet for all that when they were in the land of their enemies, I did not cast them off altogether. Neither did I so despise them that they should be quite consumed, and I should make void my covenant with them. For I am the Lord their God. And I will remember my former covenant, when I brought them out of the land of Egypt, in the sight of the Gentiles, to be their God. I am the Lord. These are the judgments, and precepts, and laws, which the Lord gave between him and the children of Israel, in Mount Sinai, by the hand of Moses. Leviticus chapter 27. Of vows and tithes. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and thou shalt say to them, The man that shall have made a vow, and promised his soul to God, shall give the price according to estimation. If it be a man from 20 years old unto 60 years old, he shall give 50 sikless of silver, after the weight of the sanctuary. If a woman, 30. But from the 5th year until the 20th, a man shall give 20 sikless, a woman 10. From 1 month until the 5th year, for a male shall be given 5 sikless, for a female 3. A man that is 60 years old or upward, shall give 15 sikless, a woman 10. If he be poor, and not able to pay the estimation, he shall stand before the priest, and as much as he shall value him at, and see him able to pay, so much shall he give. But a beast that may be sacrificed to the Lord, if any one shall vow, shall be holy, and cannot be changed, that is to say, neither a better for a worse, nor a worse for a better. And if he shall change it, both that which was changed, and that for which it was changed, shall be consecrated to the Lord. An unclean beast, which cannot be sacrificed to the Lord, if any man shall vow, shall be brought before the priest, who judging whether it be good or bad, shall set the price. Which, if he that offereth it will give, he shall add above the estimation the 5th part. If a man shall vow his house, and sanctify it to the Lord, the priest shall consider it, whether it be good or bad, and it shall be sold according to the price, which he shall appoint. But if he that vowed, will redeem it, he shall give the 5th part of the estimation over and above, and shall have the house. And if he vow the field of his possession, and consecrate it to the Lord, the price shall be rated according to the measure of the seed. If the ground be sown with 30 bushels of barley, let it be sold for 50 sikless of silver. If he vow his field immediately from the year of Jubilee that is beginning, as much as it may be worth, at so much it shall be rated. But if some time after, the priest shall reckon the money according to the number of years that remain until the Jubilee, and the price shall be abated. And if he that had vowed, will redeem his field, he shall add the 5th part of the money of the estimation, and shall possess it. And if he will not redeem it, but it be sold to any other man, he that vowed it, may not redeem it any more. For when the day of Jubilee cometh, it shall be sanctified to the Lord, and as a possession consecrated, pertaineth to the right of the priest. If a field that was bought, and not of a man's ancestor's possession, be sanctified to the Lord, the priest shall reckon the price according to the number of years, unto the Jubilee. And he that had vowed, shall give that to the Lord. But in the Jubilee, it shall return to the former owner, who had sold it, and had it in the lot of his possession. All estimation shall be made according to the cycle of the sanctuary. A cycle hath 20 obols. The firstborn, which belong to the Lord, no man may sanctify in vow, whether it be bullock, or sheep, they are the Lord's. And if it be an unclean beast, he that offereth it shall redeem it, according to thy estimation, and shall add the 5th part of the price. If he will not redeem it, it shall be sold to another for how much soever it was estimated by thee. Anything that is devoted to the Lord, whether it be man, or beast, or field, shall not be sold, neither may it be redeemed. Whatsoever is once consecrated shall be holy of holies to the Lord. And any consecration that is offered by man, shall not be redeemed, but dying shall die. All tithes of the land, whether of corn, or of the fruits of trees, are the Lord's, and are sanctified to him. And if any man will redeem his tithes, he shall add the 5th part of them. Of all the tithes of oxen, and sheep, and goats, that pass under the shepherd's rod, every 10th that cometh shall be sanctified to the Lord. It shall not be chosen neither good nor bad, neither shall it be changed for another. If any man change it, both that which was changed, and that for which it was changed, shall be sanctified to the Lord, and shall not be redeemed. These are the precepts which the Lord commanded Moses for the children of Israel in Mount Sinai. Book 04 Numbers. The Book of Numbers.